Who they talking to right now?
Alright, we can't have the sound on right now because they're playing music.
She's in the moment, no time to lay around.
Unfortunately, we can't listen to the music because it's copyrighted, but at least I think it's copyrighted. I'm just making something real quick to change the tournament 4 here. So it's not actually, I mean, it is tournament 4, but it's qualifiers. If I can take the background out of it, I will.
morning, you gorgeous gamers, and welcome in. It is another Super Saturday, the final Super Saturday of the regular season. And Allie, today we have 4 of the 7 matches remaining. What's the storyline coming in for you?
Ooh, the storyline coming in for me, I think, is where OpTic Texas is going to land heading to Major because of their big fall off. But also just the story of upkeeping LA Thieves. I think they look so good right now.
And it's been a wild ride here in Major 4. Some of our teams that bombed out going into Major 3 are now succeeding. That's a squad like Boston. Other teams that had success like OpTic are now in a tough spot. Let's take a look at our standings overall. Who do you have eyes on going into the final 7 games?
Yeah, I think the last phase Carolina game is massive. You think about who's going to make it into winners. Then also Koi, what's going to happen with this new roster, right? Like, these guys are 1 and 2 now. Is Abe going to be able to rise to the occasion for them? And then Miami, huge game today, obviously up against T9. They should win it, but they've been up and down, and we just don't know too much about them. So rounding out our winners bracket is first and foremost the most important narrative of the week.
I think our #1 seed, without a doubt, is going to be LA Thieves, right? They're 4-0, looking at 5-0. Falcons got exposed by FaZe yesterday, and FaZe are only at 2-2. So a lot of teams are going to finish at 3-2, but there have some leaders that could be paving the way to a successful run. Let's start with our analyst all-star team of the year, right? This is the season, not just right now.
Yes.
But without a doubt, I think the #1 player in the moment and all year has been Scrap. Talk to me about the guy with the long neck in the top left.
I mean, he's just been unbelievable. I think the worst part is he's that narrative, that story in the COD scene where he is a dog and he's all bark and he's all bite. I mean, he's the most aggressive AR that we have, #1 damage dealer in the league, and he has just been doing it. Doesn't matter the split. Even when they were struggling in the first couple of weeks of this season, Scrap was still putting up MVP numbers. He has just been unbelievable, Ant.
Yeah, Scrap's ridiculous. And when you think about it, you just mentioned the meta. Like, yeah, it's harder to be a dominant AR. He's like the best damage dealer that we've had, not just this year, 4 years. And on top of that, he's been #1 in opening duel win percentage for the last half of the season. So for Scrap, he has a BZ and Hydra on his team. He's like, y'all aren't finding the first bugs. You know what? I'm just going to take this over and do it myself. The kid can do it all, man.
These are the best 4 players on the season. Scrap winning the most recent trophy and the only one on our all-star list to win an MVP award for that finals performance. When it comes to Sip, though, he's already been considered the GOAT, the greatest of all time. Talk to me about Black Ops 7 in particular. What has he shown you in 2026?
I just think the story about Sim for Black Ops 7 is so interesting because he leaves his core 3, right? That where you're seeing him, and so then it's the question mark of, like, what are all of you capable of doing on your own teams now? And this is what Simp has been able to do. It doesn't matter what the supporting cast is doing. He's putting up the numbers. He's willing them through series sometimes. Easily one of his best games I think we've ever seen out of him.
Yeah, he has a couple bad series. And we're wondering what's wrong with his controller, what's wrong with his PC. That's how unbelievable it is. But yeah, Simp's ridiculous. The stats back it up as well. Top 5 at S&D and Respawn. Definitely deserves to be on the first team All-Star.
Now, Simp and FaZe were able to win Major #2, but the team that won, or should have won, Major 1 is OpTic Texas. They should have won Major 2 and arguably Major 3.
They should have won a lot.
Mercules has been a consistent factor, but seems to maybe have been nerfed by the NPC meta a little bit. Allie, talk to me about why he is still considered one of the best 4 on the year.
Because overall in the year, he is a 1.37 in search and destroy. I mean, he's the least on Agai. We know what he's able to do. For Mercules, he had maybe like a couple 1.02s or a 0.98 in the past 60 days, and that is still considered better than average, better than the rest, like over half of the league, and that's what we are, you know, condoning him for. So shout out Merc. He's been unbelievable all season long for this team, and despite all these second placings, I mean, you look at it 2 ways. One, incredibly consistent, one of the best teams in the game, just looking for one to go through the
second best AR on the season, according to my experts. Who is the second best SMG, though? This one seemed to be a little bit tougher to decide, but you still went with Joe Deceives, a man that you had in your top 5 just a month ago.
Had him in top 3.
Top 3.
Joe Deceives, I mean, statistically on this list, Joe Deceives has been bonkers. I mean, the guy is the #1 slayer that we have. I mean, he can really take over a game. The new game mode that we've added in Overload, he's the best on the season. And his slaying ability in terms of an SMG, second to none. Like, the guy in every lobby is just a demon. Broke our kill record in S&D the other day and looking to do more damage here at the Paris Major, where all the fans will be rooting for him. That is going to be a scary sight. Have we ever seen that for Joe DeCeves ever.
No,
ever.
never.
Now think about what he's going to do on that stage. He has a huge opportunity to cement himself as the true superstar in the league.
French fans, please start printing your custom Joey D jerseys right now. I want to see the man getting all kinds of love. Ali, final thoughts on your all-star lineup. This looks like a scary roster.
This is terrifying.
Imagine.
I would love to actually see that roster spawn in. And I just also really love the story of Joe. It's very wholesome. He's a very natural talent. I think we all want big success as Parrot.
Big success for Joe. He's going to have to wait till tomorrow to play, though. Who's in action today? The guys on the left side of the screen. It was Scrap and, of course, my man in the bottom left, Mercules for OpTic Texas. He's taking on a struggling Toronto Koi at 6 o'clock. 7:30, though, could feature the match of the weekend with G2 taking on the Falcons.
Banger.
Falcons started 3-0, but got exposed by Vegas. Can G2 draw blood from another top squad? We'll find out later tonight.
Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Let's find out who's built for the big save. Heretics ready to dive in. Thanks to Four and Snoopy. Wipes them all. But Hydra with the switch impossible. He's making top room. So damn happy. It's Sykes. Down a bruiser. Dominance on the grandest stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the Columbus studio. It is the final 2 days of the regular season, and we're kicking it off with a team that needs a win. They need some mojo going into another EU land. That is the Miami Heretics. Today, you should get it. You're playing Cloud9 that has 4 wins on the entire season, and one of those was against an amateur team. So, Ali, let's start with the Miami squad, who was at one point in our top 4 discussion. Where are they at right now?
It feels like they've lost their flow. They've lost their mojo. They used to be, you know, one of the teams setting pace on the map, and now it just kind of feels like they've lost their way. What's crazy about the situation is, like, one, you're not getting the same participation out of Super. I mean, we were so high on his snipes for the longest time, and it feels like in the last 60 days, it's been quite quiet. I mean, 1 and 8 in SD and Overload during Stage 4 in the Monster Energy pregame. Things are just not going right in that camp. Damage getting dealt. I mean, you're still getting good participation out of medals, which is usually kind of the sign that this team is losing their way a little bit. But, I mean, a 0.81 is pretty predictable out of him, so you need more out of your superstar Real. You brought him in for maybe some team chem, and it looks like you're getting the complete opposite of that.
And as I look at the highlights, though, I'm reminded of that 3-1 victory over FaZe. That was enormous.
Yeah, it was enormous. And I was going to say, like, I agree with a lot of what Ali said. I've been down on this team, but I'll give them a little bit of grace. I think it was after the interview that we had with Real where he was like, dude, we were like really late to get to practice. You know, we're trying to gel together. And that's what they can put on tape was what we saw versus FaZe. So the ceiling on this team is always so incredibly high. It's just very day to day. Have they worked on the small intricacies of the game? That's what we've been waiting for with this team. Even with Trake's on the roster, Real said he can bring that leadership to them, at least in hardpoint. That's translated a much better hardpoint performance this split than we've seen from them in a bit.
For those of you who struggle with geography, Spain is very close to France. You could see them in front of a massive audience, just like we saw last year in February. For now, though, let's talk about the opposition that probably won't have a ton of people cheering for them in the crowd. It's Cloud9 from New York City. This is a squad of amateurs with no titles to their name. They've got 3 victories on the season. As a squad, though, S&D is definitely their strength. They nearly were able to take another top team in Paris Gentlemen's to a Game 5 last night, Ali.
Listen, they're getting closer and closer to winning a hard point, right? I mean, when you look at the Monster Energy pregame, of course, on a 10-map losing streak in hard point, it has been closer and closer, but we talked about it a little bit yesterday that they just struggle with closing. They struggle with some veteran leadership, some mentorship in some of these moments.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yes. No,
Okay.
You think?
You think? But in Search and Destroy yesterday, I will say, like, I really did enjoy that we went into the player cams. I believe it was Hyde that was just motor mouthing some comms. So some flow there, and then you also got some couple of damage numbers from the side of Levy and Encourage. So you just need everybody to be on the same page at one point for us to see your ceiling and maybe steal a win.
And I think Cloud9 is looking at EWC. They're trying to figure out who from this roster is going to stay, who do we bring in. You got to rebuild eventually. This season is cooked. What are you playing for at this point if you're one of these four guys, Ant?
Yeah, pride, 100%. You know, I was hearing some stories about these guys, you know, at the event, like trying to talk to some of the pundits in the watch parties of like, why do you guys keep disrespecting us? You see in some of their tweets, right? So they definitely feel the disrespect and they want to prove a point. And I think, you know, since bringing in Webby, we've seen them contending in these series way more in these maps at the end. Allie's point is 100% spot on. At the end of these games, they're just losing their mind. You look back at the LA Thieves series, you can say whatever you want. LA Thieves took their foot off the gas, whatever it is. It still required some heroic efforts at the end of these hard points for them to close it out. So they can shoot with some of our pros.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the maps and modes for Cloud9 tonight. LA Thieves matchup was tough yesterday. Today does it get easier with a triple dose of Den in the middle, Allie?
Yeah, they get to go back on Den. I mean, that one's a pretty, like, easier map on the side of Cloud9. My biggest worry for Miami is that they're going to get that Colossus hardpoint map number 1. That leaves a lot of opportunity for Real and Metals to get comfortable, but I still think Cloud9, you got some opportunity in the middle here.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see Miami on this Colossus with Real in the lineup. Remember, they had set the trend of running the 4 NPCs at one point, which was really fun. But yeah, for Miami, I just am looking at their Search and Destroy, and particularly their First Bloods. They're dead last in the last in the First Bloods. Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened. You know, their strats obviously have changed, and you bring in Real, who hasn't, you know, lit the world on fire in S&D when he was on Toronto. So, yeah, I'm interested to see how their Search develops with Real on the team.
Cloud9 looking like they will have the 12th seed going into the major at 0-3. You have Vancouver that could challenge them for that spot. When it comes to the Heretics, though, you're 1-2 with 2 matches to go. You could join that 3-2 party that could have up to 8 teams, Allie.
I mean, you just don't want to start in losers. I mean, they're kind of in a spot right now where that's going to be difficult not to, but especially in the last major of the year and then heading into champs, it's just not a spot you want to be in, considering Miami Heretics were trying to make Sundays before this.
And they were trying to pack a punch, too, right? So if you come out and lose this series, you got to deal with all the smoke. Miami have to win this 3-0, 3-1.
I've been consulting with our producer, Colton, and we've decided if you choose Cloud9 today, it is not 20 points because you are playing against a team on the border for champs. Allie, instead, we will award 5 points for a correct Cloud9 pick.
Right.
Are you taking the gamble?
Right.
Absolutely not. My competitive integrity does not allow me to do that.
I like that.
It just doesn't let me.
I'll take the 5.
He's taking the 5. He's going Cloud9. And with the lead is going to put it on New York tonight. Allie, it's not too late. It's not too late.
For the record, I think Miami will win, but for the sheer odds and for the fun of the show, I'll take the 5.
He's a good man. I am going with Real today. The man is going to prove he deserves his spot in Spain. The fans agree. 3 Miami and a kind of pick from Nameless, but 5 points is 5 points. Am I right, Shift and Study?
I'm sorry,
Wagering man
on
here.
your downfall right now, Cloud9. I'm so sorry.
We got Shift.
You guys are so disrespectful. This is.
Are we or they?
Holy ball,
They've been close,
the fact
bro.
that we're putting odds down on Cloud9 is not okay.
What would you give? 5-1? No?
5-1 seems fair.
5-1 seems pretty fair.
Anything better than 1-1, I am taking it. I'm with you, Will. Let's go
right down
for a
right there.
C9 upset. 5-1, I'm down. Let's go. Game 5, New York. Come on.
New York Knicks in 5, Cloud9 in 5. Oh gosh, this is not the way we start a Saturday, friends. It's not the way. It's not respectful enough. But let's get into the thick of this all, Jay. I mean, flat out. I mean, the desk is absolutely right. We get to those last couple of moments, those last 5 minutes of a game, and it just feels like everything just starts to go awry for Cloud9. They need to find a way to polish that up because on the other side, Miami is still trying to find themselves as well with the substitution from Trakes.
Yeah, if you are C9, I don't know how many times we have to say it every time we cast these guys. It's the same exact mistakes that cause the same exact results. Eventually, you have to be able to attack those things because there's no way you are pushing some of the best hardpoint teams in the game all the way to the distance, and you're just not able to close out in so many different situations. It's like 0-10 in HP in this stage alone. And going up against a new Miami team, even though it's familiar faces of the old lineup,
like this is a team that you could potentially catch lacking, because even though Miami came out the gates last week and destroyed FaZe, they've always been the FaZe boogeyman. It's like they get an extra 25% added to their gun skill whenever they're shooting against the likes of Sip and Draza. But Cloud9 are just a team that can catch you off guard with the unexpected. So if you're on Miami, nameless hitting on the head, you can't afford to lose this match. You need to be able to win it 3-0 or 3-1 so you can continue to build your confidence going into the event.
I like that. Like that a lot. So I don't know. It just feels like both these two teams are on relatively level playing field at the moment, just based on how things have kind of gone. You know, for Miami, we see it obviously with Trakes. Like, dude, he has been destroying in challengers, and it makes you wonder, was this the right call for Heretics? And now you're going up against these four young guns that are, I would say, like a signature of what Black Ops 7 does to an opportunistic young SMG player, where like you have an insane cracked out POV. You're able to hit all of these wall bounces, slides, sprints, all the things that just make you so elusive. Can Miami actually hang with that without having Trakes there? You know, you look at Cloud9's road, it's not been an easy one with matches versus things like Thieves. You know, you drop a unlosable series that looked like versus Toronto. And then Boston, who honestly, again, like what is going on with Boston? I mean, they are looking pretty solid. G2 kind of the same story there. So it's just like, it's not been an easy road for Cloud9, but at the same point, a team that's just outside the bubble at champs, you have to be able to beat.
Yeah, but it's good to see that they don't have any zeros next to any of those threes for the opposing team. These guys are winning maps ever since they make that roster change and bring in Webby, because he has been an outstanding POV to watch. He brings it in the slaying presence. You know what he's capable of in Search and Destroy. You just haven't been able to do it all together to get a W. So now that this young man and the entire organization want to see one go through the hoop, and this might be your best chance at it, because still Miami are fresh.
Yeah. Okay, well, there's the setup for it. Let's take a look at the standings just to give you an idea of where these two teams currently fall. And for Major 4 in particular, not the full season standings. Again, Miami is still looking for an opportunity to get into the upper bracket, and they've got a chance without question, especially with this matchup here versus Cloud9 to get them their second win.
Surge in their next matchup, too.
Yeah, I'd say the Surge is their next match. So, like, they've got a favorable schedule to do it, so no mistakes allowed here for Miami. The interesting thing is, you know, we talked about the Des talked about a little bit, like talking about the Toronto versus OpTic matchup. Toronto's going to have to show something as well, because for Miami, they were able to come out and take a big win versus FaZe, like he called it. It's just something about them playing up against FaZe. They're 4-0 on them this season. They've only lost 2 maps, but lose a map 5 versus Riyadh, you get kind of smoked by OpTic. Yeah. So you have to show us that same dominance versus FaZe here and also tomorrow.
Yeah, those first 2 matches were still with Trakes in the lineup, and you could just tell that Miami didn't really like the squad anymore. They were having issues internally that caused them to show it on the gameplay, and that's why you make the roster change to bring in Real after the minor, because even during the minor, you get in there, you play Vancouver, you get 3-0, and everybody's saying, like, what the hell did Miami do? Why did they make that roster change if you're going to lose to teams like that? But then you shut everybody up by dominating FaZe the way that you did. You can potentially put yourself back into that form that you found yourself last season, always contesting in that top 3 with this core 4. We just, like Real said in his interview, are a little bit late to this practice stuff, so it's all catch-up from this point on.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of time for that catch-up to really make sense of it all.
Not at all.
I mean, I know that there's the level of the you know, familiarity of what they were at the end of last year, but this game feels very different than what last year's did. I think especially because of how the timings and things work, in particular on Respawn. Search kind of is what Search is, but that's going to be the biggest issue for Miami. So we'll kind of see. We're waiting for a little bit of a tech situation to get figured out. So we're going to go to a quick break. We come back, map number 1 with Miami taking on Cloud9. Be right back.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup this summer. Scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Because this jersey doesn't have Monster on it, so it might be CG. This is last year's jersey, though, so. I know it's something last year's. Pull up on the last year's. The blueprint is
saying go back, rewind it. What happened, bro?
Huge upset.
Right at it, Tom. Man. Oh. In a grand final.
What the is going on?
It has been a number of upsets in the opener, our winners bracket. After that, things started.
Sorry, Puma.
Massive.
He's dead.
Making that little. No, if you would really call it.
Find me this guy, bro.
I'm pretty sure it was. I'm pretty sure it was Cowboy.
No. I need somebody to find me this guy. Whoever this guy is, whoever's at the venue right now, you find me this guy.
Yeah, Tom's got a 10K reward.
Well, Hex is claiming this is going to be the best champs ever. Well, for these two, it absolutely was. Just a moment ago in the venue, the green wall, the rest of the venue, of course, giving the congratulations to that lucky couple. Heck of a way to set a proposal up, I'll say.
Hello there, friends. We're back, and it looks like we're just about ready to go with map number 1. So not too much of a delay for you all, and we're going to take a look just back at the map set one more time in case you fell asleep or forgot. Colossus Hardpoint will wake you right back up, and then the 3 dens in the middle, Jay. Where's your kind of headspace at talking about this map set right now for both teams?
Oh, I do love all triple of the dens for C9. I feel like every time they are winning maps or playing them very tight, it's always on dead. And to start off on a map like Colossus, you're just trying to see one go through the hoop. They have played every other map besides this one, and that has led to a loss. So trying to throw something against the wall and see if it sticks. Let's see what they got on Colossus.
Yeah, played it a bunch of the major 3 quals. Have not found any success on it, though. I mean, you have to go all the way back to the first week of the CDL when this Cloud9 organization was able to win a map on Colossus. They are 1-12 on it as an organization. Not great. Not what you want to see. It's actually very, very bad. But on the other side for Miami, this is, I think, a pure spotlight onto Real. Can he find a way to bring that extra slaying presence that apparently Miami wanted to see when they made their move? So here we go. We got Miami, we got Cloud9, Colossus Hardpoint. Let's get it home.
And the thing I love about Miami on Colossus compared to every other hardpoint game is the fact that they're able to fill gaps the way that they do. Because Super and Rankar aren't going to shy away from using the NPC. So they can be hand-in-hand with their teammates getting effective trades. But if they're able to figure out this system on this map compared to every other map, that's when they can get their hardpoint game back to that insane level.
Yeah.
Into the P1, they're making it mixy, still 25 seconds to go.
Nice.
So far, Miami dominating in this lane.
Yeah, but a good triple right there from Hyde actually has a natural setup here to surround this hardpoint for Cloud9 New York, but they got a little bit turned around. Real up and out, able to find one. Shots over the top, not going to land on an Ezra, who stays alive very nicely. Semtex trying to get a little bit more space. Not fully going to happen, so not a lot of time for either team here. We look over towards P2. Cloud9 currently there, currently holding spawns, looking solid. Just need to find a way to hold this setup.
Yeah, and that's going to be an easy way to start it by getting that first kill. Now it's going to force Miami to slow down, knowing that they don't have the advantage anymore. But Real still showing presence through top mid, causing a distraction, opens up this lane here for Super. Miami are in sync. That's such a clean break now for at least 40 seconds.
Oh, big second for Metals over the top of the statue. Looking for one more. We'll grab it. Huge triple. And Miami don't just get the spawn win with that route you call out. Now they've got a lot of space in front of the hard point. This back 30 is looking nasty. Metals is not missing. Oh my goodness. A 5 streak for him. 7-4 before eventually being taken down. The Hellstorm not earned, but so much damage dealt. Now Real looking for the pinch. Doesn't quite finish off the first kill though. Maybe a chance for Cloud9 to finesse for some of the scrap time, but no. Super bounces right on in, finds the double, and now we're on to 3.
And we always consistently talk about the Heretics the same fashion with that X Factor conversation. It's always going to fall into the hands of Metals. In that series versus FaZe, he actually leads his entire team in damage, and that could be due to them releasing Trakes. Trakes was playing at a tremendous pace, but if you bring the core 3 back, you can now play at that pace that you want to. So Metals really setting the tone all over the map as he finds another double here.
10-5 start, holy cow. Real looking to clean up the tunnel, finds one through the wall, steps away from the second, eventually dealt with by Nedra, but the trades are in on both sides. Open hard point. Super falls over towards that backside tunnel, so it leaves Metals by himself, but he's taking a ton of nade damage. So he'll sit, he'll wait, Cloud9 will get in for the time being, and finally starting to get some time to cut into this current lead.
Yeah, they desperately need some time because we're on the 3rd hill and you're just passing that 30-point mark. We're up to 10 a hard point, and that's not going to lead to a victory, so we have to start to be able to set up properly and earn ourselves a good chunk of time because so far this entire game, like, Miami are controlling the pacing. Cloud9 had the initial spawns for the P2, but they instantly got flipped out. You lose the rotation over towards P3, but this might be the opportunity for you to finally put yourself in the advantage here at the money at 4.
Yeah, great timing on that. Essentially 4-man wipe. And the rotation over had Miami spawning out old. as P3 was still active. And so as the fourth comes together, Cloud9 have a perfect setup. But can they hold? That was the biggest problem that we had from yesterday. The setups looked good, then a flood would come through and they wouldn't find the gunfight wins. And that's already happening again. I mean, what do you mean Encourage is the only one to try to deal with this pure hit from the front? It cannot be that simple. It just cannot be.
No, I can't. Like, Encourage, he doesn't even have a trophy system invested to keep him safe from stuns and nades. So someone has to at least set up the crossfire through mid yellow to make his job a whole lot easier. Because Miami flood their way through the front, and they're never going to look back at this. This final 50 second is looking to go their way. Final push here from C9. Encourage whips out the MPC and is able to clean up the rest. Locates killed number 4, and that's a good sequence because now it allows your teammates to be pushed up through mid.
Yeah, and neutralizes most of that back 15 seconds scrap time, but Miami are quick to return back over towards mid-map. They get the wins that they need to open up P1 in their time. It is another moment that Cloud9 should have an early advantage. Granted, it is a more neutral hardpoint, but we just have to be able to hold the space that we've gained much better than that, especially in the face of Super going 5 and 11 right now. That is not common, and you don't anticipate that that's going to stick. So you're down about 50. Metals is still playing over towards backside statue, and now we got a 3-for-2 exchange. Cloud9 can get in while Real plays his life.
Patient as hell right there from C9 to set up that break opportunity. But if you're going to play it that slow, you have to make sure that it counts. So the break is good, potentially for this final 30 seconds. Even though you do lose the spawns, you know that you need this time. Because Miami aren't going to be willing to give it up for free. They're going to take the risk. They got to try to go back for the chow. You lose the 2 first players, but Red Core responds with 3. Now it's a 1-on-1 for this side of the map.
Yeah, and he's guessed it, predicted correctly. Oh my gosh. He's on 4, has single-handedly won over the P2 side of the map. And the spawns for now against Cloud9. Next read over through this overextension. Looks like it's pretty well understood. And Redcore gets 1, bouncing off the walls, Metals for another. But last one to stay alive is Hyde from Cloud9. That should move the spawns around. Super in some trouble on the hill, and he still has not found a way to get things going. Another 3 lives where he's not able to find a single kill.
Yeah, but that's a fantastic break opportunity for C9. I was expecting them, all right, we're spawning out, let's 4 back to the front, but no. Doing the fundamental aspect correctly, sending 3 people on the long route, getting the trade, slipping the spawns out, and now soaking up all of this time. Still 25 seconds left to play with, but Real through double door creates the opening here for Miami to keep this one scrappy to the end.
It's another break from the front that Cloud9 allowed to happen, and you just can't. You just cannot allow that to happen. You're right about to make this a tie game. They go back over, find the scrap time, and now we're on rotation as we listen in with Cloud9 New York.
Oh, yeah, bowheady.
They're all spawning old. They're spawning old.
Need a tunnel, need a tunnel on 4. Take your time. Take your time. There's 2 tunnels, guys. Take your time. Let's go around, okay? Let's go around.
Yeah, I'm down like that.
I have top mid, okay? You guys can go around.
You might be laning out.
I'm gonna go top mid. I'm gonna go top mid for you guys. I'm leaning our fucking crate. I'm leaning our crate. You're wrapping me.
Deep bad, bro. Deep bad.
Good shit.
We got Eddie.
We got it. There's 2 tunnels. Close trade on the wall.
Real 90.
I'm on P4. They're gonna
Hold on.
I got it. Super.
We can tunnel.
We got it. What's in there? Iron up. No. Got it. I'm absolutely. Chop me.
I have a tunnel. Tunnel. Metal.
Okay, one shot. Got it. One shot.
All front.
I'm laying over.
One shot.
He's
on the god Eddie, on the boat.
On boat heading. Boat heading, close to him, bro.
Close heading. One shot. I'm out.
One shot in there, super. He's not telling, bro.
On a boat. One shot boat.
Super.
Bad. One shot boat.
Tunnel, guys. Ivory boat.
One shot.
Nice.
One shot with metals.
Yeah,
wow. One shot, he's okay, so y'all still play.
Real new week.
Okay,
I'm absolute. I'm playing my back.
Yeah. You won one shot, one sider,
Metals week. Let's shoot 2 on hill, Go me on hill.
In the back.
Shut up. Hang on.
I have you on, bro.
You guys have trophy, Yeah, I have trophy. I'm going left. I'm wrapping my left. They can be left, right? Left. 2 left. I'm dead. Yeah. One sider. Deep sider. Yo, what's the back Rancor?
Oh, deep.
Super Rancor. One sider.
Two sider. Real Rancor.
Metals back there. One shot. I'm one shot.
I need. Yo, super read the back there.
Back then. One shot.
Back door. Dying it, Dad. One more.
Back door. Nice.
I'll be
Sider. Yeah, he's shot.
We
out.
I need
I'm wrapping. I'm picking up. Yo, tunnels open. Okay, guys.
They need me P1.
I'll give you one.
Well, it's a story that has been written time and time again. Cloud9 just continue to put themselves in good spots, just cannot find full value out of it. And Miami are now putting themselves into win condition, Jay.
Yeah, it was just a bad sequence at the P3 that really started to spiral this game the way that it has been. Because Cloud9, and initially when we jumped to the Lissidon, you could hear it in the comms. All right, let's everybody work her out. Let's push her on the backside. The first attempt gets shut down, but then I'm expecting someone to do it on your second attempt, because after that, you're just going one by one through the front door, and they were just gunning you down. And it still allows Miami to keep that comfortable 40-point lead, but still 20 seconds remaining at this P1. It turns into the battle for the spawns, and Webby is starting to get hot.
Yeah, absolutely is, but is it going to be hot enough here at the end of this map? Over towards P2, we start to focus. Rencour's able to shut down Webby, and that leaves just Encourage as the last one left, but he only finds one, and look at the spawn. Super just pops up right in front of the hard point, and he's in a perfect spot trying to cut off this rotation, but doesn't anticipate that two Cloud9 members are here. So now it's just down to what Real can do from the back. Rencour still kind of focusing from the front. Can't quite get here in time, and it looks like for Miami, they're going to play from the front of the hill here. Not much choice otherwise, and Rencour still gets you two. If this third player in Webby falls, that's going to be spawns moving, but no, Webby's able to find one, get another wave of spawns here for Cloud9.
Just the fact that Rencour is able to walk away with two when it was a 4v2 scenario, we have to quickly be able to get that trade. He's 25 and 18. So many masterful multi-kills after multi-kills in the feed, and he continues to dominate statue control, just not making it easy for Cloud9 to hit all these shortcut routes with those NPCs.
No, not at all. And now we're down to the dying moments, 230 to 164. There's Hellstorms in the way. So Cloud9 would have to polish this up right now. And as they send two players to finesse the old time, they will drop. The third falls, and that's all four dead. Man, it's just another one of those maps for Cloud9 that, like, they're in it, they're close, they're getting the good rotations in the first set of hills. But then all of a sudden, it's another break from the front that kills them. It's another break from the front that kills them. They can't quite lock down the Naker to the spawns. And Miami just end up running away with this map, pending they can get these last 2 seconds here.
Yeah, they're going to go for the double chow. Rencour, of course, is finding one in the kill feed, and Miami take care of business on the Colossus. The majority of the game, Rencour is just locking down with that M15, keeping every long-distance gunfight right in front of him, and allowing his SMGs to just set the tone, set the pace, and create those openings. But if you are Cloud9, you, like you said, we're fighting. It's just, there's so many different moments in this game where if you just have it go your way, then you're victorious. Like when we go from the P2 to the P3 on the first set, we're only down by 20 to 30 points. At the end of it, Miami breaking for the final 20, so that should give you the indication, let's just cut our losses and rotate over towards new. You don't. So then that allows Miami to be there early, to push you back, to keep that one scrappy, and then when you need to make up for it at the P4, you win the rotation, you lock down the first 10, but then the setup just has way too many openings that people just walk through the front door for free. It's too many issues for Cloud9 to continue to keep on stacking up, Al, and it's tough to see.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. Another map for Nezra that has been uncharacteristic for how he's played largely with this team. 18 and 28, only 2,600 damage. And he was, I would say, like before the Webby change, the player that I was kind of most excited about on this team. I mean, he was doing his thing, but something about this, either the roster change or how they're identifying how they want to play the maps, has kind of had him down to the dumps the last couple of days in what they're doing, is on the map, which is odd to see. I mean, I think you'd probably agree, right, Jay? Like, Nedra was one of those guys that we thought was kind of like, okay, like there is a shining star potentially here, but the last 3-4 respawns, he's been a little absent.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think it has to be due to them just trying to fix those little mistakes. Because when you try to put a lot of focus on one thing, you can get lackluster in another. So when you're seeing on the minimap Cloud9 setting up their break opportunities, you got to see how slow they are. It's like one person gets to a position, or I'm going to camp a corner here and just wait for all my teammates to take more space and just try to set up the most perfect break opportunity. And when you're trying to nitpick the little things about the game, sometimes it can play a big part in your entire gameplay. So Nezra still not seeming to be comfortable with the new lineup, but still have time to make up for it. It's search or destroy. It's been a story for this C9 team. You lose hard points, but you always bounce back in map 2s.
Yeah, and I will say, kind of talking over this hard point from the other side for Miami, I thought they played the map really, really well. When they were losing out on rotations, they were finding really good timings of putting pressure on the spawns as well as on the hard point. Some of the time here versus Cloud9, they really get both of those things at once, but even if they weren't, they were still finding a good 1v1 win with the timing to impact the spawns or impact the hard point, and it just throws that extra little bit of chaos into your opponent. So I would say really good stuff for Miami overall as well. in particular, that second set of hills is where it really starts to get away from Cloud9. Honestly, you kind of talk about what the style for Miami looks like without Trakes and with Real. This is a good sample, I think, for what Miami can expect for respawns.
Yeah, you always got to expect Miami to bring their slaying presence. And they can do it versus the likes of teams like Cloud9. They did it versus FaZe because obviously they didn't FaZe Boogeyman. But the question always for this team is what they're like on land versus those top teams in these modes. With Real, at least, they've been looking great in their recent form. Obviously, you take care of FaZe with ease, and then you watch FaZe do what they did in their matchup yesterday, and you're like, wow, that's an even better matchup than we thought. But it's, again, a continuing working process is for Miami. I truly want to see them get their S&D back to that point where it was basically unbeatable, and Super was having so much impact with the sniper, because I don't know what's been happening in the last two stages with the NPC meta changing, forcing them to be a little bit more uncomfortable. But now that you got Real back in the mix, who's a slow and steady SMG, Super, we got to start popping takeover with the boomstick again.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the Den coming up here. I mean, it can definitely be a factor without question. And for Den in particular, it's actually a map that Miami have not played in quite some time. I mean, we're talking to go all the way back to Major 2 qualifiers last time they played this map. For Cloud9 New York, they had the round 11 win versus Toronto here most recently, but that was actually, I think, the first time that this iteration of the roster had played the map. So this roster is 1-0 on the map. Can they find a way to take down this Miami team, do what they've done mostly throughout the history of the dramatic Cloud9 roster change, and just keep being pretty good in Search and Destroy? Can't lie, pretty good.
Yeah, they just always show us some new tech. Every time you see this squad spawning on a map, I remember as soon as Raid was in the mix and they spawned it for the first time, the amount of water routes that Hyde was going to hit, eventually all the leagues saw it and they started to do the same exact thing. These guys are bred and born in Search and Destroy. This is where they got to show us something that we have yet to see before if they want to try to tie this series up, because Miami got to continue to ride the high. Famous said it. You got to win the 3-0. You got to win in the 3-1.
Like that. Okay. Here we go. Miami going to be on the defense first. Cloud9 taking Wevy's scope, at least for a moment, over towards Hole. And Encourage. I don't know if he actually saw this little slide over. No, Real is going to get forward here, but he's under some pressure. Needs some help. Wevy trying to provide that assistance over the top. Good prediction, good shot. Super will drop, and now Miami's in a little bit of trouble here defensively. They're stuck at mid.
Yeah, because you know if you are C9, they have statue control, so there's no need to contest that. Let's wrap it over through the B side. Potentially invest a smoke grenade to eliminate that line of sight from mid-cut and get this bomb down, but it's a 4v3, no need to rush.
Oh, nice nade, though. Lands right on top of Nedra, who was trying to play for the early plant, but Encourage will pick it up and get the rock down. A little check there from Hyde. Won't reveal any Miami defenders nearby. Now they'll make their play. First shoulder, you see the one in the outer. Good prediction onto Encourage as well. Unreal understanding from Miami, but Wevy's able to connect another snipe onto Real. He can keep his focus forward, and Wevy's looking for all four, but Rancor's able to shut him down. Hyde with the long wrap. In what world would Rancor ever predict this? Has he predicted this? He looked at it for a moment, but now he's lost him. And the advantage to Hyde is significant. 13 seconds on the clock. Shots are clean. Cloud9 take the opener.
Yeah, Hyde is so good of living up to the gamer tag, playing in hide and seek with so much time on the clock. You know who you're going up against. Rancor doesn't really like to stick to defuse. So you check it, you get great timing pushing through Dojo. But the young rookie in Wevy is able to find 3 with the sniper. All reactionary, all persistent shots. Great round there from the young buck.
That last one is insane. So big from Wevy, already establishing that scope dominance that you were talking about needed to be there for Super. This time, Miami's still feeling like they want to put pressure down through mid. Quick look up towards the top side window, gets Metals to that position, dancing through, and Wevy's got no chance to hit that snipe. So now an early 4v3, Metals is forward at mid.
Yeah, now with all mid control, if you're RC now, we need to eliminate this potential B-bomb plant going down. We throw a shoulder through mid-map, we're able to spot out Metals with the plays at A.
Yeah, Metals is in a little bit of trouble here. The isolation's trying to come through, but the help over towards the A site is already there. So Metals will get a second before dropping, and the bomb will be planted behind this. Hyde thinking about it. Semtex in, but it's a counter nade from Rancor that puts him out of commission and leaves Encourage by himself in a 1v3.
Check your corners, or not. It's going to be an easy round there for the Heretics. So far, their strategy here on Den is we're taking mid-map away. We're basically locking down one side and force you to play the other. But off of a confident round that Webby just had in round 1, you're probably expecting him to still be playing around mid-map, prepared for another shot. So you back him down, allow Metals to get the jump on him for the first blood, and then the rotation over towards rooftops, able to isolate everybody else on the side of Cloud9. Easy round there for the Heretics.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Okay. So we get off this setup for Cloud9 looking at A initially, but Miami have taken an aggressive setup, making their way through mid-cut a little bit at B, and they want more than that. Now, this is going to be allowed to happen for Cloud9. Hyde is just sitting here looking for the information if they push through. And Miami are going to sit here and say, well, if we haven't seen anything at all through B, we're not even going to bother trying to play aggressive. We're just going to set up a little bit more of a stack at this A site.
And so far, C9 haven't really made any moves yet. Not drawing the attention, but a lot of stuns and nades getting invested over towards rooftops now. But Miami are still thinking that the play is going to be on the opposite side of the map. So if you are C9, you need to take this phase.
Yeah, I mean, Miami knows that those nades are tossed, but they're not biting on what may have been a little bit of a show of force. Looks like Cloud9 with 35 are going to start committing. Great timing from Hyde on this lurk route. Needs to keep his life and will be able to.
Oh, they're wrapping it out?
They're wrapping it out? No. If Real shuts this play down... Oh, no. Okay, he's only able to get one. I was going to say, that was a bold choice to set up your lurker, and then all of a sudden, you try to go to where you don't have any information, but what a shot on a Webby on the mantle, and Cloud9 will still get the attack.
This guy's hitting quick scopes. Okay, I told you. Yeah. C9 always going to do some unorthodox stuff in search of destroy. You got all bomb site control, but if a kill goes down in 30 seconds on the opposite side, we're still going to be thinking about the rotation. And Webby is still hitting shots like that. Yeah, that's an insane one. Like, Rancor is not expected to die there, but yeah, you just got to tip the cap there. Great shot, rookie.
Yeah, I'll say. He's been hitting, I mean, everything it feels like. Currently top sniper in the game, maybe. Like in this very moment. I mean, we haven't really seen Super do what he's been usually doing. Who's maybe the other one? I don't know, hard to say. Sib, maybe.
X-Nid?
Webby's been good. Trophies are out here for this Miami approach through Dojo. Webby's going to go to the NPC this time, and Cloud9 look like they want to try to play a quick contest of this spike. This bomb, pardon me. Encourage able to find the first. Trying to wall bang, and well, Hyde will drop, but Encourage finds a second pistol out, looking for a chase down onto Rencor, but he gets out of there. Now the bomb is down for Miami, so this is a tough spot to recover in a 2v3, but they have a chance keeping their lives like this, and Webby doesn't want to give them that chance, just trying to take it away, and more damage comes through. Nedra is able to find one, and left to Super for the remainder of what would be a total 1v3.
Oh my God, these guys are so risky. Like 3v2, the guy got out of dodge. No need to force the next gunfight, but now to 1v2, it's more manageable here for Super. Both players from C9 are just going to back up the Dojo, most likely have the information that the bomb's going to be down right in front of them, and time is getting away from Super.
Yeah. Well, there's the vision, there's the scene, and there's, I believe, Encourage with another elimination. He has been putting it together here in this round. I think he got 3 in total. Good stuff, Cloud9, grow the gap.
Yeah, and that just catches Miami off guard right there on their offensive approach. You use the smoke grenade, you get it pushed over towards Dojo. The team kill definitely plays a part here, but Encourage being the aggressor. Sometimes he overchallenges a little bit too much, but this time he plays it to perfection. Knowing that these guys are going to be weak, let me just walk on in with the NPC and clean up the rest.
Yeah.
C9 up 2.
Okay. Ooh, look at this from Miami. 4-man play over towards A. They're going to get Metals and Real, the SMGs, through rooftops quick. Super was likely sniping behind that, and they're going to 4-man flood the back. And Webby's going to have maybe a chance here, depending on the time when he checks. He's able to find one. Damage out for a second, not going to happen. Does he see more than that in his kill cam, though? It looks like maybe he has. Cloud9 stretching back over towards Dojo patio. And Nedris is going to throw shoulders to watch to see when the contest for the bomb comes.
Yeah, so much time and so much info gain on the pressure towards Combo. And now with only 25 seconds left, this is where I'm expecting Hyde to start to work this late round, because you're leaving your teammates out to dry. But thankfully, the frag connects, Encourage's bullets are still connecting, and Nezra and Encourage are able to hold it down and say, Hyde, you can continue to hide back there at Dragon. C9 with 3 rounds in a row, outclassing the Heretics, and realistically, I'm not liking this gameplay for Miami. When they have been great at search and destroy, that's when they spread the map and are able to gather the information, which allows Super to be set up to potentially get those first bloods. But they just keep on trying to be the aggressors, not allowing him to be impactful, and that's allowing C9 to capitalize.
Yeah, man, I get it, what you're trying to do there if you're Miami. Throw something different, but the information that you give up to Webby there is everything for Cloud9. And yeah, there's a moment where like you might want to come help the play if you're Hyde, but at the same time, they didn't maybe know that all 4 players were there. Still a really good setup, really good coverage, and now 4-1 the count. And looks like Miami's going to go back to their round 1 setup. Put Metals over towards the bottom side at window, keep the focus at B, have Super watch the flank.
Yeah, this is so much better of a setup here because you have mid-map guaranteed, and now that you find that first blood, this B bomb is also going to be guaranteed. You have the numbers, you got 45 seconds, and anybody that crosses through mid-statues is going to be into the hands of Metals.
Oh, but Metals gives up his position for I don't know what reason. Hyde's able to find him on the timing and get 3v3 going now. Super tags out, trying to be a nuisance top window. We'll back away, try to help out the post plan of Real over towards B, who is taking some nade damage.
Webby has a snipe too.
Yeah. Well, there's the first. Webby's able to hit the snipe over onto Real. Inside this packed building, though. Nedra shuts down Real. Webby tagged by Super. Bomb being defused by Nedra. You got to get up. You got to find a kill. You have not even to find the first one. Maybe if you take the shots towards the bomb diffuser, you just win the round by the clock. But instead, it's Webby up close and personal that gets the win.
Yeah, Webby finds another couple of kills on that round. One with the sniper, one with the NPC. Beautifully played, knowing that this is just the one gunfight I need to get to guarantee this round. But what a misplay out of the Heretics.
Yeah.
It couldn't have been any better there, Al. You get the first blood at the B site when there's only one player playing that side of the map. You have all of mid-map control to go with it as soon as that bomb goes down, and Metals just decides to turn the corner at the wrong time and give up all that mid space. Now put your teammates in a position where they had to try to contest that with Webby using a sniper on the other side. It's just not ideal. And now Cloud9 at game point.
Yeah, that was a poor decision for Metals. If you're trying to get in to play the flank at Dojo, wait for the retake hit to come through. Real Metals now trying to play forward towards couches. Webby's gotten a read on both of this though. Cooks up a nade. SMG out, finds
both. Man.
And I think there's a Hellstorm coming through as well.
Yep.
So Cloud9 looking good, 4-2. And they should take this map 6-1. Super up close and personal. Webby's going to be, trying to look for the ace, baby. But Super finds one with a pistol. Team shots come through, just down to Redcore. And Cloud9 will just keep him at bay for a little while longer. Another really good search and destroy from Cloud9.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. It just outclassed the Heretics in what used to be their best game mode. But somehow encourages, going to give up his life for free. So Redcore still has an option here.
Oh, man. Redcore just going to go quickly. 1v1 versus Hyde. Still looking for the information. Hyde has done the little hide and seek play, but Hyde's low. Smoke in the corner. Trying to jump. Gets away. Plays the clock perfectly. Looking for the final blood. May not make a difference. Will not happen. Redcore finds the slice, but Cloud9 find the 6-1 search. And that now puts them on a handful of really clean search and destroys. The 6-2 yesterday, the 6-1 now. Unreal.
Yeah, they just outclassed Miami on a map that they haven't played in quite some time, but I was expecting better strategies. Just like you're not really playing around the guys who put you in that position to usually find a lot of success. It was just trying to take mid-map, trying to 4-man push the rooftops, and it was always the blind counters on the side of C9 that were catching you off guard.
Yeah.
You have to be able to set up Super. And I know that this is, I guess, freshly a new team ever since their roster changed, but you guys understand what it's like to play with each other. You understand what your win condition was last year in Search and Destroy. Slow and steady wins the race. SMGs take calculated risks. But sometimes we're taking risks for no apparent reason and getting caught.
Yeah.
That allowed Cloud9 to quickly tie up this series.
Well, Cloud9 still doing the thing in Search. 2 more instances of Dan now confirmed with the Overload coming up next. Cloud9 played this quite a bit in their Major 3 quals and at the Major itself, but it has not treated them well. Overall, Respawns haven't. So we'll see if they can find a way to correct that and kind of come off of the loss yesterday versus Thieves, which, again, there were a number of moments that they should have scored on. So can they find that offensive efficiency moving into Overload? That's what I think the wonder is going to be. And we jump to break. We come back with map number 3. Dan Overload, right for this.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup this summer. Scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Now the Ravens soar. Now the Ravens battle. The final 5 moments for them now. What a turnaround. What a tournament. Carolina survive. OpTic Texas, go home.
Down to 3 for either side. This is going to be it. Last ditch attempt. Flying with a point. Joe Deceives gets his. But 3 seconds to go. You've got to get on the zone, lad. Fresh mag. Send it. Wins it. Oh my God. It's a 2v1. Diamond Con. Can you do it? The boys are on the capture. It's now a 1v1. What a round of control. Diamond Con, if you win this. God damn, what a round.
One's got front door, you guys.
Front door.
Hold front. They're clear.
Back door. One shot. Back right. Back.
And inside calls game.
Come on, baby!
That's what
Look over him. You can see everything.
Absolutely planning for us.
No.
Back circle, weak. Back circle, weak.
Back circle, I'll get you.
Back circle, 3, 2, loads bomb. I'm ready to move.
So weak.
No.
Damn it, go home. Oh my God.
Let's go, man.
Let's go.
Oh my God, my bad, bro.
Oh my God.
Welcome back there, friends. We are getting ready to go for another instance of Den overload here between Cloud9 and Miami and the Heretics. Yeah, so far, Jay, it's just, I can't say it enough. These last 2 days of Search and Destroy for Cloud9 have looked unbelievable. They're getting closer on what they're doing in Overload. I think that really is the help that Webby brings to the mix. I mean, yesterday versus Thieves on Scar, he was shooting, man, and it gives them a chance. It's just getting the actual offensive opportunity to A, start, but B, get through is where they really missed out yesterday.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, like, they were so close in that Overload versus LA2 are probably the best Overload team in the game. Right now, they're going against a newly looked Miami Heretics who have yet to win an Overload. And the last couple of times they have played this game mode, they're getting their ass whooped.
Yeah.
1 versus FaZe was unbelievable. You get outslayed tremendously, and this is where I truly think that roster change will hurt them. Because Trace, without a doubt, was always that playmaking SMG that can guarantee you space as your lead blocker and always find that opening kill. But with Meadows and Real now having to lead the charge in those aspects, if they're not winning those one-on-ones because they do play at a slower place than Trace, then it turns out to be a struggle for this squad because they usually rely on heavy slaying in their respawn. And in this game mode, they have yet to find it with the new lineup, so they have to figure it out quick.
Yeah, I mean, overall, this is a 6 Overload lose streak for Miami. In this particular stage, it's been the last 4 that you see there, including the 1-7 versus Vegas on Gridlock. First time they played it, probably the last time they'll play it. And then the Exposure, which has been one of their most played maps, they looked completely lost versus OpTic. So the new roster really struggling to get the Overload together. And isn't that just the story of Miami? It always feels like the map 3 just continues to elude them. Whether that's at the beginning of the year with a newer roster or at this moment, a new roster in the late part of the year. Good first blood from Encourage. Lots of nades to keep Metals away as well. And the break-off here for Cloud9 has been fluid.
It's perfect. So now if you are Super, the only player staying alive through 10 side, you need to value your life even more because Cena already putting a lot of pressure over towards Dojo. There's one player here to not try to get the stop. Renko is able to find an effective one-on-one, but do you have the stuns and the nades to slow them down? Because Cloud9 are running it down your gills. They get the first score.
Yeah, really clean break-off for Cloud9. Nezra able to get himself a second in this position. This may lead to a relay, especially if he wins this gunfight here. Oh, man. Wevy's going to grab, try to join Nezra over here through patio. He's trying to be hunted by Renkor, and he will eventually fall, but can Wevy still get there in time? Not quite. Encourage trying for the same thing, but the stun will land, and Miami will hold.
Yeah, it's a fantastic stun there, because if you are the Heretics, you don't want to blink and already be down 2-0. So an effective goal line stop, now trying to turn it into offense. All out pressure on the right side of your mini-map. Super opens up with a frag, but instead of committing on this play, we're going to wrap it back. I don't know what the hell they're doing.
No clue, dude. No clue. Miami's going to try to bully their way around. Hyde is waiting and watching. Easy. But he grabs the EMP just when he wanted to take the second gunfight. That's unfortunate. We've all been there. Trades come through, but Miami's got some space to work this out of roofs.
Yeah, but it's a 2v2. So now you need to value your life even more if you are Nezra, because Renkor finds the opening. Your teammates are not going to be here to quickly find this kill or the trade. And it's Renkor who single-handedly gets that done there for the Heretics.
Yeah.
So the rotation over towards rooftop works out. Now the reset at rooftops is going to allow Miami an instant opportunity again.
Yeah, this is an absolutely beautiful setup for it. Super just needs to try to keep blocking out these spawns. Trade comes through. Second score over to A. We don't often see that from the right side of the map. That double scores happen at the A site, but the zoning of the spawns, perfect after the initial score. And even though Metals is 0-6, Miami are starting to take over.
Yeah, because Renkor and Real already combined for 16 kills between each other. So those two single-handedly are keeping up in the slaying department. And now have a one-score lead. The battle for map immenses, and it's Super at least coming out on top for now, but they do lose their lead blocker. This is where Miami should grab that EMP and control the left side of the map, but they're still playing another wave of kills.
Whoop. Renkor cooking up a nade. Gets surprised by Nezra. Real for one, not a second, but the trade for Metals is in. Back to Couches. Super. Good for one, but not a second. Wevy trying to play off the flank, and he's able to catch Renkor switching between the knife and his main rifle. So now all of a sudden Cloud9 have got some forward pressure on both extremities of the map at the same time.
Yeah, that just wasn't efficient at all there from Miami, but thankfully Semtex able to connect onto the EMP carrier. So you're able to slow down the game a little bit, but it seems that Encourage just took someone from behind up top, so that's a guaranteed second kill. Wevy also finds another, and this should lead to an instant score because Encourage has all the info.
Well, at the moment, they don't really do much with that info. Nezra has been stuck over at mid. It looked like there was a free route to B, didn't really happen, and now Cloud9 are trying to manifest another attack. We'll see if Miami can hold. The Heretics will join them in the listen-in.
Está bien, hay info, se va para la derecha, dragón. Derecha, otro más. Hay info para la escalera. Venid izquierda. Voy a estar en medio solo, te veo estar en medio. Abajo info, corre. Te spam. Primero te tengo con.
Mírame mi check. Va medio negra.
Uno gana la otro más
Tengo Yulcon.
Vais a hacer chaco,
Como esto, vale, buscas uno. Escúchame,
está roto.
en roto, tengo roto yo.
Gracias con el super al fondo.
Muerto. Una foto lobby.
Vale,
Y rota atrás, rota atrás.
Wow. What a half from Miami. I mean, the initial break-off is about as perfect as you could ask for Cloud9. But then afterwards, I go back to the Encourage takeover where he gets the captive, and Nezra is still on the other side of the map where all of the Miami defenders are when there's a wide open B site. It's just they couldn't wrap it back around, and it looked like another window was kind of missed in Miami afterwards. Just the two scores in a row at A, and then the follow-up with the two scores at B are immaculate.
Yeah, so I'm going to retract my statement about a really bad play over towards rooftops because Miami understood. They're way smarter than me. They're still professional players. If we score from roofs, we instantly put ourselves in position to get that second score, and that's why they quickly took 2-1 before that 2-minute mark started to come down. But this is where Cloud9 and those little mistakes come back to bite them again because you had all dojo control. Encourage has info onto one player, and then also with the holding the player behind, you can see where everybody else is for the opposing squad. just wrapping that EMP through top window is usually never going to lead to a score. So Cloud9 got to work on their route running.
Yep, they sure do. 4-1 the count after the halftime gets accelerated by just a couple of seconds. And Miami's break off here on the left side of the map seems to be a little bit nicer than what they started off with, but trades will keep Cloud9's defense at least formidable enough to stop any early score potential. Metals is still hanging on 4 in a row, trying to play over through the middle of the map. He will find himself a 5th. Nice job there from him. And we keep moving on to see if Miami can follow behind this play as Metals is looking for a Hellstorm.
Yep, there goes kill number 6. He's not allowing any C9 players to keep this EMP safe. Kiso choosing the 50-50 correctly, but Super was thinking, I can grab this EMP and get out, but it's Hyde with the SMG. Actually pops a double, so that's 3 dead in the feed for Cloud9. Someone's just got to retrieve this EMP and put it towards Zojo's side.
Yeah, problem is you got Super holding the window. Riel doing the dance on the bottom side of the headies. And look at the play from Webby. It's really just down to can Cloud9 grab the EMP, rotate it back out. Super not able to find the kill, but they deal with Webby, who just played out a little bit too far right there, trying to cut off Miami before the EMP was even ready to be scored. So another offensive moment is kind of tossed aside.
Look at Nezra.
And now Super, yeah, feeling the pressure. We'll call in the Hellstorm. Does it get down in time? Nezra drops. EMP is going to try to keep itself safe, and everyone will fall. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's just a tough situation right there if you are Cloud9, because Webby was put to be in a very tough decision, because he's either going to try to help his team retrieve that EMP for the middle bat to work that pinch, or continue to be the lead blocker. By the time he makes that decision to go for the pinch, they're ready and waiting, and all that lead blocking that he did is for nothing. And then Miami on the counter now at 5-1.
Yep, Webby, nice win there, though. EMP going to spawn right behind him. He's got some good control of the archway. Nades largely deleted by the trophy system sets in play. Miami have put themselves into a defensive position on top of this B zone, and Riel wins one over to the middle of the map. So Miami will be feeling relatively comfortable, especially with that follow-up from Riel on this defense. And with 240 and you're up by 4, you can just hold this setup if you'd like to. If you're Miami, you get to force Cloud9 to make a move on you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The way that Riel has been playing so far in this series, I haven't seen it all season long. He has been unbelievable in these respawns, especially as the island guy, always being a nuisance, finding one gunfight that is changing the play drastically. And now when you're holding so long on the defensive side, the kills brew through the middle of the map, it allows you to push them out. And now it's 2 minutes left. Cloud9 got to play at a whole different level of pace.
Yeah, it's just, you're absolutely right, though. I think to call the difference in picture between Trakes and Riel, it does come by way of looseness and speed. Riel definitely playing way closer towards around the team and being more of an objective guy, where Trakes is usually just the one running around using cracked movement and aim to just completely obliterate teams. But it looks like Miami, at least versus Cloud9, which may not be saying as much as playing up against a top 8 team that you need to beat to get to champs, they're handling the map extremely well. I mean, you're absolutely right. 23 and 18, Super's 19 and 10, largely running what looks to be a rifle at sometimes. So it's just, it feels a little bit more calm for Miami compared to the chaos that was brooding success for them before.
Yep, a lot more controlled with this guy in the lineup, because just look at this playstyle. All right, if you're Cloud9, they're not going to take a risk. We have to make every move. But if he's going to play spots like that, we stand no chance at a comeback, because we get through the Riel trade, and then we check the next quarter, and it's Metal sitting up.
Yep.
So Miami, the minute and 10, just need to continue to hold.
Yeah, Super is just teeing off 5 in a row for him now before being dropped. But yep, just absolute blenders. And that will do it. 58 seconds on the clock. Not looking good for Cloud9 to do much of any scoring, let alone to get 4. And it kind of is, I would say, another moment where, as much as there were a couple of things that you could look back at and say Cloud9 maybe missed some opportunities, this is more of Miami playing really good Overload right now.
Oh yeah, they are controlling this pace, even after they give up that early first score to C9. Dictating how they want it to be played. ARs are slaying them to bits. SMGs are winning all their consistent one-on-ones. And every time we need to have a defensive stance, we are filling out the gaps correctly to not even give them a chance. The Miami Heretics, for the first time in about 7 times in their Overload gameplay, actually outslay their opponents and dominate in the game mode.
Riel is going to try to stop one more score from happening. Doesn't quite get the kill in time, but it's a mere footnote to potential just statistic differentials. Comfortable from start to finish. Well, maybe outside the first 30 seconds for Miami. 6-2 the count, and a 24 and 14 performance from Riel. So, yeah, I think it's really important that you bring up that comparison between how Trake's plays and what this team was trying to do versus what Real's bringing to the table now for Miami.
And he's got to be feeling so good, man, if you're Real, because his name was getting dragged through the mud, especially in the beginning of the season. You were thinking, all right, on Koi, with those kind of players, he should have a tremendous amount of success, but that wasn't the case. Then you get knocked down to challenges. People forget about you a little bit. But then Miami understand, like, this is when we were at the top of our game, when you were here. So they signed him back to that substitute spot, eventually work it through to put him back in the starting lineup. And this is the guy that you wanted to see, man. I'm very happy to see that he's putting up numbers like this, because he was always one of those SMG players that had those pop-offs. But to see his start off this year compared to every other year definitely threw me in a swirl of unknown.
Yeah, man, absolutely. But we'll take a look at the highlights back over to this overload. And I misspoke. I thought the 24 and 14 was Real. That was super. 30 total eliminations for Real in a blowout game. You know, it's just funny. Like, I think you're right in terms of how the year has gone for Real. It's just been one of those odd ones where it's just like initially we were all sitting here like, wait, what do you mean Miami's making a change after their third place finish last year? And now we're all sitting here like, what do you mean you're bringing back Real after Trakes has been a Rookie of the Year potential candidate? And we're starting to see that maybe Miami's got a little bit figured out. I mean, it's still hard to say. I mean, they're still floating and they still need points badly to put themselves in a position to guarantee themselves a champ's position, especially considering how the last couple of majors has gone. But I just, you look at this Miami team, and if they can play at this level and get their, here's the long and short of it. If they can play from a leader's advantage position, they're going to look like this. My worry is when they're down, they get blown out, is what it feels like. That's what I think it is for me.
And obviously also the level of competition that they're going up against really isn't the best. We talk about Cloud9, but just like what they're doing as a collective four, that's what you can start to take versus the better teams in the game, because they're using teamwork. They aren't taking risks. They aren't playing ISO ball. You said it perfectly, my friend. Like, Trakes was the guy who was always going to take that risk in a space where none of his teammates could trade him. Real is more in the play alongside his teammates a majority of this game. So it's just better teamwork so far from Miami, even though it's versus Cloud9 and in the respawns. And now you have an opportunity to close it out another respawn on Den HP.
Yeah, and I got to go back to that point because now I'm looking at the numbers, and you can even say that leader's advantage stat, talking about their series versus FaZe. Like, big hard point wins when they get into the lead, they don't drop them all that often. It's just when Miami has to play from the back foot. That's when things get difficult. But as we look at Den, you see the numbers. I mean, it's anytime you pull up a hard point statistic for Cloud9, it's not going to look pretty. But you look at what you get specifically for Miami, this is really good. Hold percentage, 87% is really good. Rotation win percentage may be a little bit better, but they also prefer to play some of the hard points. Like, we've seen them play P2 on Den from the front and actually kind of prefer that, which is odd to say, but they play this map very well. And now it's just down to making sure that, kind of like I just mentioned, you just don't fall behind early. Have to play comeback because their losses are bad. I mean, they're 118 to 250s, 140 to 250s. Like, their losses aren't close. So you got to get control of the map early is what I'm thinking for Miami.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt, man. And I think it's going to be easy with the ARs that you have, because Rencor, he's been outstanding with his slaying presence. I remember at the beginning of the year, or at least all of it until the meta change happens, he was one of the top ARs that we have in the game. But some turmoil inside the organization made his performance a little bit lackluster, but now in this series, he's still showing with that F15, he's a dangerous man. So you got to make sure if you are Cloud9, the little things have to be playing in the back of your mind. Because if you look at all of these Den hard points, they're all in winning positions. They have opportunities to close this out. They just need to be having better closing moments at the end of these games.
Yes, sir. Yeah. It's, I mean, 1 in 12. What are we talking about? Not good. Okay, here we go. Let's see if Miami can find a way to close this thing out, or will Cloud9 be able to finally ice up on this map? You saw it in their last 5. Almost all of them were over 230 to 250s. It just goes to show that that last rotation, often happening from 3 to 4, gets lost. And that leads to Cloud9 often dropping the map. Opening breakoff gives them a slight advantage over the top of P1. Super just taking a route, painting outside the lines of the hard point. Finding the first pistol, not going to be the better of Nezra. Real looking for the trade, and will eventually find it as Miami put their focus on the hill.
Yeah, this is a situation already for Cloud9. Kills are going your way. Don't allow them free space to contest on the backside of Statue. Don't push out through their couches so you can create that extra free space to give you all of this time at the P1, because this has basically been flawless, and they still have some kinks in their armor. Now off the rotation, it's a battle around the P2, and Meadows now has to value his life.
It gets caught though. Nedra able to find a good 1v1. Miami off their spawn, trying to make their way over through Couch's position, able to find one-hand transition. Now it's just down to dealing with Encourage, which the team shots are in. So spawns will start to move as soon as Miami gets through rooftops, but they don't win the gunfights that they need to. Over the top of the hardpoint they do, and this is the setup that I was talking about. Miami are fine playing from the front if they can just stay alive from all these incoming nades, and so far Super's in some trouble. Cloud9 with the proximal spawns able to get back for the trades. Real the last one left with Rancor, and wait a second, they're able to 2v3 that very nicely, and Miami will hold.
That's beautifully played there from the Heretics, as I thought when they were blocking roofs, when they were blocking the pack, and the only opportunity that Cloud9 had to spawn was going to be at that B overload capture point. It would potentially catch them off guard, but Miami love to hold this hill from the front, even if they don't have trophy systems to assist them. They have been able to at least make this one very scrappy without having control of the spawn points, but still it's going to be Cloud9 walking away with the final 15.
And they're going to have a couple players here on rotation trying to contest this play from Miami. Well, that took a while for Webby, but win eventually comes through. Hyde following up gets us to, will be a 2v1 for now. Miami recognize their numbers advantage and push forward. Really good decision there from the Heretics. Following up, trade on to Encourage is solid. Nedra looking to still force the issue here and is able to find one. Damage out to the second, but it's just continual back and forth exchanges. Metal's in some trouble, trying to back away, trying to wait for help from Super, but now the numbers for Cloud9 are starting to come together. Metal's so elusive, but Cloud9 still holding the advantage after all these respawns continue to come out.
Yeah, to take the mid-map away. Encourage is able to have the perfect timing at mid-statue, lock down this side, and basically force the hand of Miami to commit through Dojo. The entire time you were looking for one player, Super is able to pop a double, and now it's Encourage, the last man standing for this final 20 seconds. You do spawn Miami Heretics out, but this is a sequence where, like yesterday, we need to value our life.
Yeah, we absolutely do. 12 seconds remaining. You cannot drop right here, especially at Dojo. Nedra taking a lot of damage packs away. Hyde trying to throw some shots to say not so fast. And now here come Miami. Scrap time fully confirmed. And the route looks like it is going to be purely through this Dojo bookshelf position. One more help from Metals over the middle. Hyde able to win a good first follow-up as he's got Nedra waiting with him. But Nedra's tagged up, and Super's able to find one before dropping. So now you've all of a sudden got an opportunity here for Miami to try to work from the front, but Encourage able to find the opener. Nedra, second, and Cloud9 are setting themselves up.
Yeah, that's good plays out of Encourage, man. A guy who lives and dies by the ego, child, but there, Call of Duty timing is his best friend.
Not again.
He's able to push back the pressure, but Miami Heretics, even in a 4v2, work the outskirts and now in towards Plat.
That's 4 hardpoint breaks on P4 on Den from the front in a row. You take yesterday into today. It just cannot happen. Good bounce back for Cloud9. You're able to save the back scrap time, so some forgiveness in the time earned. But we just can't be dropping into 4v2 when you've got a full setup like that. So Miami are now looking to make up a little bit of this time by playing over the top of P1. They've got a full surrounding presence through Dojo. As long as Metals can keep his life here, this could lead to some good time for Miami, but he's in trouble.
Yeah, Metals is trying to get isolated. He just wants to stay alive as long as he possibly can, but Rancor's thinking my couch is going to be safe. Nezra just disregards and allows his teammate to force that one-on-one, hits the time, and that leads to a break here for Cloud9. You're going to have Metals again swanning over towards couches. Rancor finds an opening double, and this is going to allow Miami to dominate the map control.
Well, they lose a couple of key players, though, so just when you thought that Miami was going to be able to flip the spawns and get time on P1, Cloud9 win a couple of 1v1s, turn that completely around. Encourage, 16 and 10. He is shooting again right now. 15 and 8 from Nedra. Kind of taking what we had said about his respawn performance as being a little bit slow lately, maybe personally. Now he's taken over a little bit. Only 9 seconds of the hard point, but he has been floating and creating all the space that Cloud9 need to grow this lead to right around double the points.
Yeah, but they need to find a trade onto Real. He's the only player from the Heretics early off the rotation, and that's a bad sequence to go 4 dead as soon as that new hill pops, because Rancor is already creating space. Even though he doesn't get a kill, that's so much information gain, and you know where the pressure's coming from.
Opening shots from Metals. He's taking a ton of damage. That opens up the couch's position. Real in trouble now on the backside of this, and you have 1v1s all over the map. Super gives you one what looks to be pretty cleanly. Real staying alive. Oh my goodness, what a double from Real. Now on 4 in a row, Miami able to use those kills to stabilize the hard point and still hold the spawns. Webby is still trying to look for an opportunity to sneak in from couches, but he's been seen, he's been found, he's been dealt with. All 4 dead, and Miami are on the comeback.
Yeah, Real has a health store too. So comeback is 100% on the cards here for the Heretics. Basically going to be able to tie this game up with this remaining P2 time. That was a flawless hold there. And it all starts with just Real finding multi-kill after multi-kill to lock it down. Red Core trying to contest off the rotation. He knows he's going to be outnumbered, so he's not going to take such big of a risk. But now teammates are here, and Real's going to invest the Hellstorm now.
Yeah, Real, though, all the way out towards P2. His teammates are being a little held over towards this closest position. You do eventually trade out those players and encourage, wow, nice shots from Red Core. Will drop, so you do get back into the hard point, but this not as formidable of a setup for Miami as you would have hoped for. Rancor in some trouble, dealt with by Nedra. You need to get a couple of wins around the hard point here for Miami, and Super gives you the opener. Metals, backside 10, in some trouble. Semtex out, does not affect him. Able to still find elimination, and look at the pinch on the way from Rancor. A little bit of a weird spawn situation. He turns that into one. Damage over to another, looking for the player at mid-cut. And Nedra will eventually be found, but not before Super's nade actually takes Rancor out of the play, and it'll be Cloud9 still in the hill.
Yeah, it's still such a big life out of Nezra. He was the guy who hits the mid, jump up, catches timing on to multiple players, and then is still winning gunfight after gunfight on 5 in a row before he gets shut down. And C9 might have rushed that play a little bit too quickly there, though. Because you were thinking, all right, we got the jump, we got the first kill, one spotted up behind us, let's just send it into Dojo. But Miami are waiting for that play, and now they have the rotation anew.
Oh, and they clear out mid, too. This keeps Rancor in a really sneaky spot. But you can't lose focus on what's happening at the front. Right now, it's only Real inside the hard point. He's going to be in the contest spot, has a trophy to keep him safe. Help now on the way. Nedra, good opening damage, sets up Webby for 2. Looking for more in the backside of the spawns. It's just down to Metals. He's being chased by the new young phenom of Webby. Should be easy to find, and Courage will provide the kills that they need. Mid-map. Not going to find anything there if you're Rancor. Last player left alive will be Super, and Miami are in some big trouble here.
Oh yeah, Real naded himself on accident. I don't know how that gunfight or that death goes down, but you usually throw your numbers away through the front side, and that allowed Cloud9 to continue to create those layers and continue to push you on back. Now in the final 10 seconds, you're just trying to not give up all of this time if you potentially could contest. But if you're going to die off the rotation, it's only going to get worse because now C9 have mid-map as well.
Yep. They do lose one, though. Hyde was trying to get forward over towards the couches window. Not going to happen. Long route on the way from Nedra. Miami trying to play forward in front of this timing of the flank. Nedra's able to get 1 second right there. 3rd over the top of the window. And Nedra's play works out beautifully. Keeps the map in control of Cloud9. And now they're starting to really grow in this lead lane.
Yeah, and they're layering correctly. And Curry said, I'm not backing up to hop the hill. No, I'm keeping bottom connector. Even though Nedra just popped 3, no, that is your cut. So Cloud9 flipped the spawns, and so far Miami are finding their kills to try to retrack back through the middle of the map. They're able to get the break with still a good chunk of time left, and if you're a Cloud9, risks need to be on point. Encourage hitting such a long route, everyone else needs to value their life.
Yeah, and here comes Encourage.
Oh no.
Able to get the first, doesn't get the second though. Oh no is right. Nedra holding on to couches, at least for a little while longer. 50-50 spawns. No one is spawning on the left side of the map at the moment until Super spawns down towards the overload point. Cloud9 are in the hard point first, but they are electing to give away the spawn control, playing for some garage focus. Nedra will give you the opener. Miami looking to wait for these spawns to come back up. And wait, they don't spawn in. Wait, pardon me? Real spawns behind Nedra and finds a freebie, and now all of a sudden Miami's going to have numbers. Hyde's going to have to do a world of wonders from this position. What a weird spawn that Miami are able to take advantage of.
Yeah, see, now we're blocking all the power spots, especially with Hyde push that's with the backside of the garage. So Real gets blessed with a spawn, and now you're going to make the most out of this opportunity. If you can just walk on in and have your sling hit a little bit different. Again, Real with the multi-kill. You desperately need this 20 to keep yourself into the game. If you're C9, basically you just cut your losses. Go to noob.
Jay, do you know what I'm about to say? I've got 2 words for you.
They can't do it again, Al. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't cast to curse them.
Not again. 201 to 210. Metals with a double over the top of P3. Follow-up is there on to Encourage. Not again. It can't happen. It just can't. You're up 60 points late in the game. Nedra in some trouble. Able to find 1. Turning, not able to get the second. Cloud9 spawning over towards the Dojo side, but Metals is here to watch it.
Yeah, they got to get in. Gotta find some kills. It's Encouraged with the wall bang. Leads to the opening double. So now you have the advantage to push Miami back from that cobble side. There's still 40 seconds left. You have the win condition in front of you. Just continue to layer and do not scam.
Well, Nedra will be traded. Nades landing still for Miami. No trophy system, which Encouraged could place. Able to find 1 with the rifle. Now looking to get aggressive. Able to find a second shutdown. Huge double. Looking for more, though. You had help on the way, and that double amounts to nothing because now Miami are off the respawn quicker. They're going to have a chance to regain the lead, and if Real wins one gunfight here, it's going to completely stop the setup of Cloud9, but a trophy system stays down. Rancor behind the play gets a huge double, and now they know that Webby's playing over towards Pillar's side. Metals dancing, waiting for the regen. Huge 1v1 on the way. It's Webby who finds the kill. Super trying to follow, but Webby gets 3. 231, 222. Miami in, but only from the front.
That's a big play. Now you have to go. You know that you have the advantage. Webby's on 3. Continue to fly and fry because your your gun is shooting super hot fire. And now with the SMGs, you're going to create so much space at roofs, but Miami are effective on their trades.
Spawn should still be in for Cloud9. Miami waiting for their numbers. Tie game at 235. Real gets the first blood and courage is low. Trophy system is now gone. And that's enough for Cloud9 to have to say, we got to back off and try to play a 4-man retake again. Oh, have they maybe gone a little bit too cautious once again? 239, 235. Real gets another double. Hyde caught in the corner. Oh, no. Webby will drop. Spawns will move. And it's going to happen again. It just can't keep happening like this. Last second, no one's going to touch. Jay, what is happening on this map on P4 for Cloud9?
Brother, it's the same exact stuff that happened to him yesterday. Like, we can no longer lose at the P3. Why are we continuing to fight Dojo and taking the risk? If we lose those gunfights, we're going to spawn all the way in Africa. That is just not ideal. You try to cut your losses, but you give up so much space that the SMGs from the Heretics put themselves in good positions to contest you. Even with Webby making such a great heads-up play to finesse his life on the backside of Dragon, it still didn't lead to the numbers there for C9 to work over through Plat, because even when they get in towards the time, there's no space at the front, and Miami with the stuns and the nade continue to push them back. They always get so close here on Dead, but it's just those final 50 seconds, and it might be a little bit of the caster curse, but these guys just break down every time on Dead hardpoint, and at this point, there's no more excuses. Like, you gotta learn from this stuff.
Actually, though. And why does it feel like we're the ones who are always casting this Dead hardpoint with Cloud9 where they drop it in 10 seconds?
Oh, no.
I can't. I mean, I don't want to. The flat line at the very end, it's just another one of those moments you look at it, like, if we're dealing with, at one point, I think it was actually closer to 190 to 140, but you just can't find the one rotation. And even in that moment, that was a different way that they lost it, where you've got all 4 players contesting the hard point, and then they decide to back off instead of trying to take the gunfights. And I get it, like, nades are starting to come your direction, but you got to throw some of your own or something. I don't know. It's another one that just feels so frustrating. I mean, you look at the last results for Cloud9 on this map: 210, 250, 223, 250, 241, 250, 240, 250, 194, 197, 247. Like, it's how? Like, how?
Oh, man. They just got to get in the Stud Fam lab. Like, just come and hang out with me for a couple hours. I'll bet you in the right position to succeed.
No free shout-outs, but that one's not free, Cloud9. You have to come out, get that one for some price. Desk, back to you.
Egregious, bro. Can they just chill? Please pull him back up on the screen. Please, production, if you can. I gotta talk to Jay. At the end of these games, bro, when you are in control, like when you're on the P4, Encourage having such a good game. He's got the hot hand, and he flies out. That happened 3 times.
They're overheating.
Like, why? Like, why? Like, we have the advantage, Willa. It don't make sense.
It
like,
doesn't make sense.
So turned. Like, he could go out there and get 2 kills and be like, wow, I'm so turned. I could go out there and challenge. We have the advantage. But it's not even necessary, bro. It's not.
Yeah, that was a terrible hard point on both ends, but it was entertaining as hell.
Allie, can you go ahead and plead your case? And Jay, respond to this one for me. Go ahead, Al.
They had me do this earlier. I was just thinking, like, think about their scrims, right? Think about the pro teams not really taking them serious. They're not getting put in these situations. You get in these series, and that's why we're watching it being such slow, steady progress, is because they've had, what, maybe like 8 hard points that they've gotten this close to closing it out? I don't know.
They got the most reps in that spot.
We don't have time. We have to fly through the back, and at that point, like, there's nothing you can do.
You can't rationalize it, Allie. These guys are lost.
I'm gonna try.
It is lost.
Rationalize it, Allie. These guys are lost.
I'm gonna try.
It is lost.
The copium is real. It's flowing.
Yeah.
She picked Miami. Let's take a look here at Miami's win. Miami gets the job done. Thank you very much, Shift and Study, for a little bonus there as we break down The horrendous breakdowns of Cloud9. They're up again, Wheels.
The reason we talk about like this, though, is because they're doing a lot of things right.
So many.
The guns are hot, right? They get themselves
out shooting.
Yes, and it is almost miraculous when they scam how they're able to re-break. I'm going to be honest. Like, there are a couple moments on this map on the first P4 where Courage flies out and dies, where I'm like, oh, they're screwed. Miami's going to take a huge lead. Then they just instantly re-break.
Yeah.
We get over towards this P2, and I'm like, okay, they're screwed. They just gave up both sides. They're getting pinched. Nedra finds a kill. Somebody comes back through and finds another two-piece. I'm like, okay, so they're making the miracles happen, but when we have control, can we just calm down and lock down a situation? I think that answer is going to be no for the remainder of this season, but hopefully the players on this team take these valuable lessons through the rest of their career. And on the flip side of that, shout out to Miami for dealing with the chaos that was happening on this map and actually closing it out because it got real dicey.
Were we worried about Miami after the search and destroy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think regardless, you walk away from this series a little bit worried about Miami. I mean, but we already were going into it, right? Like, they've already been in some turbulent waters, but they needed to win this. They got the win. That's huge. S&D obviously needs some work, but I think Ant touched on it great in this point of they're put in this really uncomfortable position in these hard points, and they were still able to close them out.
We welcome Metals into our Monster Winner Spotlight. Metals, congratulations on the win tonight over Cloud9, another 10 points, and you guys are in the running for a 3-2 record. What's going on this split? Can you tell me what it's been like the last 3 weeks?
It's been great, to be honest. Like, we have improved a lot since Real came in, and I feel like we are gonna beat them tomorrow, and we are gonna make the winners bracket.
Yeah, Metals, you know, we talked with Real after your guys' phase win, and he said he can come in and kind of just be like a leader in hardpoint. And I've seen you guys have such huge strides in hardpoint. It's been awesome these last 2 matches. But in Search and Destroy, it's fallen off pretty hard for you guys. What's going on there? Because at one point, I revered you guys as the best S&D team in the game.
I mean, honestly, we have been, like, our focus on scrims has been the hardpoints instead of the S&Ds. But I think we're gonna get better for the LAN on the S&Ds, though. I think that they were playing hide and seek, to be honest. I don't think it was like our fault. I think they play great, so.
Fair enough, yeah. Sometimes it be like that.
Yeah, some good guys. I want to kind of keep going on the respawns because something that I saw throughout the entirety of this series, your teammates love killing each other. You guys literally love nading each other. You love having a 5th man in your trophies. Is that something that happens on the back end during scrims? And how do you guys kind of like approach your mentality when it comes to that?
Because how do you fix that?
I can imagine throughout, you know,
there's some freebies.
Maps, it's a little frustrating seeing it happen so often.
I mean, it happens like a lot of times in practice, to be honest. I wasn't expecting it to be like that much on this match, but I don't know. Like, it cost us many points, to be honest. We will talk about that for sure.
We just got an official number from production. And how many?
13 team kills, brother.
13.
In just the hard points.
In just the HPs, you guys had you got to address that.
13.
You got to figure that one out.
We will talk about that, like, for sure.
Okay, bet.
Well, Metals, final question for you. We are going to Europe. Are you excited to play in front of the Spanish fans? And what do you want to say to everyone who's coming out just 1 week from now?
Que espero que disfruten mucho del evento de París. Va a ser increíble. Va a ser un estadio en el que nunca hemos jugado. Y espero que lo disfrutéis tanto como lo disfrutamos los jugadores.
And second to last question, who wins the World Cup?
Us. Spain.
They're going to do it. Spain's got it.
Yeah.
Locked up.
USA, baby. This is our,
guys.
All right. Well, we got to talk about Call of Duty before we get sued. Metals, thank you for joining the show.
Thank you, guys.
That is Metals.
Is Spain nice?
Spain's always nice, bro.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, I just started getting into this. All I know is USA is godlike.
Yeah. We're definitely winning. When we come back, we got the LA Thieves taking on the USA of the CDL, aka Vancouver Surge.
What?
Dominate the competition on main stage with the CDL Major Hunter Tracer Pack. Collect your chip by scanning the QR code or heading to the in-game store now. Go pick up the 2026 Call of Duty League Championship Tracer Pack you can support all 12 Call of Duty League teams.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
From the depths, OpTic are up. They're looking to take the map. They're looking to close the series. It may be enough. The tick not there. Oh, it is. I thought he contested, but instantly drops. Heretics. Wow. Just barely able to take it and get us to the map 5. Insanity.
Nice pickle. Was right by Jen. Pickle's like close as on you somewhere. He's on the door. Pickle's gonna be close. Yep. Alright.
Oh my God!
Come on.
Good game. You like that?
That Dante takeover. Backwards.
Two in the mix. Nero's gonna get.
Go! Go!
Send it. Go!
Holy shit!
Oh, hold on. They're actually making plays.
Wait, there's only one guy. Wait, they gotta get it, bro.
What the f?
What are they?
What the f is Carolina doing?
Bro.
I'm not gonna know till I turn off my stream. I'm not getting off for a minute, so let me know, baby.
Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point locked down.
Ugh.
They told us what we were.
Is this the end of the newly formed LA Thieves?
Has been dropped.
Knocked down, never got back up.
A mismatched super team. Then we picked it up.
The LA Thieves are your minor 1 champions.
Fit. A easy answer. Hydra stayed Hydra. Scrap kept scrapping. Verdicts in. LA Thieves never left.
One behind us, Mitch. Watch out.
Where's the bedroom?
I wonder if Scrap has been learning French. Where is the bedroom? Must sound fantastic in that language. Welcome back, everybody. It's LA Thieves taking on Vancouver Surge. We got the best team in the game. To start this conversation, LA won the Major 3 trophy. They have not lost since the Major 3 started.
Yeah.
Kick me off with this team. What do you see when you look at the squad?
Yeah, this team is literally dominant across the board. They're just trying to add more stones to their Infinity Gauntlet. When you look at the map pool, you know, they've been trying out Sake, testing the waters, going to throw it in here once again after losing to C9 on it. The Hasi trying to grow there as well. So for them, they're just refining their game for the 3 biggest tournaments that we have at the end of the year. And everybody's hitting their stride in this meta. They are the powerhouse and the scariest team to face up against.
And when you look at the players on this roster, like in the way they're playing right now during stage 4, like all of them are putting up MVP numbers. And I mean, if you want to focus in on just one, Hydra's having an insane split right behind Scrap. I mean, he's their first blood leader about like 60% of the time. He's winning duel. Scrap sitting at 64%. So you already got 2 powerhouses in your initial gunfights in S&D. And then also he's giving you a 1.18 in that mode as well. So Search and Destroy, unbelievable for them right now. Their respawn was already really good. Just all around, just our top team. I mean, there's just, I can't think of anybody coming close to them right now.
Yeah, they're absurd. And the Overload, too, it's been good since, you know, they picked up Neum, but it's getting even better now for them, right? Like, they're averaging 14 runs. Like, who does that for these guys?
I was going to ask, where are they the cleanest? Is it Hardpoint, Search, or Overload right now?
It's changed over time. At first, it was Overload. Right now, it's Search and Destroy for sure. These guys have been super clean. I mean, some people could say, oh, well, they lost a Search to C9. Well, they've been testing things. You really think they're showing all their strats in a C9 match? It's not going to happen. Yeah, their Search is crazy.
There's a little giggling against Cloud9 even in the loss. Allie, let's take a look, though, at the opponent who's trying to cause an L today. It's Vancouver Surge, and Vancouver has brought in some pieces from other teams. You've got the man on the left, Mr. Nero, the X Factor, Craze and Mamba, of course, rejoining each other after playing for the championship in Challengers last year.
Yeah.
Where are they at right now in your power rankings?
And my power rankings,
C-tier, right?
I put them pretty C-tier, pretty around like the 8, 9, 10 conversation. It sucks though because it is like the best. Technically, I feel like Vancouver Surge has looked all season long. I think this is the best roster that they have created.
Yeah, it's a team.
You take away the Gentlemates loss from last week. I go back and revisit the FaZe Vegas match instead. They're able to take an overload in that one and a hard point. So respawn is a lot better with this squad. And also, it just feels like we've seen them play a lot looser. Craze and Mamba now being on the same team. We've gotten to see a lot better performances out of them, a lot more takeover games like we were hoping for when they were brought into this league. And then on the side of Lunars, he's also slowly, I feel like, stepped into his own role in the squad as that AR.
What are they playing for? Of course, they are looking to prove that they deserve a spot in the CDL next season. They deserve a spot at EWC, and they can play with the best. LA Thieves are the top squad in the game, and they have a double dose of Hacienda before Scar and Sake. How far do we get in this series, Ant?
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, and I mean, Thieves are trying to expand with the two searches they have here, right? Like the Sake, definitely not fully refined, and the Hasi. So I think it closes before 5, so I'll go game 4. I'll give them 3-1. Vancouver show a little bit of fight. Nero might have a pop-off map.
I feel that.
And Nero's got the fresh cut. And then I look at Hydra. Hydra was yawning.
I would be too, I ain't gonna lie.
Game's ready, so our casters, we got Miles and Chance for this one. I'm going LA Thieves. Are you guys?
Yes.
La 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 la.
That was fast. You guys came in on that one hot. La 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 la. Chris one's out. Chris one's out of here. Get that man a beverage and get us into the game, Mr. Chance. How you doing?
Doing fantastic. Ready? Well, honestly, not ready for the season to end. It's shocking to me that this is the final week of matches before the majors, but excited for the majors nonetheless. For Vancouver, they will have another series after they play LAT. For LAT, this is it. Final look before we go to LAN. And Miles, we get to kick it off on Hasi.
We sure do double dose of Hasi. Have you got a haircut, by the way?
No, it just looks like that.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I got a haircut yesterday, and I was getting trimmed, and everything was going fine. And then Zuma came around the corner. He was like, "Hey, you doing?" Really, he actually came around the corner while I was getting trimmed. He was like, "I heard your voice. I want to come home and say absolutely." And he did all the things that Zuma does. And I was like, "Wow, man, good to see you." And then he walked off into the distance, and I haven't seen him since. I hope he's doing fantastic, Tom. And if I check your stream out, I bet your hair is looking absolutely fine. Let's get it, map 1.
Terrifying. Zuma jump scare. Never prepared. Out in the wild in a
Such
populous
a nice guy.
city. Insane.
Such a nice guy. You know, it ain't going to be nice, though. None of these teams to each other. This should be a fierce game. And indeed, the last time we see the LA Thieves play online Black Ops 7. So whether you're hate watching or thoroughly enjoying the progress your team has made throughout the season, this should be a fun one for you. Nice 3 in a row there for Ibiza to start things off, as that hard point is looking very red indeed.
And if you're an LAT fan, it's not hate watching, it is enjoying your team achieving dominance. Expanding the map pool, great hard point selection they have on Hasi. They have been exquisite. And so far in the mini-map, it's looking to be the exact same thing. Soaking up the time is easy. You got the right side spawns. And I'd say a fairly slow-paced Hasi game so far. LAT comfortable in the lead. A little bit of scrap time, going to Surge. Going to be working the long break. Mamba already taking the route.
Yeah, that's a big, deep route. That's a nice stun. It's not going to connect on anyone, but yeah, it's a ton of information. 3 dead, last man, Nero. See ya! Back to the middle of the map. We now go Vancouver Surge. Difficult journey now across to what is a very strong hard point. Hydra getting tricky with it. His board now down and out. It's nothing but powder on that side of the map as the 2-2 attack now for the Vancouver Surge. Is continuing through the lobby, but Abizi, my good lord, he's still on a tear. 6 and 2 for that terror.
Liam with the responsible role in the back, trying to lock or at least block these back spawns. Finally, the car explosion going to take him down. And hey, good break coming in for Vancouver Surge. Took 30 seconds to make it happen, but it is now 30 seconds of very healthy time they should be able to get. They're getting those entry kills out front. If you're LAT, yeah, Hydra pumping the brakes. You don't even want to necessarily try to retake P2. You're just setting up for that rotation.
Yeah, super happy to swallow that scrap time.
keep the kills going, keep the flow of the game very much in the hands of the Thieves right now. They've got every possible corner. Wow, an airborne Mamba. Did not know snakes could fly, and he's still alive for now. Hydra down. That's gonna be a nice 2-2 across the board, but still, positional advantage on the map right now for the Thieves. That is their hard point. Out by fences, once again, on the row. Vancouver, though, coming in with an iron fist, break it all apart.
Nero instantly piercing this setup. Able to stay alive, contest. Scrap is 2 and 3. This is now P3, so a little bit of a slow start for him. He's been trying to block the spawns, at least on P1, for a good amount of time, and patience pays off. 3 there in the feed for the retake. And once again, just a very slowly, methodically paced game. Unexpected for me.
Got quite a nice turn of Vancouver Surge, getting things rolling here. Very much still within distance of that lead. That's clean 3 in the feed. That is all yours, boys. Now soak it away. Get what you can out of this one. Niam, delightful snap onto Luna's. No kill. Final 10 going their way. Again, Vancouver Surge happy for the scrap as the first set of hard points into our final. We now go. And with it, that is going to be Surge on time early. Can the Thieves find an early break? Any streaks to play with? The answer is no. And everyone starts to peter out here. On to time. Hydra finds it. And that's a lovely turn and burn there from Nero. Good enough for the 2. Oh, Niam, great shots. There's the break.
A break simulator, I'd say we've been having. Surge have had to break P2, they had to break P3, they've been successful, finally have the opportunity for a hold, and Thieves just walk straight in. So not an ideal setup as Thieves are going to be taking the lead. Water route being taken by Crazy, he's trying to hit the front, and Hydra, well, taking care of his natural habitat. Not a single kill to be found there for Vancouver Surge on that attempt. It is perfection for LA Thieves.
We'll see how the remaining... Okay, well, hold up, babe. Hold up, babe. That's something special. 3-3-3 there in the sprees for the LA Thieves. Now one of them comes to an end. That's still going to be an opportunity to get some streaks here. Again, on Hacienda, very important to see those streaks land. Very, very dangerous. Many of our hard points wide out in the open, especially that last one. That rock now is the final few seconds squeezed out of it for the Thieves. Back over to the middle of the map we now go, and it's going to be LA Thieves well up now. Going into our second set. Vancouver Surge on the back foot, and we will see how long they stay here. Statistically, most teams fall apart at this point.
See how it goes. That 30-point gap, and in the background, Scrap having a very interesting game. He's evolved his Hacienda gameplay. Right now, the Super Soaker for the team. Abizi rocking the MPC up top, and Niam putting in the work. Looks like almost a triple SMG setup rolling through on P1. Scrap, the lone AR for LA. A white time for the moment. If anybody's going to be collecting, should be Surge, but maybe bit off more than they could chew. You get on time for 2 seconds, you fall like dominoes. The good news is they got the right side spawns. Bad news is they're trading away a significant chunk of this P1 time.
You did just remind me of possibly the worst performance we've ever seen on Hacienda. It was your boy Scrap. And now at 12-6 with a hefty chunk of hardpoint time, he's looking like one of the best to do it. Hydra on time now for P2, and that's going to be another clean break here. Thieves in a very, very firm position to run P2 so far. Surge finding some corners, getting a bit dirty, getting a bit ratty, but the Exterminators are in town. The next 3 go their way, so Surge, we're not out of the woods yet, boys. Here goes Craze and Mamba, the old omit duo into time. Flush out Niam and take care of it.
Big opportunity. Need to get back in the game. Vancouver Surge can do it on this hill. Clean space, got the back spawns. Abizi, though, is going to be able to take down 2, but you trade him out with the grenade. And the LA Thieves players, they're trying to set up in the long term, but every single cutoff kill that you win, devastation for the Thieves. You see Niam pumping the brakes. They're trying to take this time and be as patient as you can for the break. Now everybody's here.
Patience, is it going to pay off? Who's the tortoise? Who's the hare in this one? And right now, Nero, fresh trim, a 2-piece out of him. Oh, what a 3. Technically in a spree. It was Lunas who got involved as well, but a lovely turn. Enough to buy a couple of seconds for his boys. Across the map now, Vancouver go. Only down by 20 or so points going into fences.
Mamba has well cut. Craze has up top. His 2 teammates just need to be watching the wide pinch. And of course, well, someone needs to collect the time. First one is going to be in the hill. Should be Nero, or actually nobody. Very concerned for the cutoff kills. Nero, well, going to scurry on over to outer fences. And Vancouver Surge did not play for the back spawns. They're going to trade those away and try to hold this to the front.
That's tough. That's Hydra. That's tough. That's the break. And it's the hydration break, if you will, boys and girls. Hey, Mambo shots with a pistol. Hydra still going. What a spree. 5 as he continues the run. The drive by onto Nero. Absolutely disgusting work. He's nearly got a Hellstorm.
Not my favorite mishap coming through for Surge. No emphasis on the back spawns, able to just overwhelm you, create the opportunity for a pop-off moment. Hydra immediately delivers. There's the Hellstorm, has that for the new time if he wants to use it and can't be stopped anyway. Now going to be a 50-point lead, maybe and then some going into the new time where you have the Hellstorm if you wanted it. You're not going to need it. LA Thieves winning this rotation.
Fruitful work from Hydra out by fences. Big rock hard point now, and with the Hellstorm in the back pocket to break any opportunity Surge might find here. Over we go to Rock one more time, and it's going to be Niam on the close door. Hydra still in the dance. He has started to take over flow state as Niam got unbelievably close to Nero there. Crazy in time, a little bit of a flip, but not for a lot. LA Thieves are still very much in control of Rock.
Great spawn reads. Hydra is so far pushed out in lobby. Niam knows they have to be coming through the front. Hasn't made contact, but perfectly played in a hyper-aware player. Niam with the heads-up play. And his teammates should have an easy cleanup job after this. Hydra good for one, scrapping it easy. Everybody winning their gunfights. LA Thieves, they are keeping this map nice and simple. Everybody gets to fry as a result.
Yeah, keeping the Vancouver Surge boys very much at bay. They are suffering at this point in time. Going into our third set in 10 seconds. We'll see how much life Vancouver have still got in them. Good old Hacienda. A lovely spree once again from Hydra. He has started certainly to take over here. A little bit of an overheat, but not a problem. Nero takes care of business, puts down a pair, and gets his boys in the time for now. Scrap on the immediate bounce back. This is good damage. This is lovely control of the top side of the map right now. Back and forth between both our squads in our third set.
So aware and so contained. Abizi doesn't have to finish the first gunfight. His teammates can do that. He's getting comms of players going down low to chow him. Easy reads. I mean, this is a team really that is leveled up towards the latter half of this year, trying to extend that leveling up in towards champs in the final major. This is clockwork. Very efficient Call of Duty, and Abizi has been a monster from start to finish.
Yeah, 27 and 16 for the Terror. 20 odd seconds remaining on P1 rather, before we get to 2. And right now it's been very productive for the LA Thieves. They've got a huge chunk of this. Over 2 minutes for Scrap, 18 and 13. He's looking good as well. The rest of the squad, everyone pulling it together.
Jeez.
Hydra finds another unbelievable two-piece, drinks the well dry. And that should be that, boys and girls. You got to fight your way across a tough map. Thieves are set up perfectly for this. That could be a Hellstorm there from Hydra. Not yet. It's just stationary. Out by well. The stun goes wide. Nero, a good shoulder, checks the wrong corner. Final moments now. Through the front we go as Hydra continues the backline prowess to the front. All day, cutting them down, do what you can. And over to Scrap as the Thieves have still maintained control here on P2. There's an errant route here for Mamba, but a disconnected attack. Can Vancouver survive these final seconds of the hard point?
Even when it's mixy, feels like they deliver. Abizi something actually lose the back spawns, but it might just not matter. Or maybe it will. Cheeky route coming through from Niam. Scrap is trying to hit the back with the final few seconds. You get chopped down. Blooners makes the read in. Okay, Vancouver Surge for the moment, staying afloat.
Will they drown him out? Oh, final 10. Rotations on. No spree to help this one out. All the corners covered here for the LA Thieves, as we saw in the second set. And for Lunas, yeah, good luck, man. You're a doorway, you know, a threshold battle there with one of the finest. It's such a tough thing to do. Vancouver Surge continue to feel like they are one step behind the Thieves in nearly every hard point. Hydra Mania now from inside time. They are finding those kills. 10 seconds for the win. Hydra on the dance. Mid-map pressure not going to be there. Surge too far away from the fight. A desperation contest surely on. Nero down. LA Thieves up.
Very controlled map. They just played Miles wonderfully. Displays of patience, I'd say, coming from Abizi. Typically thought of as almost a mad dog, first man in, leading the charge. Quite a few times this map, we're watching him be the guy, block spawns, play for the rotation, hang out back spiral, like in the lobby for 10, 15 seconds. You just need to win these gunfights. That is a calm, confident game that just got played by LA. Nearly mistake-free. Fantastic plays and teamwork. No hate watch for this one. That is just good Call of Duty.
A damn good Call of Duty. Well done, LA Thieves, your two-time minor champions here in the league. Walking away with a big one as well. 10:30 on the clock. As you managed to keep nearly everyone there from Vancouver in the red. As you know you did. The Nero also negative. Strong work from the LA Thieves. Strictly business. Their final online series, the Black Ops 7 season. Keep everyone out of the minute of hardpoint time as well. Over to the highlights. A lot of love here from Hydra. He had himself a strong Hacienda. very, very good work in the corners. And we saw the big spree out by, Fence's hard point in the second set. Disgusting work from the French phenom.
Interesting to see in the future when they're playing against maybe, some of the other top Hasi teams in hardpoint. If Hydra's like always the guy responsible for the well push out as P2 is popping, or if they trade off and take turns. But this map felt like a bit of a hot spot for him. In the meantime, Scrap, super comfortable game. Went positive, didn't have to be the main Slayer, but he got 2 minutes and 22 seconds of hill time. So it felt like whatever that sort of default game plan is for LA of, hey, if we get a 4-man wipe, what positions do we want to snap into? They were able to get into those consistently all game long. They're non-traded, absolutely crazy. The action time on point, and just unable to get past this man.
Yeah, he really was unstoppable. Hydra hailed here on Hacienda. A man who's no stranger to a highlight moment on this map, going back to BO6, unreal work with that knife. I guess some of the finest in the world. Big, big stuff for the LA Thieves there in map number 1. Confident victory. We've seen them roll in the search and destroy. Staying on Hacienda for that one as well, map number 2. Game flow not going to be very kind in any way to our Vancouver Surge companions. That was a tough one from them. But Thieves up by 1 so far. Very, very dominant look. Yeah, not a lot of separation. A second set, things start to fall apart. It's just the way it goes, man. Charles, why do you think that is? In your wisdom and your years here in the Call of Duty world.
That LA Thieves will just suffocate you. At least high-level teams. Like, for the first 3 hills, Surge were able to fight. They were having to, they were losing their rotation game, but they were making good breaks, able to take their time, being calculated. You just run out of steam. Quite literally going into that P4, Surge had that rotation 1. They lose that one. LA Thieves then go and lock that hill down, build up enough momentum that they just simply never have to look back. And even playing like the exchange game, if you have a 60-point lead in hardpoint, you don't feel bad chalking up final 20 seconds of Scrap to win a rotation. You just play that very controlled sort of style. LAT absolutely did that. Very controlled, no over-challing. Again, clean gameplay there for the hardpoint. So not too shabby at all. And Hasi, of course, you want to add it to the map pool. We get it from map 2 as well.
Map 2, search and destroy. We're moments away from diving into that one as well, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, exciting stuff. Very, very interested to see how this one goes down. Again, for Vancouver, a late change here in the season for them. Whether or not that season is truly over, of course, EWC sort of played for them. And for a lot of those individuals, a spot next season in the MW4 installment of the Call of Duty League. My God, it's a lot of these now, isn't it, mate? Going very well. Speaking of EWC, get your tickets down there. See you in Paris yet again. For those coming to the major next week, Heatwave. Please be careful. It's going to be hot. It's going to be damn hot in the venue as well, because we are going to be bringing the fire, etc., etc. As the best players in the world will be going at it all weekend long, and I can't wait to watch. Can you, Charles?
It's going to be a great time for S&D. We got some great kill leaders for you. BZ right back in his home. Well, not back in his home in terms of the first blood. Again, not the Mad Dog style. Doesn't have to be that guy anymore. He will from time to time, but if we've learned anything from watching a BZ over the years, he also has some of the best clutches in Call of Duty history. At the start of S&D rounds, he's a monster. At the end of S&D rounds, he's a monster. Obviously, with the 1.6, it is just start to finish. He is a menace in this game mode. Lovely to have seen him evolve throughout this year. And I say lovely. I don't have to play against him. Terrifying for everybody else.
Yeah, it's great getting a watch. I want to load in every day on this guy. Who are we screaming today, Thieves? Oh, great. Oh, fantastic. 8 and 3 so far. Search and destroy. This is just stage 4. And it has been very good indeed, ladies and gentlemen. They are overall number 1. A very tough thing to hold on to here in the league. And they are getting it done. Over to Hacienda momentarily. Den for map number 3. If you're the Thieves, you want to close out your online spell of Black Ops 7 in the smoothest way possible. Vancouver, can you make it a tough pill to swallow? Let's find out.
3v2 by this A-bomb site. Maybe 3v0. Players for LA defensively going up top. Stun check doesn't hit anything, despite the fact that it lands in his face. And I don't know if that was just a swap of the POVs. Maybe he got the hit marker. Whatever happens, BZ does in fact get that first blood.
Yeah, he did not care, did he? Great angle there from Craze. Bad news, there's too many Thieves to deal with. 4-2 in the life count. Lunas, shoots a little early, happens to the best of us. Shooters do indeed shoot, and this one is going to cost him quite a bit. 3v2, BZ drops in the meanwhile. Mamba finds another one, and he's starting to get things rolling. Here comes Lunas on the pinch. What a turn! And Vancouver Surge find themselves up in a big advantage, but wait. It is not over yet. It is a 1v1. Mamba with bomb. To B, he will go, and Hydra now on the prowl.
Taking a distant route. Happy to play for the retake. Neither player has any degree of intel. Mamba the one forced to make this move. Hydra has the crack spot for the cross, and look at how perfectly played that is. Or maybe he's frozen. No, he knows. It's perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Absolutely delightful. Phenom locks it down in round 1.
Frozen in time, but it's only to get those extra points. Lets the guy plant. He's going to be extra close to a Hellstorm. That is a 1v2 for Hydra. Again, perfectly played angle. Happy to be patient. Doesn't need to be hyper aggressive. Just as in map number 1, a very controlled style being displayed.
Patient. Well rehearsed. You fall to the level of your training right now, so when things get a little bit rough, you dive right back on over it. Even with all that experience, even with that confidence, Thieves are still spitting in the comms here. And the build up to the second round of this Hacienda Search and Destroy. Here we go. They'll be on attack this time, and Vancouver looks like a 3-1. A little bit of love there towards the middle of the map, but at least one eye across towards the A-bomb site. No nades, no stuns. Party time.
We're just getting busy. Scrap at the first blood could be the open lane to start working the pinch, because the bomb is currently going down on the opposite side of the map. So Scrap and Hydra a distraction. The Vancouver Surge arrows bamboozled, and now they got to recover in a 3v4 and try to solve this puzzle, and they're still hunting down players on the wrong side of the map.
Strategic dominance so far right now from the Thieves, but how we're worrying about the gunfights. Mamba now trying to find himself something on the approach towards B. You lose one of your Vanguard players on the other side of the map right now, Thieves, and that is not looking fantastic. Now through the threshold, great damage. Mamba trying to do what he can, and the shots were all over the place, but sadly his teammates gone as well. Thieves back to back.
Gorgeous strat, making him think, making him work for it. Heard Rambo Ray talk about how Hasi, specifically for Search and Destroy, it is very difficult for a team, nearly impossible, to sort of cover every single lane. You got the secret routes, 2 hallways you're dealing with, the top side, the water, well side of the map. There's just a lot to work with. An LAT just displaying a way to spread the resources thin, get a free bomb plant, in a situation where if you're Vancouver Surge, you just have to kill Scrap and Hydra. Can't afford to lose that sort of 3v2 on that side of the map. Scrap and Hydra, very good players, deliver even without the odds.
And every little thing going right as well. The smoke on the windowsill to block off Secret. Everything happening the right way. Right now for Lunas, to just stay alive would be ideal, and that is the mission of complete. And now with the man advantage and the bomb planted for Vancouver Surge, we're going to see a BZ play this flank very slowly, waiting for the rest of the squad to move into position. Hydra down low. Now to high. Shout out wall jumping. Quick check of all the usual corners. Surge are out of position here. There's an opportunity to steal this one. Smoke, and now getting very aggressive. Don't want the bomb just yet. Attack now through the middle of the map is being read. Hydra, the water route doesn't pay off. And what a flank right now from Craze. This could go massive. Neum and Co. still fighting tooth and nail. The bomb site has been vacated. And Vancouver Surge, you surely have done it. A very mixy round, but they stay alive despite the Thieves counters.
Good place, good pressure. Smoke making things very mixy, as you say, over towards the bomb site. Opportunity for LAT, because they had blocked off every single Vancouver Surge player went to play that side of the map. Lose line of sight on bomb could be a little bit sketchy, but I think there was a lot of shots ringing out through the smoke. Good information being dealt, and ultimately very solid strat coming through for the Surge. Interesting retake attempt, but hey, get the first blood, get the bomb down, play that side of the map. Standard Call of Duty, good execution.
But it's really good. It looks very simple. And that was very good. Those 2 rounds have been great for the Thieves as well. A 3-1 split yet again for Vancouver Surge. That seems to be the play, but this one is an aggressive one indeed. Scrap saw plenty, hit the eject button and got out in time. Bomb plant over by B as well, so the Thieves, we've taken some space. We've got a lot of the map locked down. And now we're getting ready for the Vancouver Surge attack. Here we go.
Great positioning. Bot-like movement, amazing positioning. Still gets taken down, baited out by the shots, but good information. The teammates collapsing. LAT seemingly winning nearly every single gunfight, but all said and done, 2v2. Neum doing the damage. Needs Hydra to clutch in a 1v2. He absolutely does. Another 1v2 there from Hydra. Off the back, of course, his teammates getting the mix in front of him. Not even calm, not even excited. And easy for him day in the office.
But yeah, that was, I mean, one by one, assaulting the bomb site, hoping for the trade battle to go their way, and thankfully, stocks were high for the Thieves, and they managed to walk away with that round. But very, very dicey. Again, shout out Scrap, that dirty corner in mid-map. Just about dealt with.
Great bot movement, dude. Just a little hop. Doesn't have to do anything twisted. Doesn't have to run for the hills. Just, I'm safe right here.
Yeah, a man who's been very vocal about movement in the Call of Duty League for quite some time now. Nobody home on this side of the map, but wait, Abe has spotted him out. How many mans did he see? How many red dots on his minimap? Right now, Craze takes first. Pressure on Thieves. It looks like two upstairs, two down, or one upstairs, two down low. Yeah, that's going to be an awkward situation for Nero. Bye-bye, he goes. Just over a minute to play in the 3v3. And again, shenanigans. Lunas. Go on, mate. Another dirty corner on Hacienda.
He keeps letting him get away. Great attempt on the shots through the wall, but a couple players escape. Bomb down, dead center of the map. And Vancouver Surge, well, they're spinning in circles. They're not quite sure where both the players are. Scrap for sure, left side of the map. Neum, a little bit of a ghost.
Especially on that bomb recovery. I have no idea where this is going down. Scrap takes care of Lunas, and now the guess is on. No need to guess anymore with the bomb planted. 2v2, 40 seconds to play on this one. Neum holding upstairs. Still playing around the outside of the bomb site. Looking to get the retake done ASAP and jump on it. Why not, Neum? Hold on. Coverage is good, but unfortunately, Mamba pounces perfectly.
Good try. Trust in Scrap to cover you while defusing the bomb, but Mamba takes the route. Doesn't let that one slip through. He was all over it immediately. Clean shots, nice swap, everything going right for Vancouver. And great adjustments through the middle of the map. Nice strat just to hunt down Abizi. Back-to-back rounds where a player for LA Thieves throws a shoulder and goes, oh my God, that's the entire team. I need to run. Abizi tried to do it with the cracked out movement. Doesn't work. Turns out Scrap had the right idea.
Well, that's because Vancouver Surge, their vision is movement-based. If you don't move, they can't see you. Like a T-Rex.
Wow, I was thinking Predator.
Oh, no, he had heat, he had all sorts. Okay, this round is basically done. Scrap in a 1v2. What explosion that was. The B-bomb site covered in skulls. There's a bomb down as well, and now it's Scrap. No, it's not. It's Craze. And look how happy he is with that one. Grinning from ear to ear.
A pop-off like that, his teammates are going to be feeling these vibes. Craze. Doing everything for his team right now. 7-3. Yep, not too shabby. But the acknowledgement of the past few rounds for Vancouver Surge, just everybody grouped up together, play the numbers advantage, make sure you're trading out all these kills effectively. Maybe 3 rounds in a row now where LA Thieves, they don't throw a shoulder and see one player. They see the entire squad. Almost playing it like a little bit of TDM, a little bit of respawn here for Hasi S&D style, paying off in these few rounds. Craze is on a 4.
Oh, I think it's nameless saying, you're going to do something in Call of Duty, at the very least do it together. Right now, that is the game plan for Vancouver Surge, all together. And what do you know? There's a Hydra loose in the water. Mum, if you turn at the right time, you will get him. But in the meantime, he's gone all the way around. And that bomb plant, oh, he's licking his lips. What would it be? Over the top from Scrap's going to catch at least the top of that player's head. And Hydra could arguably just defuse this. Just damn! Go on. That's yours. Go on, son. Get in there. Well, no, it's a 1v3 now. No bot movement. He's got away with his life now, undetected. A man behind enemy lines. 25 on the clock. Vancouver have covered the bomb site now.
They're just running it down. It's so many NPCs on the map, got the plant and jumped over lobby. That's exactly, similar idea to what they did a previous offensive round. Just flipping the map on its head, getting the distant plant. I mean, that is extremely fast Call of Duty being played. I think LAT, not enough time to react to a situation where, Miles, you might be correct. You need to get grouped up together. If Vancouver Surge have this sort of style, they're just in control of the pace of the game. That is quite a few rounds they've won in a row.
It is a scary thing at this level to see that many players. Very few of our boys miss. Very, very few. And in the situations that we have come across here, this is Vancouver. Just, lads, hold hands together. They can't kill us all. I apply the same logic when I, jaywalk across the street with multiple friends. They're not going to kill us all. But they might get 1 or 2 of us, and Hydra gets 1.
Looters get straight, though. So 3v3 Hydra, though, quick on the hunt. No escape routes here.
Nope. Craze? Thank goodness. Didn't even try to fight that one. Was not about that 180 life. 3v2. It looks like Lunas has got himself a lovely corner to play with again. Looks like a mid-map play again. Scrap, keeping an eye on the A-bomb site. Nobody home. Mamba with a corner of his own. Nobody move. There's blood on the floor.
Who is the more patient team? If Scrap moves, Lunars will spot him. In the meantime, bomb planted at B, though, so a 2v2. Lunars does even up the odds, but a neutral situation. Mom and Lunars playing for the retake. Do they elect to do it together? Do they take different routes? LAT for the moment getting squirrely. Both sort of playing on Lambo's side. Hydra hard covering that. Abizi responsible for the front. Surge have the opportunity to isolate these gunfights.
And this is a water moment for our rookies now against some world champions in this 2v2. Guns are up. Here we go. The opening shot's fired, and it is going to be Lunas now for the trade. Can he catch a man out? On the hunt. Lunas gets it done. 15 seconds to spare, and the rookies survive.
Clutch up against Tyler Abizi. I'm hanging that on my wall. That is not too shabby. And LAT, honestly, played it well for the 2v2. The moment I said Surge have the opportunity to isolate the gunfights, Hydra grouped up together with Abizi, played there in the 2v2. Lunars just outplays them. Baits his teammate a little bit for the first kill, and if you're going to do that, you have to be able to get the second. Lunars having a pretty monstrous round, all things considered. Great patience towards the middle of the map, able to pick up Scrap. Well, we might have Caster's Curse, Abizi's S&D 2-7, suffering for the moment. Vancouver Surge 1 round away from a dub.
Speak for yourself. I didn't curse nothing, not today. Lunas, though, I think he picked up the NPC of Hydra in the middle of that fight as well. Very, very impressive work, Sam. 5-3. This is to tie it all up, boys. Mean shoulders thrown by Hydra, let alone a shoulder. He threw both knees and a feet are in there. He saw it all. Backing up over towards B. No eyes on this just yet for the Thieves. They are going to move now through the backside. Make sure office is all clear. They're going to be good for it. Take your time, Vancouver, but don't take too much time. That stun gave it all away, man. That was a +3 for sure. Here we go. Lunas, keep the spree going. You are in trouble, my boy. Can't get away with his life. Man down. And Craze playing the flank.
Needs to make the high impact. Got it. Good for it. 3v2 in favor of Surge. Abizi gets one trade, but yeah, plenty of time. They're going for the bomb down, and we lost the thread. A little bit too aggressive for our own good. Nero in a tough spot.
Speaking of aggressive, Nero is absolutely sending it. Yep, that ain't going to happen. Sprees are dead. And now the spree of the map win, or the round win, rather, is over for Surge. Thieves, wipe the crust out your eyes. Get the gunk out of your nails. Let's get back to work. A couple of rounds still to go.
Abizi from 2-7 to 5-7. Very strong round, trying to get his team back in the mix. And you see the stylistic difference. All of Vancouver Surge's success on this map just about has been the aggression, has been the team play. They slow the pace down. That one stun, the chunkiest one we've seen this year, lands in their face, and Thieves swarm around you. Vancouver Surge maybe want to get control of the pace back in their favor. And a lot of players grouped up in the hallway. They're going to dominate that. Neem throws the shoulder, sees the whole team.
Oh, the stun is great. The stun was great. Still, though, Neem escapes with his life. Beautiful work. And yet, you've played the opening round fantastically, Vancouver. The bad news is, though, you are going to get nothing out of this. Hydra looking for the third man. Not going to happen. The pinches on pinches on pinches. No cheeks are safe. Nero alone in the 1v3.
How about that for the Thieves adjustment? Neem sees the strat the exact same way Scrap did a previous round. At this time, 2 players go flying through on the pinch. So LA Thieves playing off the information. Now just need to clutch up in the 2v1.
Here they come. Nero. Oh, my boy, nearly did it. Pulling off a big one from their hip, but it is not enough. Now, we go to a final round on Hacienda. LA Thieves. Oh, boy, they've got the fight in them. And this, Neem, it had to be immaculate at that range, and it was exactly that. Here we go. Final round, map 2.
Just waiting for the gong, hoping for it. Round 11s, man. What makes men in Call of Duty? Types of strats you want to play, a display of confidence or a display of faltering. Thieves will be on the attack. And it looks like 3 players going towards A. Hydra will be the island player.
All depends on how the opening break goes here. And a lovely nade A lot of connection there. It's pulled those 3 members of Vancouver Surge across the map. They're thinking about it, but they have not accounted for Hydra on that flank. Mamba gets it. That is a massive first blood. The Phenom gone. Looking for a bomb plant here. Not necessarily the safest place to be. Coverage from the inside and the outside of fences now. Thieves, here we go.
Mamba's making plays, taking so much space, checking out the pinch. He's got the top hallway. They should know exactly where these Thieves players are.
Crazy. Takes a lot of lead. He's still alive, though. Pressure now on. Vancouver circling around. Over to wave, down low. Watch out, it's a 2-man hit. Scrap. Lines him up. To the pistol. It's good. Last man, Lunas. And he's trying to play from the outside. He's got to get in close. The setup here is so good. Niam, with his knife, doesn't find a thing. Wait a minute. Lunas versus Scrap. And he plays it safe with the good old bot movement. I ain't jumping, I ain't diving, I'm lying down. A snake in the grass bites Vancouver in the ass. It's 2-0.
Scrap sunned them through the middle of the map there. Bottom U. Great pre-fire on the second guy. He's down to 80 HP. Nero gets a couple tags in and then just turns and runs away from the gunfight. I mean, you got to get the defuse. You can't be running away in general, so you run away from Scrap, give him this opportunity. You think it's a little bit nervy, but 13 seconds, Scrap wins this 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah, this is your Scuff play of the game. And that last one, Luna's going high. And it's to the lowest of the lows. He really goes. 2-0, LA Thieves, Vancouver Surge. How close you came. Your major and minor champions, the Thieves, just pulling out the goods there. Big map from Scrap. That 10-9 looking very impressive. 14-8 from Hydra as well. And even with the first death in the final round there, it didn't make a shred of difference. Vancouver Surge, tough scenes there on Hacienda. 6-5. What a map. While Thieves find themselves up 2-0, we go to Den after the break for a game of Overload. Mr. Chance, how you feel about that one?
Feeling good. This is a very fun map. I think LA Thieves, the Paris Thieves, I think LA, maybe a little bit of spoiler there, who knows. But nonetheless, look good, diverse strats, a couple novel looks on Hacienda. Always fun to watch. It's a very good S&D team.
Very, very impressive stuff, but we're going to go to a quick commercial break, ladies and germs, on the other side of these CDL TV clips. You will be watching a game of Den Overload. Will it be the last in the series? Will Surge mount the comeback? Well, you have to sit around and find out.
Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Go pick up the 2026 Call of Duty League Championship Tracer Pack. You can support all 12 Call of Duty League teams.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
At COD Champs, it's more than Call of Duty. It's you whipping an F1 go-kart at the Grand Prix Plaza, testing your aim and movement at Summerlin Paintball. It's you driving supercars at Speed Vegas, surviving the best escape rooms at Escapology, experiencing the immersive art in the Arte Museum. It's you taking a picture in front of the Bellagio Water Show, and seeing Vegas from the largest observation wheel in the US. It's you and the squad making memories for life. A weekend in Vegas that you'll never forget.
You're better. You're f***ing better, bro. I went to like Vault Door, I think. I've seen this, bro. Oh my god. He's in Vault. You're so much better. Bomb. Oh my god! Holy shit. Hello? Let's go. You're the same shit. Real quick. Holy yo! Yobi! Yobi!
Watch out for the staircase. We're gonna be getting pinched. I have no ammo. I have to push up.
Yeah, you just push up. Dead.
Umbrellas.
And just don't line up with me.
I had no ammo, bro.
Dude, that's so tough, bro.
I had no ammo, bro.
We gotta find him. We gotta find him.
You got his smokes. If you're a little weak.
He's running outside. He's running outside.
Hey, Teddy.
To your right.
Close, to your right. Let's go, baby! Come on! Come on! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Whoa! Sometimes wins feel real good. Sometimes wins feel just fine. Sometimes you win a 3-0 in a series and you just fist bump the boys and you hit the can. That might be what happens right now for the LA Thieves. They're trying to get out of this online portion of the Black Ops 7 season as fast as humanly possible. Mr. Ashworth, welcome back. It is time to get to map number 3. And map number 3, we play Overload. We'll go to Den for this one. And stage 4, these boys have been very good.
Brutal.
Yep.
One of those graphics. Hey, look at this team. Arguably best in the game. Hey, look at this other team. The opposite.
Yep.
Not ideal. Very tough work for Vancouver Surge here in this matchup. And these, of course, I mean, a very interesting for this specific matchup dynamic that we have is the map pool coming in from LAT. 2 maps in the last 60 days they've not had a ton of success on. Gridlock hasn't best the 1-2 record overall. It's their Scar and the map that we're going to be playing Den where they have been electric. So they've been good. You'd imagine, hey, let's just veto the maps that they're good at. Vancouver Surge don't have that opportunity. They're actually having to veto maps that LA Thieves are bad at. So we're getting a map that they are fantastic on. So very comfortable in this game mode. At least a deep enough map pool that they will always have options. A 7-3 record as of recent. Again, in the past 2 months on Den specifically. You're going to see it again. Happy. Cruise control right now for Thieves.
Well, the Thieves, a pool so deep, it has its own lifeguard. They have got the lobby on lock right now. The boys have certainly put a couple behind the goalposts so far in Overload. Craze joining them there as well. So exciting to see if this is an opportunity for the comeback here for Vancouver Surge. Again, the odds are firmly stacked against them, and we will actually be going to... Yeah, something's happened there. Hydra's something going on. We'll find out. We'll find out what's going on. Game crash, folks. We'll get back into this one ASAP. Looks like Abizi's going to be hitting the toilet ASAP as well. When you got to go, you got to go. But it doesn't look like Hydra's game has crashed. We'll get back into this one as fast as we possibly can. Charles, Vancouver Surge, a squad like this. I mean, are you expecting a huge amount from them at the Paris Major?
What's the threshold here? You know, every single team has different level of expectations to it. What would we define as successful for this Vancouver Surge team at the Major? Anything less than top 4 would be poor. If they're in top 6, or what's the range here?
I honestly think a top 6 would be great for a squad like this. I mean, again, looking at the standings, looking at what we are going to be seeing in this competition, for them to creep into that top 6, I think would be very, very good. I think that would be very, very much outside of, you know, where they're sitting right now alongside their old pals Cloud9 at 0-5 and 0-3 respectively. I think a top 6 performance out of Surge on land would be insane.
Okay, so top 6 is the standard, and the question is, do I think they'll have that level of success? Not really indicating that that is going to be the case. The series hasn't exactly proven too much. They have a couple keys. You know, Mama's had some great looks. They've all individually had their moments from time to time. Ultimately, 0-3, shaping up to be an 0-4 here against Thieves. And I believe their final series against Heretics might be the type of one that decides whether they'll be able to make an impact at the Major. Heretics in a bit of a weak spot. Opportunity for this team to capitalize. Right now, just trying to get locked in. The Thieves players during the break, taking those quick routes, a little bit of pep in their step, the energy to get that hydration break rolling through. These guys a little bit more time on their phones. A bit more time just trying to have any sort of vibes or success for the next map.
And looks like the lads have returned. Neum and Scrap there in our current break. If you have just joined us, there was a game crash. I think it was Hydra's. We'll hopefully get that one back online as soon as possible. The headsets are on and the butts are in seats, which is a wonderful thing to know. We should be loading this one any second now. Map number 3 of our series, Den Overload, with the Thieves looking very, very strong indeed. Wonderfully composed, very clean respawn game as well. They're getting it done, ladies and germs. It could be a 3-0. Here we go, Surge. We're going to be seeing something from you here. But again, the Thieves, chance they've just been those guys online. Both the minor tournaments going their way. The lands have been strong as well. Surge, certainly an uphill climb ahead of them. Good luck, fellas, here on Den. We'll be watching.
if I'm thinking about the coaching staff for LA Thieves, they're obviously looking for greatness. They want to end the year, win every single tournament, absolutely just sweep out, get all the trophies, get the cash prize, this and that. So you want to play the highest level of Call of Duty possible. I think what we saw for the Husky and the Hardpoint, 10 out of 10, delivers, going to be happy with everything. Maybe the S&D, a hiccup or two, not the cleanest, but for Respawn, if you're Troy Sender right now, you want to watch your team come out and dominate this map.
Yeah, Shane might still be hungover from England versus Croatia. I'll have to ask him. Luders and Mumma find their respective pick up here for Vancouver Surge possession towards the bottom side of the map. That B goal. Oh, looking good. Niam unable to catch that player on the back. Attack now on. Scrap finding another one, and it is not going to be any good. Quick run now for the LA Thieves. And listen in.
Yo, one's already here. P2, P2. I fell.
Out of dead. Out on the front of it, dead.
One was pitching.
It's only one.
We close to each other. Nice, Tyler, go.
I don't know if I have it.
Let's go. You have it. Tyler, go.
Coming.
Oh, nice, yo.
I'm wrapping right.
Go.
On their flank, Craze. Right side. Blue top. Red top, blue.
Nice. I have your mid here. They're going to be mid cut.
One's there.
Run him in. Run him in. Cams, boys.
Trying to help you.
Nice.
Two cams.
Outer stone, Lunars.
Two cams, run him in.
Lunars.
One back spawn, one shot. Back spawn, one shot. Padio, last one. Go.
I'm grabbing the ball.
It's
gonna be close though. Outer.
One run, intercept. I'm staying down.
I'm stunning and nading it.
Inner weak.
Trying to nade it.
Set away. One shot. There's two there.
I'll send it.
I got naded.
I'm gonna try to team shot close up here. I'm like, yo,
one shot. Yo, you can wrap this all the way.
Yeah, right.
One more. Running at it.
Running forward. I spawn gold here. I'll get your mid.
Like this.
Get your mid.
Yo, could be server.
Yeah, he's probably gonna be server.
Okay, mid pitch.
No, server already. Outer.
Tommy,
outer
and inner.
I'm on bullet.
Make a movie. Go outer narrow. Outer narrow.
I'm dead. Alright, one's outer really big.
Inner.
Nero's really big outer.
Yo, close up inner. Last guy crease. Left inner. Nice, go.
Now they got spawn here though.
Winners, one shot.
Nice, two guys. We can
Just go.
Arrow weak.
Swan's left, guys.
Nice, Swan's left. Just stay out.
I'm mad for you.
Yeah, get it.
I pushed your base.
I'll pull the ball from
Yo,
right. Just go.
Yeah, there's two. Three dragon. Three four.
Back it up. Yeah, you can fake it though. Just back it up. I'm really in
I'll fake it.
Yeah, one just done.
Nothing mid.
I'm taking it right. I'm coming back now.
I have
one shot on the point now. A bullet on the point. Literally one shot on the point. Nice.
Dragon weak. You can tell him he's on the point.
Where you got, Tyler?
Nice one more.
They're gonna wrap it. Make sure you wrap right. Make sure you wrap right.
One's gonna be gold or some shit.
That's a really good listening from the Thieves. Both Scrap and Niam, outstanding calls. Chance, you made the words there, brother. It is all Thieves from here on out.
Directing traffic, great vision of the game, fantastic communication, no wasted space. It is absolutely delightfful. Hey, getting out of Scrap, we're just watching him like develop as a player. Always been an elite slayer, but even now out of game seems to be a fantastic player and teammate. And the fact that Niam, the rookie's doing the same kind of thing, continues to impress.
Yeah, very, very solid work. Human UAV comes to mind. Right now, Scrap on the way towards it. Shots in from Niam. Safe, left-hand side of the map. All good right now for the Thieves. Forward they march. Is their wonderful work of containment. They lock down an area. They play it so well, and player after player finds their way forward. Scrap on another spree. Trying to keep this play going. Still for the Thieves. Wicked work yet again with the Jaeger. Scrap, undeniable right now. Shout out Lunas of the Caster Curse.
Hey, hit those shots with the pistol while stunned. Not an easy thing to do at all. Hydra on the pin, shooting players in the back. So much easier. Still not the easiest thing in the world, but now they got the extra body. Scrap wins the outer lane gunfight. Vancouver Surge just cannot find themselves in the right position. LA Thieves truly running them over.
Yeah, absolutely. Holding them at bay. When it comes to the attack, they are lethal moving forward. LA Thieves, yet again, another strong capture. With a minute spare here in the first half, they are 3-0 up. And it is not looking good for Vancouver Surge. Single-digit kills for 3 of them. Luna's barely holding on at the 10 and 10. Right now, it is the Thieves on Den.
Playing their positions extremely well. Niam, the overseer of the device. It's a great stun from Craze to root him out of that position. So an opportunity for Surge. Grab the device, get a little bit of control. You just got to get past Hydra.
Hydra, the detonate there, slowing things right down. Connection good. Pounces magnificently, looking for the next few. Coverage on his right-hand shoulder, sweet. Hydra, 4, 5. The slide, oh my word, nearly finds the next. And we're looking for the 4th. Space to play with though by the top side of the map. The read is there by Surge. Can they get in position to stop this one? The defender's now on the run. Neum, good for one. The trade's complete, and that fourth and final goal will go through. A perfect first half from the LA Thieves.
And a look of disgust on Hydra's face. Always fun, the banter between him and Scrap. But as stated, especially so from the listening, extremely efficient Call of Duty. This is a moment where Scrap's calling out to Abizi. You absolutely have it. I know the timing of the kills we've gotten. I know the pace of when they're coming off respawn. I know you got that free and clear run. A couple like rap battles being played as well. The way Den is developed, very interesting over the span of this year. And I think we're to the point now, we don't see as many extensive raps like Thieves just displayed, but they were getting tricky with it. Great execution virtually every single time. And I think if you're looking at the minimap or even looking at it from Surge's perspective, they're not entirely out of position or making like bad reads. They're just like that split second behind. And that, of course, results in a very punishing 4-0 beatdown.
Well, Vancouver, we need to see you seriously take this one over in order to win it. With a nice clean pair in the middle of the map. Nero pushed back towards couches, waiting for something here from the back line of Vancouver Surge. Now at full strength, and they have staggered yet again. This is going to be 3 players up for a moment. Bottom side of the map now starting to flood forward. Craze heavily damaged, gets away with 1. He's staying alive as best he can. Here come the reinforcements. Nero from the stairwell. Is it enough to stop the capture? Indeed it is. Scrap will lick his wounds, stay alive for as long as he can before the rest of the boys make their way forward. Recovery now for Surge, now on the front foot.
Quick reinforcements. Great teamwork and trades. Hydra for the entry. He gets traded out. Neum with the follow-up, and that stops that push in its tracks. Nero with a good pickup, though, on the pinch. Well, you had Thieves in full control playing the rack game. This is looking way more scattered for Surge, not able to control it in any way, shape, or form. Mamba left alone by himself with the device. They just did not know, at least as a team, where they wanted to go.
Here comes number 5, Scrap. Up close and personal with the MPC. The 5th goes over the line. It's 2 for Scrap, 2 for Abizi, and Hydra has 1 as well. Mr. Overload, though, Neum, who we law-dumped quite heavily previous series, has yet to get involved on the scoreboard, but disgusting work either way. Aggression there, and the play surely should come to a close. Nero goes on a big 2, but again, it is desperation defense here from Vancouver Surge. Their side of the map, that is the heat map for them right now.
While Thieves were happy to play the rap battle going all the way across the map, well, Neum is in fact picking that route up while his teammates are trying to hold this line. Hydra, well, indeed, holding the line. I mean, you're just holding the vice. You're doing absolutely nothing with it. This is standard gameplay rolling through. They're getting nearly every single kill, but it's not going to be enough. It's a pistol versus an NPC at close range. Neum shreds them. The reinforcements were there, and Vancouver Surge just do not have the goods. LAD is playing them like a fiddle.
Great cross up. And immediately now to the other side of the map, and you've overwhelmed the lone defender. Now Luna's all on himself. Oh no! You're not locked in here with him. He managed to get those kills. You know where I was going with that one, chat, but the kills are sweet, and Vancouver Surge has survived. There's a little bit of trickery from the LA Thieves. Big man Scrap, 24 and 18, looking for a couple more here. Abe's got him covered. Another line of defense here, set and stone as Abizi lets nothing fly by. We're not letting go of this play just yet. 2:15. It is becoming fast. Possible for Vancouver Surge to get themselves back into this one. The series might be over in a few moments.
An elite level teamwork and decision making rolling through. Scrap trying to find the timing because he lost the reinforcements on the back end, but he just pushes that device further and further away. This is exactly what you want if you're a Thieves fan. Extremely happy for how the team has played. Elite level teamwork coming through. Obviously high level skill players winning every single gunfight. This is, I mean, what you expect if you're trying to win tournaments towards the end of the year. This is the level you expect your team to have.
Clinical. Scrap covering his own stairs. Oh, there's the stoppage. Is it enough to get over the line? Surely will be. Neum gets himself onto the board. Lovely stuff. Everyone there from the Thieves finding their kills. Everyone getting it done. And now the top side of the map. How big could Scrap go? The answer is massive 3-piece. That could be the goal. Number 7. We are licking our lips in anticipation of the run. And this will be Scrap for his hat trick if he can get it over the line. And it's in. Ladies and gentlemen, what a play. What a map and a series now from the Thieves.
And potential rare 8-0 on the cards. maybe have only had 2 or 3 this entire year. Thieves want to have their last online overload being ended with a stamped, emphatic fashion of easy. One gunfight to win. Can't quite get it done there with the pistol. 50 more seconds for Thieves to do the damage.
But they've done more than enough damage here. Pinch is on. Scrap surely won't survive this. And an attempt for Vancouver Surge now simply to survive the embarrassment of that O. No donuts here. Oh dear. Last man down, and with pace and with tremendous wind in their sails, we go home. Hydra's second and a perfect AO. And I lip read that one. He said, bang. Well done. Well done, LA Thieves. What a clinical game of overload that was. Start to finish, just sensational stuff.
Truly a tune-up game for this squad. Don't have to play with too much pressure. Get to be comfortable. Means your teamwork needs to be on point. They absolutely deliver. Start to finish, good adjustments in the S&D. Again, maybe a hiccup or 2 in the mix, but they were sort of solving the puzzle as that game developed. And by the round 11, Scrap able to break them in the respawns. Absolute class. Scrap might be hard stuck in the sub 10% accuracy range, but every other stat for that team, absolutely a spectacle.
Well, let's face it, that boy with a pistol, he's hitting more than 8% of his shots. He really is. He's definitely also letting them fly. Yeah, while stunned. He's also letting them fly with the pre-fire as well. But LA Thieves, the cleanest 3-0. At Hacienda was the only sign of life we had for Vancouver Surge, and that was snuffed immediately. Wonderful signs for them going into the Paris Major. They'll be packing their bags and getting on that plane with a big old smile on their face and their hearts full of confidence. Absolutely rightfully so. That is that, ladies and gentlemen. Desk ass whooping.
Time respected. Thank you very much, Thieves. We're halfway through the day, and we are down to 6 matches here in the regular season.
Crazy.
And this one went as expected, but an 8-0 beatdown is kind of an exclamation point right before the major.
It is, yeah. And I think if you go back and watch that listening, that was excellent. Like, our best team in the game, a lot of our squads can learn from that, particularly the teams that are at the bottom. Like, this team is calming like that while they are blitzing you, beating you 3-0 at the time. Like, Scrap is directing the troops. You know, people are asking questions, getting them answered immediately, and they're forming team pushes, like doing multiple things at the same time. It is awesome to watch a team get to this level in the season, especially with such a tumultuous start that they've had. But, yeah, since bringing in Neum, they have been absolutely electric.
I mean, he's getting stunned and still hitting shots like that. Is there anything you can do to slow this team down going into the major, alley?
I really don't think so. I think the way they're shooting right now, I mean, you can just feel the confidence in literally all these gunfights. Like, we already knew the kind of ego and confidence that Scrap has, and it feels like it's kind of like infected the rest of this team slowly but surely. And going on to that listen-in, I mean, also, like, you can't ask for a better situation than your rookie to also be, like, basically leading the comms as well in that listen-in. He was extremely vocal. He was leading and telling them, like, hey, guys, like, we need to try and hit this rally. We need to give this up. And so for a rookie to feel comfortable enough to do that in a situation like this, I think, like, there's just no other team in the league right now that could really put up a wall in their face.
There's going to be a lot of French fans cheering on that young man. Hydra returning to his home country, gets to play in front of the largest audience in CDL history, potentially, and they are doing it with the #1 seed. At 5-0, the only team capable of a perfect record gets the job done.
Yeah, they just reached that point where, you know, the game just slows down for everybody because they're in all these repeatable spots that they've talked about. They know exactly how they want to approach every situation and push. So it's easy. It's like, hey, we talked about this. We've done it perfectly so many times. When it gets here, I can just do it just like that. I don't even really have to think about it. Thieves on another level.
Allie, when it comes to the map pool, I know that the Thieves are starting to test some more things and starting to expand. Where are we at there? Can they play everything, or can you ban them out in a best-of-7?
I think it's so funny that you say that because you can't. They can play everything right now. In Hardpoint alone, they have 3 just in Stage 4 that are undefeated, just lock-up maps for them. And when you move to Search and Destroy, they are comfortable on literally every single S&D map. They have a winning record in Stage 4 on almost all of them except for 1. They are terrifying when it comes to veto approach right now.
And final thoughts here before we bring Hydra in for the Monster Winter Spotlight.
Yeah, I mean, it's their tournament, right? Like, just got to show up and keep playing like this. I believe that they can, and it would be crazy going back to back.
It's going to take a moment to get Hydra on the line, so go get yourself a glass of water, a new Monster. We'll be right back with Hydra in match number 3 on the day. It's a Super Saturday here at the CDL.
House tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Welcome back to the final weekend of the regular season. We are joined now by Hydra in the Monster Winner Spotlight. And Hydra, we are about to head to your home country. The first time for me in 20 years going to Paris for Call of Duty. Talk to me a little bit about this event. How excited are you personally?
Probably the most excited I've ever been playing a tournament, to be honest. Playing in front of my crowd, my people. It's gonna be great.
And have you been talking to a lot of people back home? Is there anyone from high school or anyone from your family that'll be coming out to watch you play live?
Maybe my best friend, but most importantly, my girlfriend and my mom. Most important one, my mom. So.
There you go.
Mama Hydra.
In your life. There we go.
Hydra, I want to ask you, you've entered the final parts of the season the last couple of years with a very good squad. All those teams have had chances to win the big one. Obviously, you've done it before. Where does this team stack up compared to those squads at this point in the season?
Wait, can you repeat that, Dean?
Where does this team stack up to some of your former squads in the form that they've been in entering the final tournaments of the year?
Right now, I think we're a pretty good spot. I can't compare any of my old teams, I guess. I think this squad is just, we're just on point at the moment. I think we're trying to work on, maps, different things. Those matches that you're seeing is just literally straight up testing maps and see how it goes for us. So I can answer that probably at the end of Major 4.
Fair enough. I'll ask you again.
There's only so much I can talk to you about COD right now. Congratulations. You guys look incredible. I'm so excited to see what you guys are able to do at Paris. So instead, I want to ask for your recommendations, what to do when we go to France. I've never been. It'll be my first time. I'm sure it'll be a bunch of other people's first time as well. What should we do? What should we eat? And what should we see?
I don't know. You can go see the Eiffel Tower. Champs-Élysées is a good spot too. Pretty good walking spot, I guess. Where the...
Yeah.
I guess, I don't know, the tourists, I guess, are going. I think it's a...
What are you excited to eat, Paco? Is there something to eat in Paris or in France in general?
You gotta eat the bread, come on.
Just the bread?
You gotta eat the bread. The water's better too. You guys let me know how the water is over there, because I think the water's way better back in France than it is in the U.S.
Bro.
Definitely better than Texas.
Honestly,
you just recommended us bread and water, bro?
Dude, that's
the basics. Hydra, final question.
Nothing over there.
We know that your teammate Scrap is known for his ability to go into different languages with his trash talk.
Oh my God.
Have you been teaching him any French before the Paris land?
He's giving us.
He was already knowing French before I did, I guess. So he was saying oui oui to Rambo 2 years ago. I was not even on the team yet.
And then final question is, how do you say where is the bedroom in French?
Where is the bedroom? Où est ma chambre?
There you go.
There you go.
Scrap, you heard it here from your teammate's voice. Everyone in chat, take that home with you. For now, we got to say goodbye to Hydra in our Monster Winner Spotlight. Congratulations again. For now,
thank you guys.
Break time. When we come back, it's OpTic about to take the stage. They're 2-2. Are they headed to the losers bracket? Koi's looking to send them there.
pack.
Three rings versus 2 third places. We got Shotzzy taking out Kips in this one, and, well, the rookie's going to have his hands full. Let's start with this OpTic squad and the numbers. A 1.11 for both. KD rank overall, that's 3rd and 4th, and very impressive stuff for a youngster. Keep a pace with Anthony.
Yeah, Shotzzy's having a good season. Saw some of his tweets. I think he's locked all his rings, including the Halo one that he has. And then on the other side, we talk about Kips. He's having a great rookie year. Search and Destroy, he's been popping off as well. So looking to finally beat OpTic. It's been the team that has smoked Toronto at every corner, every turn. He needs to get this win.
Alley Cat, talk to me about the green team.
They're having some struggle matches, Chris. They haven't been having good flu. Maybe this is what they needed. I mean, this is not exactly.
There you go.
This now with 3 losses in a row that have been going through.
3 losses in a row?
Oh, nobody panic. Nobody panic. But this is maybe what they needed, right? Because I mean, how many times we've talked to them, and it's like, yeah, we're just trying to like find the small mistakes, through VOD. But it's hard when you're beating everybody when it comes to match day, except for a grand final, right? So now they have these losses under their belt. 1 and 5 in the last 6 search and destroys. Now they have something they can actually focus on. I'm personally not that worried about this OpTic Texas team, but granted, 3 in a row definitely doesn't feel good.
And they hadn't lost back-to-back matches since January. We are now 6 months later, and you've lost 3 in a row. Does a win today quell that conversation and shut everyone up before a major?
I think, a win would, but more so just kind of how you look in the search and destroys. It's always a weird thing to navigate, Chris, when you're a team that's already locked in for champs at the end, right? Because you're playing maps you're trying to work on. You also probably have some strats that you don't exactly want to show. So you're trying to work on like the adjustments in the middle of the round. So like when I went back and I watched the gridlock they had, which they're going to have again today, they're doing like the same base strat every round. So you're going to lose if a team knows what you're doing. They're just trying to work on their mid-round adjustments. So it's very hard to navigate for OpTic, but with how good this team's been all year long, despite that, they should be able to close out at least one of these S&Ds. 4 in a row, definitely a bit of a concern.
Koi were riding high after the last major, and then, of course, they were hit with a transaction. Joe Deceives makes his way over to the Gentlemates instead. They bring in a new gun in Abe, a guy who used to play for Toronto at EWC last year. Abe hasn't been playing bad, but the team has not found success as...
These S&Ds, 4 in a row, definitely a bit of a concern.
Koi were riding high after the last major, and...
I think if anything, it'll kind of limit test them a little bit. They're 0-5 this season versus OpTic Texas. When you think about the
5 and 15 map count,
OpTic Texas dominates this matchup. So yeah, and specifically, though, the interesting angle is they dominate the search and destroys. 6-1 in that battle versus Toronto Koi. So maybe with that slip in S&D on a 4-loss brand side of OpTic Texas, Koi could have some opportunity there. They've been going to a lot of round 11s lately. Last 4 of their search and destroys have gone to round 11s, and they've only won 1 of them. So for Koi, need to learn to ice it up, and for Abe, it's tough because this is one of the only series that he's going to have some big shoes to fill in the damage category going up against OpTic Texas.
Allie, I know you need some time to think about it, so I'm going to say it right now. I will give you 3 points.
How's everybody doing in the
3 points
chat?
for a Koi upset.
Honestly, I don't think it's that insane of a pick. I would still probably pick OpTic Texas in the series. They're going to get Den to open that up, 14-6, and Den Hardpoint. They're trying to set themselves up for success here. They want that winner's bracket.
Yeah, I looked at the tweet and I know what was going to happen today. And I'm with you. Shotzzy is locked in. He's already thinking about a world championship, and this is just a stepping stone along the way. Let's put it in officially. It's your Scuff Pick'ems. I'm going OpTic in 3 today.
I was going to say the same thing. Give me OpTic in 3. I think they get it done here fast.
Rosalie?
Sorry, I'm not going to give you any fun. OpTic Texas for sure. I'll give them 4.
No Koi?
No Koi.
You sure?
I'm positive.
All right, good
If
answer.
Koi win a map, I'll actually be shocked.
They could take Den.
I'll actually be shocked.
We can't get there, though. We got Shift and Study on the mic. Hi, guys.
Actually, shocked seems a little crazy. I mean, I know that they're pretty far below the standard what they have with Joe Deceives, but like Allie mentioned, 3 match losses in a row for OpTic. 1 of them against Carolina. Seems like they're a little bit vulnerable, maybe to a couple maps.
Yeah, but I would be shocked. I'm completely agreeing with Wheeler because you're talking about the guy that they lost is currently the #1 Slayer in Stage 4. And the guy that they replaced him with is sitting bottom 10 in Slayer rating in Stage 4. So I don't understand how you even think that you remotely have a chance if you are any Koi fans, because even with an MVP candidate, we pushed them to the game 5 and we still wouldn't see one go through the hoop. They struggle in hardpoint versus team, they struggle in search and destroy versus team, and I think that's the only option for Koi to try to beat this squad is through the S&Ds, because OpTic are on a 4-loss streak in that game mode. Doesn't matter if they get the first blood, they still throwing away number situations like it's the beginning of the season. So I think if you are OpTic, a team coming off of 3 very tough losses, this needs to be a 3-0 without a doubt.
I hear that. I think in terms of championship hopes and trying to build this roster up for some success through Paris, yeah, I totally hear you on that. It just seems like there may be an opportunity because Toronto, as much as they're getting a little bit beat up since Joe DeCease is gone, still been able to put together at least some contest. Although, as we jump on into the opening break-off, it could not be anything less of the sort. OpTic are off to the races.
Yeah, you saw Shotzi's tweets over the weekend, basically mirroring what Michael Jordan does with all his achievements on his hand. And you know that the guy's going to come in final form, especially in this last 2 months to close out the season strong. OpTic just want to see a chip. They want to get over that hump of getting consistent second places. And if this guy is going to be at this level, it's going to make your job easier.
Yeah, I think the big thing we've noted about Shotzi's play style over the last couple of weeks in Respawn in particular, not just Hardpoint, but I think especially in Overload, is that it seems like the team is really relying on him to be the guy to start things off. And then if he finds a win, then we'll go and make another play. It feels a little more reserved this time, kind of taking away space strategically. So far, perfect. I mean, 30-0. No sign of Toronto breaking anytime soon as Shotzi's on another 3 spree. Looking for a little heat check there, and Insight will fall. Merciless try to hold strong.
All right, if you're Koi, let's go. It's time to wake up, man. Plug in the controller, turns the monitor on, because this ain't even close and the game's just getting started. Kleenex is able to find a double, though. It's going to give Koi the advantage that they want to fly on in and find these last couple of trades, but it's still the close spawns for OpTic, the NPCs for OpTic, locking down the time.
Yeah, nice team shots right there from Hook and Mercules. Now, final effort. Not coordinated for Toronto. You got a couple players that are worried about rotation. A couple that are just trying to finesse the exit for OpTic. And it's going to be a perfect score so far for the green wall. Maybe one more chance here for Toronto to get in, but Shotzi finds the final pick. And we will have a 80-0 game heading to P3.
Yeah. All right, come on, Koi. Still some life. Win a rotation off, win a gunfight off the rotation, but you're already losing the first. Now the rookie trying to make up for it with an NPC, and the amount of pressure he's able to set is going to allow Toronto Koi some breathing room. But you can already see players like Shotzi thinking about the big time play. Now he's blocking Dojo, and his teammates are pitching for the front.
Yeah, a little bit of an off spawn here for Kleenex. Dashy trying to play his life would need to finesse and try to create an elimination from one of the 2 angles he's got to watch, and he will fall. So Toronto, nice setup here on P3, understanding where the next hit's going to come from. It's all through Dojo. Insight finds the kill. Abe pushes forward. Shotzi, he's off to the races, my friend. 13-6, but OpTic are still held back.
Oh yeah, this has been a money hill so far here for Koi. Just trying to keep themselves in the fight, trying to gain some momentum going over towards the P4, because this is a good chunk of time to get. But if you can chain these kills with this time, that can make your rotation even better. But OpTic are just going to cut their losses, set up at the P4, which is usually their money hill.
Yeah. We saw them on this map earlier in this qualification stage, trying to get a little bit too cute, trying to do a little bit too much. This setup is a little bit more passive, but it gets read and broken down. 3 kills come through. Actually, the last one left. Able to find 1, make it a second as he forces a team kill. But Toronto will still get the spawn. Back into the hill. OpTic quickly setting up now from the front, looking to try to find this from the outer side of the rooftops. Opening first blood, good for Mercules. Trying to fill the gap as Kleenex, but he will drop in, strike, kill, feed Hook, able to find the final, and Abe is the last one left, trying to block spawns.
It's good trades there from OpTic. Working so many different angles from the outskirts to mid-side server. And we're consistently keeping himself in a trade advantage, but the entire time they don't flip the spawn, so you give Koi more opportunities to break, and there's still a good chunk of time left of remaining here at the P4.
Yeah, Hook able to get one more. Finesse play from Dashy shut down. Okay. Good save here in the last 2 hard points for Toronto. They'll get this thing back to essentially a tie game as we head back over to P1. And honestly, again, from the slow start across the board, everyone's nearly positive or at least even for Toronto, which is great news. Mercules is just 4-13. It's been the Shotzi and Hook takeover so far, and boy, do they need Boy Wonder to show up for Green Wall.
Yeah, you need your ARs to start making some impactful plays on the map. And with Mercules at 5, Dashy on 6, you need those those guys to start hitting on this second rotation because already Koi have flipped this script. They are starting to match their slaying presence. Abe is on 6 in a row. This guy has been one of those players in the CDL who's never been able to shine and challenging a different player, but finally he's showcasing his skill.
Yeah, sure is. Trying to watch over towards the connector and towards mid, able to find another. A 7 in a row for Abe. Now looking up towards Dashy, who's able to tally up a double, able to get a little bit of regen back, and that's an assist now for Abe. Looking for more, able to take away another OpTic member on this break attempt with 17 seconds left on P1. Follow up from inside is great, who also sneakily enough has a Hellstorm. So we're dealing with some major tools here for Toronto, a chance to run away with this game.
Yeah, and OpTic have only gotten 25 seconds off of the last 3 hard points. Koi have just turned this game on its head. Not winning a majority of the rotations, trying to lock down this setup. Kip's gonna make a really big time play. His teammates understand, let me just stall time. He's gonna hit the rewrap, and that's gonna be a flawless forward dead with the back spawn still being secured. Koi have just been outstanding ever since you got to that P3, P4.
Yeah, I mean, again, Mercules from 6 and 13 to 7 and 17. He just cannot put together 2 decent lives. Merc able to find one with the pistol here. Dancing with the pistol out. He's going to be overwhelmed, but he's got help on the way nearby. Insight able to find the beatdown Shotzzy with the trade. So even though it's an impressive moment for Insight, OpTic will still get in for some much needed time, especially knowing that Toronto can keep hitting this over and over and over again because of the Hellstorms that they have. And as they find their next break attempt, they get a 4-man feed and they will get the scrap time.
All right, Koi. It's a different squad, man. Everybody has counted this guy's out. When you lose a player like Joe, you're just not expecting him to be able to compete in matchups like this. So if you are Koi, a team who has turned this game out drastically, that means the communication has got to be on point. So listen in with Toronto.
Well,
I died.
I'll shoot you. I'm on for that, man.
Okay. Yep. I am coming
Come on, push your lockers.
He's already here. Yeah, close. Close left, I think.
He's weak. He's nading.
It's all, I want mid.
Okay, 1 in lockers, 2 in lockers, 1 in time, 1 to red.
I can 8 lockers.
2 lockers.
Give us a second.
Trying to work on red. 10 on red. 10 on red.
Out left, out close left. Low red, LG.
Yeah, on you, Jimmy, on you. Literally in front of you.
Good time, bro.
Let's get time.
Good time. I'm banging.
There's some time.
Nice.
I'm sure.
I haven't.
I'm not in there. I'm pushing out.
Yeah,
get over there.
Hard too.
Okay,
I'm nading it, bro. I'm nading it.
3.
I have a shot.
Half full lobby.
I'm not
I have Pika. Give us a second.
half up. I'm your hold. I'm gonna be out wide on you too. Good job.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm
Pika. 1 shot or half up.
Shoot him.
One more hit. Low red.
Is he weak?
I'm gonna get wide.
There's 2 people. I spawned out. Come on back.
Hugh can dash it. Oh, Hugh can
top blue.
Mace.
Mining couch.
One's on the tree, Mace.
Give me a sec. I'm small.
Down there then.
Post default.
On tree.
Free him. I'm one old. He's on old.
Outer Mace. He's on time. Close up on the box.
Playing the time. Could be top blue.
Close that box.
Yeah.
One's in top blue.
Yeah, on the box is squaring it.
On the box. Back. 2 time. And the 1 pinch throw. I'm with window. Free in time.
One top blue, my pinch flow red.
I spawned out. Give me time. Hold. I'm playing for you guys in the back. I spawned here.
Alright, nice, bro.
He's not default.
Maybe low red somewhere.
I'm buttoning right corner actually.
Go for it.
Right corner. Top blue.
That last guy, he was front.
Mining outer. I have a trophy, back door.
I think small. He's in window. Absolute. Outer Mason, watch out. There's 2 outer. One's in, A1.
Hey, John.
I'm just squaring outer.
Absolute ammo. Hugh can time close up.
Doesn't seem to make a difference who's on this Toronto team, Jay. Comms calm and collected for the Koi as they find their break in towards P4. Chance to close out the game here in the near future.
Yeah, it's so relaxing for the Koi side because even in the situation when the chaos started to brew, when Dashy finds that opening double, Inside all he needed to do was respond, get 1 kill, and then Abe's off the respawn saying, you guys stay alive, I'm going to set up the pinch. And he's able to somehow, some way get past the line of sights there of Hook. And that allows Koi to breeze that 200-point mark and now potentially invest the Hellstorm early to almost close out this game.
Yeah, other difference maker here in this scoreboard. Look at Mercules and Dashy. We're talking 29 and 46 for the 2 ARs combined. Whereas on the other side, now everyone is positive. And Abe is going to call in his Hellstorm like you called. There's a lot of time here. Should be guaranteed for Toronto. Crossing angle for Kleenex stops OpTic from trying to find some sort of a punish onto Kips. But there is a spawn that starts to come through. Abe is actually able to clean up on Shotzzy and Mercules with that Hellstorm. So now Toronto can win the game.
Yeah, Shotzzy just tried to rush that. Like the Hellstorm is still in the air. If you are OpTic, the first 2 hard points were flawless. Everything else has been extremely sloppy. And Koi are taking full advantage of it. Only need 15 more seconds and are still controlling counter side to win a rotation anew.
Well, this has been about as perfect as it gets for Toronto. Nice shots from inside. 23 and 18. Pistol almost works out onto Shotzzy. But with 236 to 157 on the scoreboard, Abe just has to sit here and play his life, not get caught, and he's going to have a natural pinch. Better than that, he finds first blood. Now here comes the hit from the front. Merc and Dash able to find the first couple eliminations. Now they try to zone out the rest of the hard point, but Kleenex is dancing. He's shooting, and well, he will not finish off the final kill, so OpTic will stay in the time.
Yeah, but OpTic now going to be tight in their setup. And you know stuns and nades are going to be invested, so hopefully the trophy systems are down, because Insight is able to find a kill through outer. Now the movement out of the rookie gets the better of Shotzi. That's a 3v1. Dashy the last man standing. He's going to fall. And even though OpTic have the spawn, they got to run.
Yeah, they just lost track of couches right there. Everyone was so worried about zoning out the rooftops that Kleenex gets a free pinch that turns him into 3 in a row, and likely the game-winning play. Dashy will drop, so will Mercules. Last to contested from the front will not get there. And Toronto come out state on one of OpTic's best maps, a map that they have not lost in a while. And they do it pretty convincingly.
Well, damn, I wasn't expecting that, man. This is a squad who started off the map down 70-0. OpTic could do no wrong. But then as soon as that P3 starts, that's where Koi start their comeback. It's flawless at the P3. You chain it over to the P4. You earn yourself Hellstorms. And then every single hard point after that, you were dominating. We're talking about 7 different HPs after OpTic are so successful after the first 2.
Results 1 in 5 since the minor 2 grand finals. Not ideal. The only map that they were able to win was a Hacienda versus Thieves. Everything else though has been pretty poor. Opening dual win percentage not where it normally is. Finding ways to get the bomb down and post plant hold not where it normally is. I hear Ant talking about like you don't want to show too much, you don't want to give away your hand, but at the same point, like once you get the bomb down, like what do you really have to hide? Like, just play a post plant, you know what I mean? Like,
remember casting them last week, Al. They were losing unlosable rounds. And that is just uncharacteristic for players of their caliber. So hopefully they've been able to put in practice on the back end, because now you need S&D more than ever. You don't want to go down 0-2 versus Koi, because the two game modes that you dominated this organization in is Hardpoint and S&D. Overload has always been 50-50, so you need to desperately respond here.
Okay, here we go. It's going to be snipe out for Insight to get things kicked off here in round number 1. Able to find at least information onto Shotzzy. He's going to allow the SMGs to push up and maybe try to isolate here. But Shotzi's nade actually does land before the play can come through. Now Kips has been read, so OpTic's defense has the information that they need, and they're just going to hold their ground and find a second kill.
Yeah, so quick on the rotation. Once Shotzi's able to gather that information, you're not expecting all 4 players from OpTic to be camping in towards the sushi. Now inside in the 1v4, you stand no chance, and that is the teamwork I want to see. Shotzi is the initiator. Throw your shoulders, gather the information. With the movement king, he's got to be able to get out of dodge. But the fact that his teammates are surrounding him immediately as soon as he gets that info, and they are instantly in a position to fight that wave of gunfights, OpTic, that is what I want to see.
Yeah, I hear that. And I think this is some of that off the information, too. Like, initially, you look at Toronto finding the intel onto Shotzi. They're saying, we can isolate, we can get this building back. We can find a way to use this as our post-plant setup. But look at the nade rolling around the corner there for Shotzi, right onto the feet of Abe. Really good understanding for Shotzi on what was coming his direction. And then Dashy, of course, holding behind that, making sure there's no further push. Now Dashy on the scope. Did he see that little jump up? I don't believe he did. Kleenex will now make his position known, and OpTic will reset just a touch.
Yeah, 2-2 split. Dash trying to line up an angle over here at the B Street. How aggressive is Insight going to be with his shoulders? Because he is yet to show face, but Dashy isn't giving this up.
Well, Merrick's able to find another nade on Abe. That's over onto the A side. That actually has the defense pulled. And you take a look at Shotzi's position. He's already getting forward as he found the timing. Oh, he misses. Kleenex by that much. So now does he go on to flank watch? Yeah, he does. Now with that information, it's an easy follow-up to get to top grandmas. Dashy caught into the corner. Follow-up trying to be there as the isolation is still really good for OpTic.
Good shoulder.
It's just down to Kips rotating into the site.
That's a good shoulder out of the nuke. Has the information, gives the comm to Shotzi. Now you potentially can set up the 2v1 gunfight, but Kips is still moving.
Yeah, who just read that?
Still loses the round.
All right, good round.
It's good. I mean, it's just 2 rounds in a row. You can just say good intel contact. You get the information, you know what to do with it, you execute perfectly. Doesn't give Toronto a chance to really initiate the play on their own terms, even though they're trying to. I mean, you see that little peek up top from Kleenex in the window. He's just trying to hold off OpTic's play. You've got someone who just rotated through mid. You don't expect that Shotzi's right there, and all of a sudden he is. It's just little things go awry, and OpTic are just doing a better job with the information right now.
So far, looking good in their search and destroy gameplay.
I forgot to turn on the
up 2-0 early.
Again.
Koi, this is a game mode that even since the beginning of the season, it didn't matter what lineup they put together, they have been atrocious at search and destroy, specifically on the defensive side. So on offense, they need to have their response. Stunces are able to connect onto Mercules. You're going to back him out of showers. And now you can't waste any time. Get the bomb planted.
Looks like they will. Bomb down. Post plant set up over towards the offensive side of this dojo. Dashy, snipe over through small. Kips will not peek that again, I promise you. So now OpTic has to try to regain their way back in. They've already gotten through the small door. Smoke allowing them to get a little bit of an entryway on towards this site, but Kips has eluded these players, jumped right behind him, find himself two. Aim the third, and then in and out of the smoke. Nowhere to go. Nice shots from Kips.
Hey, you just get the post plant down, and then once Dashy takes that sniper shot, you know we clearly have the advantage. Unless he's able to pull out some miraculous stuff through the smoke grenade with that Jaeger. Everyone on the side of Koi had NPCs for all of these up close and personal gunfights.
That's all they ever do is
and it's a rookie NPCs. Again. He always has himself a moment in every single series, or he just pops a multi-kill, and he's the difference maker on the round. He's lucky that Niam won a chip because he could be the rookie of the year in my mind.
I hear that, my man. I really do. He's got it all. I'll tell you that. He's got it all. He's helped this team in a lot of ways. Now it's down to, can you shed off that identity of being a rookie and be more of a veteran here with Abe in the mix? Not that he's new, but you just need a little bit of something to get you going. It's at least get able to get one before dropping. So that works out for at least a 3v3. And Toronto looking to quickly contest the back. And Shotzi with an SMG may not be able to read this from the first play, but he's in a good spot to follow up.
Yeah, and Abe is taking an extreme long route. Dashy thankfully does not have a sniper, and he's also able to gather that information. So Abe is potentially going to get isolated, and he rushes the play, doesn't really allow his teammates to cause a distraction. Now it's 20 seconds left, just value your life.
Well, shots, he pulls up the scope, hits Kips. Should be enough for OpTic to feel pretty comfortable in this setup. Kleenex, yeah, this is about as desperate as it gets. SMG from the top side of the milk truck. Not going to work out, and OpTic staying really clean here in the search and destroy.
Yeah, they just find the opening, man. Insight usually loves to snipe over through that B street, but that time he's not showing face very early into the round, so OpTic just take the space away. And the fact that Insight is still able to, you know, come through Ice Cream and find the kill is insane to me. But you drop that snipe in Ice Cream, and Shotzzy picks it up and makes it look even better. He's got the star on his face. He's unbelievable.
What if we did stars as like how like the Buckeyes do their helmet stickers for players?
Okay, but what would the stars indicate?
I don't know. Good place.
Right.
You can ask Ann. I'm not an Ohio State fan. Kips finding a little bit of pressure here already, trying to establish some presence on the top of A. He's not able to find what he wants, and all of a sudden Shotzzy is, and now he gets to pick and choose his timing, and he's just gone right by. It's supposed to watch that, and he gets absolutely destroyed. Wow, what a search and destroy from OpTic, and I don't know what film you pull on this or not. This is just them running through Toronto.
Yeah, and then Shotzzy just doing Shotzzy things, man. I feel like every time I cast OpTic, I'm basically recycling all of the words that I talk about when I'm talking about this young man, because there's just no way in hell he should get away with this. We're talking about OpTic just trying to push them back, showing some facing towards showers to not give up the free bomb plan. But these are plays that you know Shotzzy loves to do. His teammates cause a distraction, and he banks on COD timing. And if you are Insight, you can't play COD timing there, because then you get destroyed, and now OpTic are up 3.
Feeling like a little bit of runaway. Need a response for Toronto in this round. Dashy looking for info. Looks like he swapped off the rifle. And ooh, fake smoke from Shotzzy. Look at that stun to Toronto. I think they've been conditioned to the quick hits from OpTic because they are already rotating away from A. Showers will be taken for free. Abe has been seen. Stuns and nades for OpTic really won't do much because Toronto have fully vacated the site. Now they're going to have to play a full retake with the bomb down.
Yeah, they're trying to take the space away as soon as that bomb plant goes down, so they can potentially find the opening kill, and it's Kleenex locating Hook. But here comes Shotzzy.
Yep. I mean, can you script it any better? I don't think you can, but Toronto find the kills that they need. Hold on a second. Dashy's in some trouble here, and the retake is successful.
Wow.
I mean, legitimately, if that is about as clean as it gets for Toronto, it didn't even look like it was going to manifest into too much. Maybe a little bit of luck that they had backed so far out, and OpTic's choice on timing their contest nades after the post plant were so early that they just avoid all that status effect.
I think they would have gotten
it's a big play there. Just withstand everything that OpTic threw at you, even the late pinch coming out of Shotzzy. But it's easy when you're finding that opening kill as soon as the engagements start to get thrown down. It allows your team to take the space. It allows your team to continuously push OpTic back. And then even though Shotzzy is still able to create an opening on the pinch, Kips is instantly there with a headshot and an MPC, ready and waiting for the trade. So finally a defensive round there for Koi goes their way. Let's go back to the O.
Yep. Okay, can you put it 2 in a row though if you're Toronto? Don't want to get this too far out of hand. Open nades don't really affect too much. Toronto trying to search out some info at A, nothing there. And Shotzzy's floating around B. Kip's kind of doing the same thing. It looks like they may want to try to nade out Shotzzy, see if they can isolate him, but Shotzzy's repositioned.
Yeah, he's playing the angles still to keep them at bay, but still showing face and contesting this side of the map. Now forcing the hand of Koi to start thinking about that rotation, because Shotzzy the entire time is giving the info that the play is going to be here, but now you're bamboozled and it's all on Hook. Oh.
Hell, ooh, Kips, huge first blood. Looking for more, shut down by Merc. Flank from Shotzzy also meets its makers. So now you've got opportunity for Toronto to set up a 3v2 post plan. Really, the threat of the flank is pretty minimal, but Mercules is going to give it a try. Gives away his position, though, now has to backtrack and see if they can double hit this from the front.
Now you have info onto both players. Mercules just shot from broken hole. Dashy just takes shots from his side of showers. So let's regroup. It's already been 10 seconds gone. We have an extra gun.
Yeah, and the shots are just peppering all the way through. okay, that is not just a good response for Toronto, that is one that changes the narrative. You get 2 convincing wins, one on offense, one on defense, and you do it in a way that completely shuts down OpTic's ability to play out of their playbook. You've foiled what their setups have looked like. You've moved them around the map pretty nicely. You've pushed and pulled really well to make sure Shotzzy doesn't feel comfortable in the timings of his flanks. And on top of that, you get good initiation from Kips like that. Yeah, Hookah's gonna be mind blown that he wasn't able to lock that shot down.
Yeah, because the cam ring is a little bit better for the guy that's actually moving on the map. Kips finds the first blood, but that was also Insight making the adjustment very quickly in the game, watching the pinch and not allowing COD timing to go the opposite way. Gives them an extra round. Now only down by 1. Since triple stack at this B site, Dashy doesn't spot anything with the boom. So he whips back out to the M15, and OpTic is still here.
Yeah, I mean, Insight had showed himself in, ooh, Kleenex. He tried to get some control of the back hallway. Shotzzy wins the battle, though, and now all of a sudden, Toronto have to try to contest this somehow, some way. And wait a second, Shotzzy just dives in. It doesn't even look like Mercules was helping him over the top. So now a 3v3, Toronto trying to back away. Following up to chase the red dot is Hook, and that will lead to a wide open rotation to A.
This is a beautiful audible here from OpTic. Man advantage, you know, the last 2 players are sitting at back alley. We already have players in a position to watch the cross through the middle of the map. Just Dashy has to choose the 50-50 correctly. Abe doesn't spot him, 1v3.
Well, he has a chance here. First one's free.
He's on 5.
5 in a row? Yeah, you might want to stop and just wait here. I mean, he's still a little bit too far away from a Hellstorm, I think, to really fully consider it. Oh, and he almost gets Hook. I mean, a bullet away. But that last one would have been a really difficult one regardless, and OpTic are able to stop the streak, put themselves on map point.
Hey, they just take the space in front of Toronto when they had a triple stack at that B street. Shotzi's able to go unknown. Even though he gets the first one and he's quickly traded by the Eagle Chow through back alley, the fact that they're able to force that guy who was sitting nice and tight in ice cream corner to be one shot and redirect to try to stay alive, you quickly find that kill and no hesitation on the audible over to the opposite site. That's OpTic just a step ahead there. Able to stop the bleeding now at game point.
Can you get 3 in a row if you're Toronto, based on the success that you've already been able to manifest in the last couple of rounds? It's a tall task. Hook, Merc gonna play together on the outside of A through towels. Did the stuns land? I believe so, yeah. And they're just gonna try to see if they can create a kill with these nades. But really smart. Hoop will back away, keep his life. And there's a chance for OpTic to still contest, but here comes Kips. Sees the info, doesn't find the first blood. We're staying 4v4.
He backs out OpTic, but OpTic are still here. Ready to contest with 3 players, and Shotzzy also forcing his team to cause a distraction so he can eventually work this pinch route, but bomb is getting planted.
Well, retake on the way. Already getting through most of this position. Smoke to block the cross. Good damage from Cletus, but he can't find any of the kills. Oh, man. Insight, who was trying to play the clutch position, is now stuck. And even though OpTic had a lot of low health pools, they were able to survive through every single one of the gunfights and take a 6-3 surge after really just controlling it from the get-go, Jay. Really good surge for the first time. Maybe this qualification stage from OpTic.
Yeah, finally some teamwork, man. It still revolves a little bit around Shotzzy making Shotzzy plays, but Shotzzy in that final round was outstanding. The entire game, if you are Insight, the player watching that pinch, you know Shotzzy has worked it from so many different angles. So when you get down to the final round, you're expecting that again. So it basically takes Insight out of the play in towards Showers because he's thinking, all right, I've camped in our side, I've changed up my spots, I've gotten a better dash, we have gone 1-on-1 in that split. So he tries to set up the re-pinch, but his teammates don't stall out enough time because it's more reinforcements from OpTic ready for that retake on that side of the map. Insight was left in a 1v4, you stand no chance. They were fighting, at least in the middle of the game, but this is the teamwork I wanted to see from OpTic to have the response to search and destroy now at 1-1.
Yeah. Okay. 1-1 the count. Shotzzy has a takeover, 12-4 map with 1,500 damage, 2 first bloods. And for Toronto, just a lot of damage on their side, just wasn't able to finish off a couple of kills in a couple of key rounds. Exposure overload, though, coming up next, definitely brings an interesting point of conversation because for OpTic, it's a map that really haven't necessarily relied on lately. It's been a lot of Den, it's been a lot of Scar, but they're still very, very good at it. Toronto, on the other hand, really have been hard focusing Den because, well, if they get it, they love it. So what do you think about this map before we're going to break, Jay?
I think the biggest thing that you got to focus on if you are Koi is just your slaying presence. You were able to outslay OpTic on their best hard point to start off the series, and if you can go into an exposure, which realistically for an organization, this used to be one of your bread and butter maps, you need that slaying presence to be there.
I like the call. We'll see if it'll come through. We got break, and then we've got map 3. Don't go far. More OpTic in Toronto after this.
Come on, break.
Team, whether it's P7 Notorious or just Project 7 in general, not being able to get through some of the younger guns in the mix for Omit in the EMEA stage. And I'll tell you, I mean, I wasn't so sure after watching them in stage 3 if they were really going to do too much in terms of like actually holding their own, but I mean my words.
Yeah, like just looking at the 2 names at the top of the list, these are guys who are walking in the building for the very first time. Big shout out to Coach Benjamin Bance. I feel like all the best coaches in the league right now, or just in challengers, are the guys that have that objective mindset to lead you off, because they're always going to play for the win. And the fact that he's got players like Ethan, players like DK playing at such a high level very early into their COD careers, because this guy was just a Rocket League Pro 2 months ago, and now he's potentially the best submachine gun in challengers. Ethan and DK need to get their shot next season, no doubt.
Unreal. I mean, those numbers are so silly. Like, I'm just thinking, it's just like, how do you go from being a pro in a game that has nothing to do with this one to then putting up numbers like that and winning championships? I don't know if we've really ever seen anything quite like that. We've had like the Halo transitions and stuff of the nature. And
we had a Fortnite guy,
thing,
you know?
Yeah, Fortnite and Splitgate, right? Are like the only other two that like kind of put themselves in the mix. But Rocket League, insane stuff.
Because both those other games are shooter games. Rocket League is just get the ball in the goal. And this guy just strictly with his movement and his slaying presence, Ethan is unbelievable. Literally unbelievable. So I know there's been a lot of talks about that guy potentially getting added, especially to end out the year for potentially one of these lower echelon teams. But if I'm Ethan, I'm waiting to get my shot next season.
I hear that. Can you get a visa? Can you do it? You should do it soon.
With his talent, he should be.
EWC. Yeah, as a EWC will be a big opportunity for him, pending, of course, that they make it. That's still not a guarantee. Let's get into the overload, though. Exposure on the way. And already a good map presence here for Toronto. Abe does get shut down. That'll help OpTic get their feet underneath them, but a hell of a break off for the Koi.
Yeah, but the good thing for OpTic is at least they get the 3 players to spawn over at this PE point. So exactly where Koi wanted to rotate, OpTic are ready and waiting. Now, if you're a Core, you're waiting for the rookie to make the big play. He finds the opening kill. You're going to draw the attention from OpTic to walk to pinch. And this is where, realistically, we should be committing, but OpTic get a couple kills, slow you down.
Okay, that will happen. Nice hook, able to follow up on a little bit of nade damage, and then turn that into a third. Shut down from finding more than that, but OpTic can have chance, at least somewhat of a chance. Potentially grab the CMP, but it resets just before that happens, and OpTic on map positioning. Yeah, that is a nuke out of Abe's weapon. So now all of a sudden, you kind of look over towards Toronto regaining space, but Shotzi has gone unnoticed. Which will break first?
Yeah, Shotzi's going to guarantee a kill in this spot, though. Definitely quickly traded, though, from CleanX. And now with Hook only having a pistol in hand, he's going to quickly fall down as well. And Koi get the stop that they want. And they have the map control to go with this. So OpTic, no breathing room off the respawn. Look at CleanX.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, you just have to wait. You just feel a moment. As soon as you see players crossing and Shotzi's sitting in a corner, you just have to know he's about to make a play. And that indeed happens once again. Slow posture here for both teams, working on things, but not quite able to get the setups that they need. And the same thing is kind of happening right here. You've got CleanX making a forward play, Hook trying to make a forward play, but now Toronto coming with a couple eliminations. They're getting stuns over towards Dashy. It means only Shotzi's the last one left. He will fall. A defense going to be required. At least for OpTic, they get a couple of players to spawn close, but you've got Abe close by to try to find these kills. Insight able to get an aid that lands. Insight trying to slide his way in, and he will be able to get over for the first score.
This is perfectly played there from Koi. You know that OpTic are going to take the slow and steady, try to catch you off guard approach, and they will lock down every single long route and turn those kills into the first score. So now the reset comes down over at the solar panel side, and then Shotzi with the opening kill, EMP on the approach, and OpTic quickly tie the game.
Nice job. Counterattack always tends to come through, especially when you get that air with an EMP up top towards tank. So the notes are simple right now, I'll tell you that, Jay. So looking down at my paper, is this legitimately they had a battle for mid-map, turns into Toronto finding a couple of key kills. They have to score an A, instant counter cap, and now an opportunity maybe for OpTic to get the first dominant moment, but Hook, he felt like he had a low health pool on the inside, tried to force it, and you can see what happens in the minimap. Toronto able to spawn right back up and force. They're able to grab the EMP before the reset. Now they just need to deal with this OpTic play through mid-map. It's easier said than done, though.
Yeah, Mercury's still alive. And the entire time, CleanX is thinking, I could work this rotation. He's going to be out to play, and OpTic are now up by 1. Reset back through the middle of the map. We need to start showing our slaying presence in this area because OpTic are dictating the next play.
Well, here we go. Did they get ring control? That would need to happen. And Shotzi's able to get up top for a moment. Big battle with CleanX, and he's able to just barely survive. And now the EP starts to make his move over towards the top side at B. Nice shots from Dashy. Follow up. He knows that Kips is playing in the back, but Abe down low at panels. At least gets maybe another opportunity for another Koi member to get here defensively, but it's not going to happen. Not going to work out. EMP does drop for a moment. Maybe a chance for Insight to save the day, but he will drop, and OpTic will get their third.
It's too much slaying now. The nuke, I feel like I've watched the kill feed so far for 4 minutes of this game, and he has found multi-kill after multi-kill in the majority of his engagements. We said it before the match started, Koi need to be able to match their slaying presence, but now you're down by 2, and you know that OpTic are going to be playing rat spots to make it even more difficult for you to score, but that's going to be 3 dead. Let's push forward.
It's good too.
Well, say maybe if you get this low health pool into Mercules, you can find an opportunity with Shotzi here and Hook over the top. Yeah, it's not going to happen. 33 seconds remaining. CleanX able to find 1 in return, but it's not going to be enough to do too much to this situation. And OpTic are looking for a 4th score, and they may be able to create one here. We've got a couple of Toronto members that are still spawning up towards the P side of the map defensively. OpTic holding their ground down tank.
Shots.
They're just looking for picks. I mean, I'm telling you, Dashy, yeah, he's got it locked in, but can't quite find the final bullet on the inside, and OpTic are still waiting.
Yeah, you're just looking for the best opportunity. If 2 kill goes their way, that's when we're gonna hit the go button, and it's Dashy able to locate those slays. On 4 in a row, still looking for the perfect opportunity, but now it's the final 25 seconds. They got the last push.
Well, here we go. The first blood gets you do. That's huge. Hold on a second. You can make this all the way happen. Kleenex over the top of the site. Found by Hook. Dashy running. Trying to find some help. Kips able to get 2. Pistol out. Not going to happen for Mercules. Huge from Kips to save the 4th score.
And I was just looking at the face cam there from Dashy because he was stuck between both weapons. He ran out of ammo in his M15 and he didn't have any left in the Jaeger. That allows Kips to fly on in and get the goal line, stopping a miraculous 3-piece to end out the half. But it was a good start from Koi. Just after that, they start losing track of players. And OpTic, every time they needed to have a response, a counterattack, they made it look too easy.
Yeah, I mean, it starts with the counter. We often see that. I think especially due to the nature of how that opening TDM goes over the middle of the map. Like, if you're Toronto, yes, you would love to score on the top side of the map in your first, but you'll take what you can get. Isn't that it's a 2.5-minute battle for the first attack. But then afterwards, that's where things like... We see a lot of the top teams, I'm thinking like the Thieves and FaZe and OpTic for that matter, like if they get the desperate score on the wrong side of the map, they're often able to just say, okay, let them just have that new score if we're not in a position to fight, so we don't get beat up to get scored on again on the other side of the map. So maybe some learning stuff for Toronto, but Shotsy turns, snaps, finds himself too, looking for more than that, almost able to get Kleenex, but the health pool's too low.
And with Shotsy pushing him back, and now his teammates can just fill the caps and find their kills. No way in hell you're gonna think Kyler's gonna be playing up here, but Kleenex, great shots with that NPC. Still not going to allow you to have the mid-map control that you want, though, because Mercules finds 2. Shotsy finds another one in response, and he almost locates the last guy, but that's another push shut down from Koi.
Yeah, and now Merc, if he gets a second, I'll say maybe that creates a lane here for Hook to run forward on top of that, but he's going to do so regardless. Kips stands tall. Big win from Kips, and now Toronto all of a sudden have the forward blocker and Abe ready to go.
Yeah, and I think if you are Koi, the way that you want to quickly tie this game is by getting this capture on B, because that reset is going to spawn over towards Solar, and you can put yourself in a position to chain 2 scores immediately. But we need to find our kills. The only one that's able to find one is your EMP carrier, so Kips knows he's going to die. Might as well send it, put that EMP in a bad position, and now OpTic on the attack.
Yeah. Shotsy trying to get forward, shut down by Insight from behind. EMP stuck over towards the P2 tank. Forward push from Abe. Wins his opening battle. Hook now kind of head on a swivel. Is able to get the initial the Kleenex, but he just jumps and uses the NPC the way it is intended to. Toronto gonna score here for their second unless a nade can land. No. And now we've got a 1-point game. And here now Toronto could make the play that they wanted to in the first half. Can you just relay this? Run it up towards B. You got a long route from Merc trying to stop it. Needs to get here though.
Yeah, gotta continue to stay alive in their spawn. Kleenex is able to hit the shots onto Dashy. A team kill's not gonna help the green wall. And now it all falls into the hands of the nuke. Kips just popped the 3-piece. You have to do the same exact thing, but he's only able to get one and Koi tie the game.
What?
Yeah, that's a big rebuttal right there from Toronto. That's exactly how that's supposed to go. OpTic tried to get forward on the bottom side of the map, almost reiterating the things that we were talking about before of like, okay, we lost out this point. Let's just try to get the next one in a quick counter, but losing your forward blocker, OpTic are looking for kills. And Toronto are saying, we'll let you, we know that you have the dirt control. We'll let you make the first move. 2-2 exchange. Hook still floating mid-map. Kips trying to battle towards bottom dirt, but doesn't get the regen. Dashy gets the shutdown, and Hook is able to find Insight mid-map. Now numbers for OpTic.
Oh, but they quickly lose Hook. So you're able to reinforce right back through the middle of the map if you are Abe. Just got to choose your timings correctly. Shotsy's able to get lost, and that up and close to the personal one-on-one. But still 2 minutes left in the battle for low dirt.
Dashy able to find Kips, trying to make the play. Insight response. 3v3. Shots. Initially, I thought it was going to be good for Kleenex, but Hook has the M15, not the NPC. And at that range, there is a small advantage for the AR. Abe, almost able to turn that into 2, not quite. So Mercules will keep mid-map largely to control the green wall. Kips has maybe snuck by. It looks like Mercules is trying to search for him, but lost the timing, lost the beat. Finally, he's able to tally him up, and now OpTic can start to make a play. They can really choose which do you want to go to. Do you want to go A or do you want to go B?
Yeah, finally OpTic got mid-map, so you can retrieve this EMP and start to work it on the opposite side, because the entire time Shotzi is sitting comfy. He's poured himself a drink. He's on the backside of Solar, gonna guarantee his one, but he gets ripped. So now OpTic, you need to quickly just scramble to try to get this score on in, and it's not gonna work. Koi get the stop.
That doesn't happen often, but your playmaker doesn't win their guaranteed one. But the follow-up off the next life says, never mind, I'll make that up. That's like missing a three-pointer to clutch things up before the half and then coming out and scoring 20 in the first 20 minutes of the third. Here we go. Chance to possibly get himself in towards a score, but the EMP will drop. Possible last 1v1. Mercury's able to find the win. He will grab. He will score. No one there defensively. EMP back to middle.
50 seconds left. Koi have already put themselves in a position to play the reset. It's just effective trades there from OpTic, able to stabilize around the mid-map. Now Mercury's back into the mix. He's on forward row. You give him a Hellstorm, it's GG, so you need to trade this guy.
Well, Abe is going to back away. He's the only defender for Toronto at B as the spawns are down towards the A zone thanks to the EMP showing itself there. But it doesn't make a difference. You don't have to score here if you're OpTic. You just need to not allow Toronto to. How passive do you choose to play? Well, Kips, that's a big first shot. Dashy delaying, good nades, good utility, trophy to keep him safe. Maybe a bit of an over challenge there with 13 seconds remaining. OpTic are going to be in defensive statures here, as Toronto will get the EMP and have a chance in the overtime.
Oh, he doesn't earn himself that Hellstorm, so Koi are going to have this final push brewing. But you can already see on the minimap, there's a player that has gotten lost. You need to go because Shotzi's behind you.
Yep. And you get that kill from Hook at mid-map. So Shotzi gets the freebie. It just all works out perfectly based on the positions of the SMGs constantly staying forward. You slip the net. Toronto in panic mode. Can't cover everything. Hook gets you the cut. Shotzi gets you the flank. 4-3 win for OpTic.
Yeah, not as dominant as I was expecting it to be. Koi were putting up such a great fight. And realistically, they gave themselves a lot of opportunities to potentially win this game. But when it came down to the clutch moments, OpTic were just a little bit better. You walk away with the overload. You continue to at least get better in this mode. And I love to see stat lines from everyone on the side of OpTic, because even though Shotzi goes negative, the amount of space he was able to create, the amount of focus he's now putting on Koi players to make sure they don't lose track of him, creates all of those other spots for his teammates to now pick up their slaying presence. And OpTic looking like that squad again.
Sorry, just on the mute button right there. I was just kind of finishing up my final note in the overload, just looking back. You know, for OpTic, one of the things we've constantly talked about, just to give you the layman's terms, we've been talking a lot about how Shotzi is constantly, and I don't know if this is like him saying he's doing this or the team believing that this should be their set identity. Shotzi is the one to get around the back and create a play. If he doesn't do that, we have to set up defensively or just set up more reactive. It has to be Shotzi to find the first available positioning for us to build an attack. I wouldn't say we felt that today. I mean, yes, there were a couple of moments, obviously the one that we highlight where he's in a great position, doesn't win his gunfight, but this felt more like the ARs getting into a position to lock down lanes, stopping from Toronto from getting too far forward. Yeah, there were a couple of times that Kleenex were able to, but I just felt like I had more presence out of Dashy and Mercules this game than maybe you would have felt normally watching an OpTic overload.
Yeah, we didn't have it in map number 1 out of the ARs. That's why the game started to get away from them, but in this game, most specifically, that has usually been the struggle for OpTic. When the ARs aren't allowed to be as comfortable as they find themselves most of the time, then the overload starts to rely heavily on what the SMGs can get away with. But if AR is able to provide a little bit, that's where Mercules, his slaying presence is going to be felt, because that's the only mode that's truly holding him back from potentially being in the MVP. Because before the meta change, he was outstanding. But ever since the NPCs came into the mix, he still hasn't been as comfortable as he used to be. But if he's still able to bring his slaying presence, it should lead to wins for OpTic, especially in that game mode.
Agreed. Well, let's take a look at how OpTic has done so far against Toronto. I mean, there have been a couple of mismatches in the league. The first notable one is, I think, the Miami versus FaZe one. But OpTic have a tremendous advantage versus this Toronto team. They've only lost 5 maps, and most of it has been, well, kind of evenly dispersed. 2 in Hardpoint, 1 in Search, 2 in Overload before this series has started. Does this feel like just a team paper to paper that the mismatch is happening, or do you just feel like it's just the skill difference of how these two teams kind of, you know, set themselves up to play the game?
Oh, it's definitely a little bit of both. Like, when you look at both squads on paper, obviously, you know, OpTic have a majority of the better superstars, the better players on their squad. And then just specifically in the matchup, like, it didn't matter what squad you had if you were a Koi. It didn't matter if Joe Deceased was in the building, because in the beginning of the season, you were getting 3-0. As the season goes on, you start winning some maps. And you finally started pushing this team to the distance all the way at a game.
That the mismatches happen.
Let go of Joe. So I don't really understand how you think you're going to be able to beat this team. You did it in that map number 1, caught me off guard, but now the things that usually is a struggle versus the Green War are showcasing themselves.
Okay. See if we can get something on Sake here. Toronto 5-2 in the map. Have found some good wins, but also a couple of bad losses for OpTic. Pretty comfortable for the most part. A couple of slip-ups when they first tested it out, but since that point, dominant win versus Vancouver. And on top of that, 250-207 most recently versus Carolina, where I just kind of look to the numbers on this map and we go back to what we remember for the eye test on Den. Rotation percentage, not terrible. It's just a couple of moments that the setups get a little bit foiled. But I will say, I feel like you cannot just rely on one player to set up your rotations, kind of like OpTic we're banking on Den here on Sake.
Everybody has to provide their 25%. Live up to the hardpoint name. This has been the game mode that has treated you well since the beginning of the season. So OpTic starting off on the preferred side, slay their way right through the middle. Even though Koi start off on the initial time, now you're coming off the respawn a little bit worried.
Well, big win there from Abe. That'll work. Hoop trying to find the trade, able to secure it just barely. Bar still wide open for the taking at the moment. Mercury's able to set a foot in. Sight says not so fast. Let me see your ID. He's not 21, promise you that. Shotzi, Hoop, give it the follow-up though. Now an opportunity to work in towards Abe, but he shuts that down, and all of a sudden you look to the minimap. Toronto already putting pressure on rotation with multiple numbers. First battle here for Kips. You have to stay alive, and whoa, better than that, he wins the gunfight. Inside helping on the cross. Gives now Kips one more chance at a low health pool of Dashy, and Toronto will win the rotation to 2.
He just keeps on making big plays. He spawned over at the warehouse side with about 30 seconds left and had so much trust in his new team that he just stayed alive on that side to guarantee the spawns over towards new, and then he gives you 2 off the rotation as well. So Koi off of the back of the rookie making big time plays, win the rotation, and currently have it on lock.
Yeah, this opening zoning. Ooh, I say Mercury's if you find 2 there. It may move this Toronto setup around just a touch, but look at the round coming out of Kleenex.
Damn!
Making his way back over towards Bar. Good win from Kips again. He's on 3, but it feels like he's on way more than that considering the impact of shutting down the play from OpTic. And Toronto are going to get full 60 here. Pretty comfortably on top of that. Pressure now on rotation. OpTic have to respond.
That's why B2 is always going to butt in Money Hill. Even if you don't have any trophy systems, all you have to do is just be the team there early. Because now with so much space and so much remaining time, you can start to work on these routes very early into this process. Kip's already in a power spot. He needs 1 kill for the Hellstorm, and Mercules rips him. OpTic are in.
Yeah, this nice moment here. You also shut down the last contest from Abe, so great rotation win from Toronto. Are we going to get a handshake of 60s here? As OpTic have a really solid setup, but that's a good pick from inside. Oh, hold on. If he loses this to Shotzi. Uh-oh. Now you're going to move spawns around. Inside is turning up. Kips inside the hard point, still staying hot. That's a massive break for Toronto. Huge edge early.
Man, that's all off the back of Inside finding a double on the spot that is going to guarantee the spawns to go your way.
Oh, my gosh.
So Toronto just finding some kills that are out of the ordinary, but OpTic on the response right back in. Mercules finds 2. This final 25 is going to be theirs. And if you're Koi, cut your losses, start kidding about new.
Yeah, that's really important right there. I mean, not that the map would have been over, but you lose another full 60, we're looking at 120 to 15. You just don't want that if you're OpTic Texas. Obviously, that's easy commentary. So now all of a sudden it is down like you call. The rotation play from Toronto. And look at the setup. If you were to take a screenshot right now, look at this. It's forcing OpTic to spawn all the way at the top. What this means, though, is that Toronto have to win every single one of their 1v1s. Otherwise, this could fall apart quickly.
Yeah, but hey, he gets caught by the nuke. So it's a massive first kill going in favor of OpTic. And they're still keeping their pressure towards the backlines. Try to flip Koi over through the front. But Hook's able to get through. He falls. Mercules also falls. Dashy trying to lock down the back spawn, but he's the only one alive.
That's so good from Kips, dude. I mean, you want to talk about just instant impact of listening into the comms of Toronto and how calm and quiet they are, how it's like you only calm things you absolutely have to. Kip says, help, I'm in trouble, Dash is on me. Abe says, I got you. That's all that needs to be said. He plays his life, you find the win, but on the next break attempt, even though Toronto were able to hold the spawns for a little while longer, the quick presence of OpTic and Hook in particular break in from the front, and it's another small lifeline for OpTic to not let this game get out of hand.
OpTic keep breaking in the final 15 to 20 seconds, and this might be the best opportunity for them to set up a good chain spot. They're down by 40. OpTic's communication's got to be on point. Listening now with the green wall.
I've Inside could get a weird spawn. No, we're good. Watch out, Kelly. Not showing. I'd be right, Brandon. Still hurt. Top 3. Hut still. Top 3, watch out, Top 3 weak as well. I'm getting aped. There's 2 on the right, guys. 2 on the right, 2 on the right. I'm challenging God subs. He's pushed that P2, from P2. Absolutely. Cannot be any weaker P2. One shot on the milk. Milk trickle, one shot. I got hard stun here. Really blow it. Clinics weak. There's inside. On time. On time, weak. He's absolute. I can't tell. He's on time. Another one. Close up, 1 HP. On the right, Kip, Charlie. On the right, weak, absolute. Nice job, man. Yo, flip. I'm lucky getting hot. Getting him. Here. Watch it. On me, new. Trying to help you now. He's deep right on me. He's Kitch. Watch Kitch. I have Kitch. I think he's benching. I got it. He's Kitch. I'm dead. Kitch. Dead. No, Kitch. In Kitch. Nice, good shot. No, lobby. Lobby. Try. Go ahead. He went L. He went sushi. He's dead. Nice, good job. I'm blocked. They're bar me. Run up peeking. Benches. Basement dead. Lobby. I'll kill him. He's on me. Oh, you got me. That's all you ran. Yo, basement. Sushi. Chest. I'm looking at a place left. Really weak sushi. One guy's like L-steps, I think. Yeah, maybe it's L-steps, Abe. Abe L-steps. Okay, they got split with me, gas. Okay, they got split with me, gas. Sushi, one shot. Sushi inside, dead. Another one, sushi. He got me. He's weak, he's still there. He's dead. Basement. First guy I've seen basement, Clinics. I'm completely right. One right up, Phoenix. That's the guy, that was the guy we're looking for, like sushi. He's like laying down or something. Oh, yeah, I didn't see him. There's two. On target. They pushed on me, guys. Make sure we hold. I'm gonna spawn out. No, I didn't spawn out fully. I'll kill P5. Someone got steps. P5 dead. I'm looking my side door. Front. Only one. Stay alive in the back. In the back, really? One guy's gonna be got steps, so inside. Got steps. Side door. What's your side door? There's two. Another one side door. He's center. He's back, I think. No. I'll block. You can go. I'm looking pushing out the left here. I'm hiding top right. Give me info front. I'm hiding top right. Give me info. What do you have? They're gonna go con. Dojo insight. He's weak. I don't see anything front. Yo, you gotta help him. I'm looking at my side door. I spawn out. Side door. One's in the back of me. On time. In the back. Front in time, boys. Back door. Got it. Yo, dark alley, Kleenex. One guy's on time. I'm containing him. Make sure you back up. I spawn out. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, one minus one down. No, I spawned P5. No, one dead. One's okay, I'm backing up.
Well, Jay, we were kind of talking back and forth through that, listening about kind of the differences between OpTic and maybe the 10% that they lose on some rotation setups. What that does, I mean, you're seeing great breaks, but there were a lot of missed opportunities here for OpTic, including Shotzi in that last play.
Yeah, and this is going to be another opportunity that you're going to throw away because Koi were able to at least get 20 seconds off of the P2, but now bully their way right through Bidge with the gunfights for a very early break. OpTic are already trying to contest it, though. Inside with an SMG, he has to choose wisely when he's going to go for these chows. He's putting down shots, but OpTic are here.
And Abe, big first, but good follow-up from Hercules. Spawn is still out for Shotzi. Should be able to set this up as a natural pinch through mid. Clear out some of the space at the bridge. Force everyone from Toronto to hit on the outside, but Kleenex is able to find the first down to the hard point. Not going to be able to get another, and OpTic will hold. 20 seconds remaining. Abe is the only one even in the ballpark, and he will just take his one and then just get to work zoning out the exits.
Yeah, OpTic are going to be able to take the lead this remaining time at P3, but the last time we saw Koi early rotate over towards the P4, they were in the best setup possible. Just now, you don't really have that guaranteed space to create so many different layers, but you still have an Abe slaying around the mid-map, finds a double. He's going to relinquish or at least release some of that pressure coming from the front.
Yeah, that gives you, well, it should give you like 15 seconds guaranteed time before a break even comes through, but Shotzi gets a big win through the middle, and he's going to find another round of Kips. It's just like the tale of two Shotzis. Sometimes, unbelievable. Other times, big mistake. Now he's able to find 3, 4. He's going to clean everything up. Shotzi looking for the final on the Kleenex. Not going to happen. Toronto are in from the front, and keep your eye on Kips. What does the rookie have for us? Able to find one over the top, looking back over towards the bar window for a little bit of assistance. Now the last one will drop in Toronto, able to get in.
And they instantly flip the spawn. So now if you are OpTic, hit your stuns, hit your nades. We gotta go through the front door. And Kleenex on 4 in a row. You allow him to earn a Hellstorm. That might be just enough to force this game number 5. We gotta trade him, and Dashy's gonna locate him.
Just barely, even before the regen comes through. One more tick of hardpoint time. Giving him that Hellstorm, but OpTic will clean up the hardpoint and set the floor for moving over to 5. Lean a little bit further forward, friends. Our Monster Energy match today is looking feisty. Abe, big win through pit. Gives Toronto a chance to reset and put themselves into a position to try to break this from multiple points of ingress from the front, and they're going to find the opener.
Yeah, and Abe is thinking, all right, I got to kill top mid. It's going to force at least one player from OpTic to watch the pinch. They lose those engagements on their first break opportunity. Now OpTic trying to create some more space. Dashy gets called. You're still finessing if you are Kips, and now your teammates are here.
Starting over, here we go. All the way back into it. Toronto able to give themselves 4. And now taking the role of the Travelers, OpTic Texas, trying to find their way back in towards this hill. You do not want to just let this 25 go for free. Able to find a couple of key eliminations. Can you find a way to clear out Kips on the high ground? While nice shots from Mercules, but doesn't finish the kill. Hook, respecting that he needs to keep his life, trying to slide out at the right time, but it's just all a little disjointed. Toronto not really able to get the time, though. What looked to be a comfortable setup, a lot of this time goes to the game clock.
Yeah, but even if they're not getting the time, they're consistently keeping the OpTic track towards the backside of this warehouse. They can't get any space through the middle of the map. The only one that's so far pushed up is going to be Dashy, and now he's the last man standing. Koi needs 26, make it 25 seconds to force game 5.
Dashy trying to travel in on the white horse, and the Knight will hit. Able to hit 1. Shotzi, Hook, still trying to work around the backside of the bar, but they're both going to drop. Mercules has to hold tall. Able to for a small moment, but Toronto are going to win out the setup and now have a chance to put pressure all over the OpTic break.
Yeah, Abe's already in Dojo. He gets the first kill. You know, OpTic are going to be flooding from the warehouse side, and they are ready and waiting for this wave of gunfights. Only need 10.
But Shotzi only can find 1. 240, 208, split spawn situation. Mercules gets caught. Same can be said for Dashy. Last one would have to be Hook. Not going to happen. Shotzi down low, shut down, and Toronto will take both the hard points and send us to 5.
Yeah, that has never been the case going up against OpTic. When is the last time that this squad has lost 2 hardpoint game modes in a best-of-5 series? I don't even remember, and I'm not even going to take the time to even look it up because I don't believe that it is real.
I got you.
This team is just throwing away so many situations. Like you heard it when we were in the listening now, we were having a conversation about it. Hook is giving the communication to his team. That's all 4 dead. There's no one spawning into the back because Shotzi off the respawn spawns out, but he guarantees that no, back is going to be blocked, so you have a parallel with them. You just got to set up to shut them down from the front door. But Shotzi takes such a long route, and you even heard it there from the nuke. No, bro, you got to help him on the time. And he doesn't help him, and you allow Koi to break in for at least 25 seconds and then make it scattered off the rotation at new. These are things that usually never go down on the OpTic camp, but now even their hardpoint game is showing weaknesses.
Yeah, I can tell you the last time, Jay, you're going to remember it immediately. It was a grand final. It was FaZe. They weren't able to win a hardpoint there. They weren't able to win a respawn there in that grand final in Birmingham. And, I mean, I talked to Dashy about it. We've heard it in plenty of interviews. They say that, okay, that happens. You know, at least we've lost all of our grand finals in different ways. Shows that we're things right. We're not getting completely blown out of the water. But after now losing to LA Thieves, where you weren't able to win a single overload, you lost to G2 Minnesota and Carolina, not winning a single search. Now you're relying on your search to take care of Toronto, who beat you in both respawns. Really what I'm saying, this is a lot of words throwing at the screen right now, but it's just that you can look at all of the inconsistency and say that that is the problem. There is not a single thing right now for OpTic that feels consistent.
Yeah.
You can point to a multitude of other inconsistencies, but there's not a single thing they can hold their hat on right now, and that might be a problem. We'll find out. We've got Search and Destroy coming up next. OpTic trying to avoid another losing skid and maybe trying to avoid the same narrative that's plagued them at the end of every season the last 2 years. Let's find out when we get Toronto OpTic map 5 Den coming up.
Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Go pick up the 2026 Call of Duty League Championship Tracer Pack. You can support all 12 Call of Duty League teams.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Whichever bomb site they choose to go to, 30 seconds on the clock, and well, if Easy's been seen, he will drop off the map.
White truck.
One enemy left.
Watch him with the sniper.
Oh, you got this.
Watch this. He has no idea. He's gonna.
This is such a good play.
I'm going cross-eyed. Look.
You see him.
I'm so you can't teach that. You can't teach, guys. That's what you call 200 IQ right there. That's what you call 200 IQ. Only a veteran would make that play. Only a veteran, baby.
Good play.
Over Shotzi. Oh, and he's been tagged up. The timing was great for a second long. But now Vancouver with a big old advantage. But wait a minute, in a smoke, like a ninja. He strikes on the second man as well in a 1v1 now with less than 20 on the clock.
What? What?
Come on,
take it to him. He's got to go plan. He has to plan.
Oh my God! If he lives, he wins the round. What a moment this could be!
Oh my God! This other guy's tweaking. This guy is trousers. He can't even play. He has his diaper.
As long as Sachi doesn't chow this, he's fine.
Oh, yo, that guy can play for the win. I keep noticing.
Oh my God, Quavis, there he is.
He witnessed everybody. He's like, I want no parts.
I'm not getting clipped.
That's a small criminal.
I couldn't play.
That was a crazy play.
Game 5, OpTic and Toronto. Another series that, based on the consistency across the year for OpTic, that you would have looked at this final schedule of stage 4 qualifiers and said, this should be a bit of a breeze through. But they're facing adversity in places that you would not normally anticipate, and this new Toronto roster is giving them a bit of a workout. Yes, this season, the map 5J has not been particularly great for the side of Toronto, but this particular roster won a map 5 versus Cloud9, and they've been in some deep searches. We're talking a handful of round 11s. They've only won one of them, but still, they've been tested through and through.
Yeah, and this situation is way different compared to all the others, because if OpTic don't come out and win this game 5, they have a chance at starting in losers bracket 4, major 4. There is so much pressure on the green wall for a team that has got 3, make it 4 consistent second place finishes in grand finals. You're going to start off the biggest potential COD tournament of all time in a position that you don't want to be. So OpTic, you desperately need to find this one.
Okay, here we go. Mercules already finding some information. Abe, how aggressive do you want to be? Not very. Dances across, may have eluded the sight of Mercules as Kleenex was able to also kind of show face for a moment, but OpTic say, okay, we see 2 players, let's get the heck out of here and just work the outside today and see if we can overwhelm anyone who might be hiding inside.
This entire time, Dash was just sitting and waiting over at the rooftops. You gather information that they were taking a lot of space at this B site, so let's rotate it over towards A where we're uncontested for a retake opportunity here for Koi.
Hook. First point of contact forward. Shotzi, same on the side door. You got to get this nade off. You don't want to be caught. You want to lose this angle. Well cooked. Lots of damage, but he does drop for first blood. Follow from Hook is good. Nice turn from Hook. Help from Dashy. And one more to get is Kleenex. That is just an impressive individual spin from Hook to make sure that the team damage comes through for the kills.
Yeah, prepared for the post-plant setup. Use your attacks to give you somewhat of an advantage, and even though that A just slid into the bomb site and got the first blood, the positionings from OpTic so efficient to quickly have that response, and then you got the nuke, who can make a lot of plays happen. He's been the highlight reel around that rooftops area. OpTic get the first.
Very well done. Good reads on the information towards B. Good follow-up, good setup around A. And I would say if there was any question set in any fact or not about if OpTic is playing too loose on search, I don't want to give anything away. I can promise you all this. They do not want to lose another series. They will be giving this full effort. We're already seeing that come to fruition in round number 1. Defense set up largely for contact. And I think with Dashy not really seeing much forward at B, he's going to back up to be in a little bit of a more liberal position to rotate if he needs to.
Yeah, this is the same exact play that OpTic did in their opening attacks. This is the only difference. OpTic actually have players pushing you back from rooftops. Now you're going to force the rotation out of Koi. Dashy gives up that spot through top window, and he actually peeks in but misses the shot. So now you have mid, and we're approaching B. If you get this bomb down, it's easy.
Oh, but Kips misses his window. He's trying to force the kill to put the pressure on the flank, and he will win that. OpTic, what do you choose to do? They're only going to push through and contest, not allow the chance for the flank to get here. Who gets the opener, stops the plan. Now all of a sudden, you just need to play your life. Look at Shotzzy. He's coming around the backside of the play. He needs to find more than one, though. He gets the opener. Creates some space on this side of the map. Dashy, you think that sniper pistol combo is not great, but with this guy, it may as well be a super weapon. 20 seconds.
Wow.
Rotation trying to come through. Shotzzy can't get the trade. Nice shots through mid-map, and Toronto responds.
It's Kips again. I'm telling you, he's always going to be able to find himself one of these rounds where he just pops multi-kill after multi-kill. He's the island player to start this one off. He's the guy who jumps through top window and gets that first blood and manages to keep his life. Turns it to a 2-on-2. He's obviously leading in the comms there, setting up his teammate off the rotation because you had info. Dashy was mid, Shotzzy just shot up from Cobble. So if I can cut them off, you have a free bomb plan, and if they're right in front of me, it's a free kill. Kips continues to shine, man. Tie game.
Great start. 3 in the round. And a huge response on their offense. OpTic, no information gathering here. This is just straight rundown. And I don't know if Toronto are going to anticipate not just how quick this plant's going to come through, but
I think they're trying to
how far forward Shotzzy's already gotten. I mean, you have to check this. Dashy's in some trouble. He gets one though. That's fine. That's more than enough if you're Dashy right there. Setup now obviously allows Toronto to crunch, but it's all about Merc and Shotzzy forward.
Yeah, you're waiting if you are Insight for your SMG, so apply pressure from the front before you make the big time move, but time is getting away from you. We got to go. 20 seconds.
Oh, Shotzzy looking for info there, trying to find timing. He will fall. Hook just barely able to stay alive as Mercules confirms one trade, but he would essentially have to do a 1v3 on his own. Secondary shot's not there. Damn. And that's just another moment on timing, dude. Are you going to say the same thing I am? Like, Shotzi's in a perfect creddy corner, and he tries to push out to take space, and he gets caught.
So tough, man. Because it was Shotzzy and Mercules left on the site. You have everyone ready and waiting. You're thinking that it's going to be all out pressure from Koi on the pinch. But Insight has always been a very outstanding search and destroy, just keeping them trapped, not showing face. Allows you to win the one-on-one on the back end. Then you turn it into a 2v2, and the new guy on the block is not going to shy away from any gunfight. Abe is having himself one hell of a series, and it's good to see.
Here we go. Big round here for OpTic to try to get their defense online. Toronto just kind of feeling out some info. They don't get the reveal onto Shotzzy, who does get a little bit further forward, but Kips, yeah, it's good respect, backing away. Shotzzy will do the same.
Hey, just don't get isolated if you are Shotzzy, because this smoke grenade does get invested. You're trying to keep them trapped over towards Statue, but now you got Mercules to try to keep him alive, but Insight with the angle finds that first blood.
That's big. Toronto going to keep doing a little bit of push and pull here. Info for Kips. Okay, you know where Dashy is. And they say, all right, Dashy wants to play mid-connector. Let's force his M15 over to A. But look at this route from Shotzzy again. I mean, he keeps finding great timings. Just comes down to can he convert the play. Insight, aware of it. Huge shutdown, and Abe from 4 in a row, now with the bomb plant, is looking at potentially a hellstorm.
He's getting closer and closer to it. Tashi showing face on the backside of Dragon. You have yet to gather information onto the nuke, but a stun is going to be invested. Kips gathers the info and doesn't commit on the fight, but Dashi still finds the frag.
Yeah, CleanX able to find another, and that's a 5th kill for Abe. Starting to get a little bit scary right now for the green, while Toronto are absolutely putting together a great search and destroy. I love what that round does early to the mind games of how this search is going to play out. It's just push and pull, try to find contact, try to read where players are. You get a first blood, and then you sit there and you still are gathering information. Where's our advantage? It's very calculated and it works out beautifully.
Yeah, I just don't like that play from Shotzi there, because he puts himself in an ISO position, and then you force your teammate now to try to keep you alive, but he chooses the wrong angle, and eventually he's the one getting first blooded. Shotzi can't be taking those risks, man. You set your teammate up for a death, and now you're down by 2. We need to have a response right here.
Yeah, oh, Shotzi, quick aggression. This feels like frustration right now. I'll tell you what, Jay. Who gets the trade? Sure. Dashi has to follow up on this mid-cut. Good information, good reads, good wins. So, bully ball towards B does work out. But I don't know about you, Jay, but I still maintain that play call right there from OpTic feels like a frustrated one. Like, let's just force the gunfights, I guess.
Yeah, like, you might as well try something else, because this slow and steady wins the race thing hasn't been working out.
Yeah.
So let's put our SMGs in a position to succeed. Even though Shotzi does lose that first opening gunfight, he's quickly traded, and the entire time I thought Toronto were going to be able to get the jump on him, because CleanX was sitting at mid-cut. Nice and comfy, but Dashi was able to gather that information from top broken, set up his teammates for that kill, and then in the 3v1, you stood no chance. OpTic stopped the bleeding.
Okay. Feels like there needs to be more than that, though.
And there's no Abe Hellstorm as well.
No. That is a really good call, because how important would that be? The answer is a lot. Okay. Take a breath. Take some monster.
Uh-oh.
Insight. I don't know if he fully got a read of the jump out of the window or not, but it may not make much of a difference. Shotzi's already re-wrapping back over towards B. Nade over the top. Mercules should stay safe and will, so Toronto absent from info yet.
Yeah, but Koi know that Dashi is going to be stuck with that sniper pistol. He misses the shot on the Insight. Insight is able to switch to the M15 at the right time. But this is all a distraction play. Again, Koi just trying to draw the attention on this side of the map, keep OpTic at bay. But the rotation is brewing.
CleanX. Oh, if you get that one, there may be an opportunity. But now as the time starts to tick away and there's no more noise at B, OpTic will, I'm sure, start leaning their comms towards we got to get back to A. Watch Shotzi in the mid-map once again from Kips. Insight trying to kill the noise, play some time, delay. But the longer you delay, the more Shotzi gets into the picture. And now you just have to win some impossible gunfights, and that is likely not going to happen. Last player stuck outside. Abe only able to get one, and OpTic have brought it back.
Up, and that's one of those Shotzi rounds, my friend. Here comes Shotzi. He just decides to, push up through that B site. He must have had the info that CleanX crossed towards 10. So he gets the first blood, and then you have so much information at that point that they're not here. I can start to work this late pinch and hope to God that Insight is the guy watching the flank, because he's gotten the better of Shotzi in that position so far in a couple rounds in a row. But Shotzi finds the opening. Shotzi sets up the pinch. Shotzi closes out the round. Tie game.
3-3. Offense for OpTic. Getting the stat from Easy Mac, Stat God. OpTic have only lost both hard points 3 times this year.
Wow.
They've only won by Neslo once. Now, granted, that's 1 for 2. So, Shotzi gets an opening blood onto Kips. Opens up this B site pretty convincingly, but Toronto do have the numbers here to try to respond, but the nades don't quite fully land.
Oh, and Hook is able to get out. So now the entire time, Mercules is guaranteed his space. This is one of OpTic's go-to strats on this map. If they get the first blood at B, it obviously is going to draw the attention, but the rotation is 100% going to catch them off guard. You just need to stay alive or go for the ego, child. You still got the numbers.
Okay, timing for Shotzi could determine the outcome of the round. Able to get some shots on the inside. Watch your back. Abe is on the quick pinch, but Shotzi bails out and now has the information, but can't quite get away from the aim of Abe. Hook not able to fully plant. 2v2. OpTic feeling a little bit stuck. Dashi clearing out the window, and Hook's going to commit for the plant. No chow here from Abe. Toronto are playing for the retake.
Inside has no stuns and nades. Pretty sure Abe is not going to have any as well, so it's strictly gunny here for Koi on this retake opportunity. They already guarantee that plat is going to be cleared on out, and the positioning of that bomb, they have to be playing on their side.
Yeah, and this is all on what Abe can find. He's able to find Dashy. Nice shots, gets the win. Hook around the back. Insight, able to get the read. Hook trying to reposition. He's trying to get back over and try to find a different way to contest this bomb, but it looks like Toronto are going to try to play for the kill, and they're able to find him before he gets up the staircase. A gutsy call, because if Hook gets out the window, things can get a little bit messy, but Toronto find the angle, find the kill, and go up 4-3.
And that's Abe again, this popping takeover. The fact that in a 2v2 scenario, you get the bomb down, you waste 10 seconds, and Abe works the outskirts and is able to force a one-on-one gunfight versus Dashy in an M15, and it's not quickly traded. I would have loved to see just the Nuke and Dashy play that army of two setup, because you could have isolated that first gunfight. But once Dashy falls clean, Insight is going to be aware. All right, there's no more pressure on Inner. He has to be working this pinch, and just turns at the right time for Koi to take the advantage again.
Really, really well done. What a tough decision, but it works out so well. Advantage brewing. Abe is on 10-3. The narrative that we could tell right now about how he was undervalued, maybe stuck in a bad position, well, it might be able to wait for another day. Because right now, Toronto have a chance to continue to extend OpTic's losing streak. This is going to be a patient round, Jay. Oh, but a nade lands on the camps over towards top roofs.
Big frag out of Shotzi for the first blood, but they had information that there was a player aggressively pushed up through 10. And now you can isolate onto Mercules. Thankfully, he's able to get out of dodge. But 45 seconds, OpTic has them trapped.
Yeah, OpTic, well, a little bit of pressure here. I love this call. Able to get some damage in.
Pinch.
That's help from Insight to keep him safe. Pinch, though, from Dashy. Perfect trigger discipline. Finds 2. And I believe he just saw him at 10. Insight gives you 1, but not enough health to take the second. Here we go. Got a nail biter.
Yeah, you just wait too long there if you are Koi. Because you understand, obviously, the first blood goes down from Shotzi finding a frag all the way across the map, but you quickly had that response, making it 3v3, but then you trap yourself on the site. I would have loved for them to just commit do dojo, to take that side of the map to potentially give themselves the advantage, but no one watching the pinch. You're probably expecting Shotzi to be hitting that route, but he stays alive dojo. Dashy finds the opening, and Dashy closes out that round.
Clean. Not often you see that route from Dashy, but... Okay. Merc over the top, AR in hand.
8 plays round 1.
Just throwing out some shots. Yep. Re-wrap back over to A. It's the same setup really for both teams. Only a big difference is Insight is quick over towards that front door at Couch. And Shotzi this time, instead of trying to assist by playing forward, is going to make sure there's no late route from the flank. And help his teammates just try to stay comfortable on the hill facing forward.
Yeah, this is Shotzi just relying on his teammates to be better in this scenario. Dashy with the first blood is now going to allow Shotzi to start to move, and he has the information on Insight. This is a freebie.
Yeah, shots come through. Insight just looking for an angle. Never in a million years would you expect Shotzi to be that close that quickly. Abe, though, able to find 2. That just opened up the door from the front. Mercules off the reload. Gives some space for Toronto to work their way back over to the bomb site. Shotzi's nade lands. Now it's all down to Shotzi. 1v1 with Kips. Low on health. Both players now tagged. 15 seconds. Kips making the play for the window. Back to full health. He's lost them. And Shotzi's just going to guess to see the timing. No time to defuse. Pistol shots won't matter. OpTic take the edge.
Whew. That was one that you had to take a deep breath there, because that was a 2v4 scenario out of Abe and Kips. And they almost pull that one out, but the movement king hits the movement at the right time to just get lost. Know that Kips still is able to secure this final kill. But the fact that Shotzi, once that initial gunfight goes down, only has 6 HP in a dream, still needs to be the aggressor just in case he's on that defuse, but then just to slide to the opposite side of the rooftops gives him the advantage that he wants, and now OpTic at game point.
Okay, 13-5 from Abe. Do you look to him to be the playmaker to get you into a round 11? Trophy system down, Toronto looking to go quick behind that, but Mercules gets you the first as nades are trying to be cooked up. Kips gets the response. Abe, the bomb carrier, whoa, finds Shotzi, who doesn't clear his corner. Early numbers come through, but wow, Mercules again able to find another kill.
What is this round?
I don't know. It's all chaos. Everyone wants to take the battles. Dashy for 1, but Abe will find a way. Huge as the bomb carrier to play forward, take 3 in the round, and get us to 11.
Yeah, I love the first blood of OpTic, but then I don't like the OE right there out of Shotzi. There's no need to rush anything. We got that first kill. We don't need to take unknown space, but he gives up his life and it gives Koi the advantage. And just with the pressure that they had on the site, everyone was ready and waiting for a gunfight to keep on coming. So Koi better in the chaos. Force the round 11.
Here we go. Who do you got? Find out. What a display from Toronto. OpTic on the attack. This is a different look here for Toronto, but it's been red. Hook is going to find the info. He's trying to cook up a nade for back. And what do OpTic decide to do here? Do you try to re-clear some of the space? Do you avoid it and have eyes on the flank the entire time? Looks like they're going to go with the former of the two.
Yeah, you see Toronto on their defensive setup. They usually, this is where OpTic hits you with the bamboozle, rotate over towards Abe, but they're at the complete opposite site. And this entire time, Abe is maintained mid-map. So as soon as that bomb plant goes down, he's going to have a one-on-one that he has to win.
It's a lot of trust that OpTic wasn't going to get contested through mid-cut. They didn't even throw smoke to cover it. And this is the problem. You know for a fact there probably are players from Toronto on the flank. You have to kill time if you're dashing Mercules to see if that would activate Abe on this pinch. Instead, he's going to go back over towards mid-cut. Dashy finds you the first blood. Mercules with an SMG, just bouncing back. Nice shots though from Abe, able to find one. Dashy gets in trouble, kind of caught in no man's land. Able to find the help flow from Mook. Abe, what do you got? What do you got, Abe? Able to find a couple of shots, but now, Shotzi. Delayed pinch, no problems. Post plant comes through. A hell of an effort for Toronto and Abe in particular, but could not quite get that final round first blood nor retake the space.
Yeah, the fact that Koi were able to force this round 11 is unbelievable because their defensive strats were atrocious. The fact that they are always giving up a complete site uncontested and just playing for a retake every single time, this is exactly what the old roster did. You just need to be able to gather some information quickly into these rounds because OpTic on their post plans, especially in a round 11, got trophy systems to work with, and you're also giving them that plant in the first 15 seconds. They know that you're not instantly working that pinch. They know that you're not going to take such a big risk in the final round. And for Koi, it's been the same exact result versus the green wall. You're losing in game spots for the last 3 series in a row, and that's due to your defense on Search and Destroy just being atrocious.
6 plants for Hook. A CDL record.
Everything is free, I'm telling you. He walks up there like, I can put my feet up, turn my screen off. This is a free bomb plant every time.
Oh my gosh, you got me dead right now, Jay. And it's, we said this a lot about Toronto in the middle portion of the year, talking about their defense, just not able to find success, trying to maybe rely a little bit too much on retake. I mean, in terms of objective control, they really have not been near the top of the league where you would need to be if you want to be a major contender. So tough scenes for Toronto, but maybe some hope here built into the fact that legitimately everyone on the desk, and I think even you said that this was going to be an OpTic 3-0, and I'm sitting here like, Toronto's not playing terrible COD. It's got to clean a couple things up.
Hey, man, they won both hard points. Abe had himself one hell of a series. It's just the closing moments and Search and Destroy continuously holding this organization back.
Clean stuff. What a game 5. Desk as we finish off the day.
There's a reason I always think of Den when I think of Koi, and I didn't think we were going to see the second Den because OpTic was going to take care of business in 3. You lose the hard point. You set yourself up for failure, but then you clutch up at the end. Let's talk a little bit about this OpTic squad and Koi throughout this. Put up a great fight. Abe in particular, 17-6. That is 1 less than our league record of Joe Deceives, who Abe is filling in for.
Those last 2 maps literally just felt like it was all on Abe. I mean, we saw some greatness, I feel like, out of Insight, especially throughout the entirety of these series, but the last 2 maps in that hard point, me and Ant were watching, and we were like, this feels like old COD. He does not feel like a newer player. It feels like he is leading the team right now when it comes to just playing the fundamentals, getting those early rotations, pushing out when you guys get a good clean wipe, and that was like the main reason they were able to close out that map 4. And then obviously in this map 5, I mean, it felt like he was 2 people at once. He was buying 2 every life. There was literally nobody that could trade this
Insight, you got to watch the flank there, bud. Dashy gets the big 2Ps on the backstab, and then we see something similar from Shotzi in the final round, Dan.
Yeah, Chris, listen, the production just came to our ear and said that Hook set the record for 6 plants, and I'm just sitting here laughing to myself because for 2 years straight, I've been talking about Toronto Koi, formerly Ultra. Why the hell do they give up an entire
6 plants
on defense?
6 offenses.
Exactly, because they're giving them all the space. I'm telling you, bro, whoever's coming up with the Toronto Koi strats needs to be packed into a cannon and shot into orbit. Shot into orbit at this point.
Okay.
And the crazy thing is, I tweeted about this last week. Kleenex liked the tweet. He liked the tweet. They are aware of the issues there, and I think this is arguably like even more disappointing because your rookie came in, dropped 17 in a game 5, and you guys, the vets, could not step up and clutch up in the final rounds. They got first blood naded 3 times, Kips twice. In the last round, another first blood. Hey, OpTic capitalizing.
There were some good points, too.
And at the same time, the guy we're about to interview, he's playing roulette, and I can't wait to talk
Monster winner spotlight, and I'm going to give question number 1 to this boy who is all kinds of fired up.
Right. Yo, that was an amazing series. Thank you for giving us cinema, bro. And I saw your clip, you and Hook, talking about how you're like, I'm just running it down. I don't care. Are you trying to throw off the rest of the league? Because you did not change the way you played at all. Just gambling, running it down.
Nah. Hey, that game 5, I was more relaxed. I mean, usually like.
Were you?
Was I?
That was a relaxed one.
At least the first like 25, 30. The last like minute, that's when I switched it up, I guess. But I mean, at the end of the day, that's just my play style, man.
Fair enough. You can't. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess.
No, that's fair. Do you want me to go next? Okay, I want to focus on your guys' overload. A little bit of a nerdy question here. Just Dashy and Merc have 60 goals right now overall in the season. 60 combined. Not combined, actually. Nope, definitely
Messi
separate.
and Ronaldo.
Yeah. And so I wanted to know, like, is that something, like, about the approach to overload at all that you guys talk about? Or do you feel like that just happens to be the natural progression? The ARs on the back line, you're making a push. You and Hook, obviously, are throwing your lives out there to make sure that they can sink it. What is that dynamic like on y'all's end of things?
Yeah, so they mainly just get the ball just because like me and Kyler are just so like just aggressive and always getting map control. Because anytime we have the ball, I'm like there's no one in front of me, so it's kind of just what I mean.
Yeah.
Not to
And sometimes it comes
like
up. That's how we get some good hat tricks sometimes.
Shotzi, today is our last day to have the great Emmy-winning Michael Liu, our director, with us. He's going to be taking tomorrow off. So we're going to do something new here. This is our scuff play of the game with you on the line. Can you walk me through your game 2 as you drop 12 kills?
I mean, I was just getting free kills, honestly. Wasn't doing much. I mean, I was doing the roulette, word to nameless. I actually got my first 2 sniper kills right here, which is pretty lit. So
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just light work,
It's just light work.
You nice like that with this?
You like to gamble, and are you excited to be closing out the year in Vegas?
Crazy question, but yes. And don't gamble, kids.
Don't gamble, kids. Shotzi and I are going to be hanging out for sure Sunday night, hopefully with the trophy in hand. You guys got to clean up some of your search before that. Best of luck.
Thank you.
I love Shotzi.
What's one of those things that you can do during the ad for champs? Jump out of a building. Yeah, you guys, you can take and you guys can go. Jump off.
What's the next
drive
match?
some supercars.
Next match is Minnesota. We're going to be jumping off buildings, but we're going to do it with bungee cords attached. Unlike the people in Brazil, it's not a good news story. Don't go look it up. In the meantime, we've got G2 playing Falcons on the other side of the break.
Get us out of here.
Really good match.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
I can't look at this guy's player cam, bro.
They win bro, like, what am I looking at, man?
Oh my God, he actually does have the propeller on top. Yeah, no, he's trolling.
He's fucking trolling, bro. He's fucking trolling.
That should tell you everything you need to know about this series. He's wearing a circus hat.
This is awful. I'm going with Toronto. I got Toronto winning this series. I think they get it done in 4.
You're like a mix of George Washington and a Disney prince.
What does that do?
LAG!
Oh, okay. Production, this is a sick, weird joke. Give me my pick back now, bro.
Flipping this.
I'm going LA Thieves. Got him.
The crayons are, I broke the crayon box.
Shotzi, I got Texas, baby.
Wait, did you just baby
right
into swapping it?
Trap, bro.
Where did you pull that out from?
What the hell is going on in Columbus?
Cubby, I'm Sean. Stay up, bro. Man. Stay down. Just lay it. Live. I can help. I can hold the front. You're good. Stay down now. Already front. Let's get in time. Bust up that. Absolute front. I'm done. Nice. Boys, holy that P5 was so me neither. That P5 was no.
What do they have to give yourself a fighting chance here in the series? Real, ruthless aggression. Another on stairs, can't get it. It's Kremp with 2. It's now down to Lucky. And will he be that in this 1v2 situation? Here they come. Finds the first. Oh my God! Lucky! Dios mío, how has he done that?
Falcons started Major 4 with a 3-0 start, but yesterday they were brought back down to earth by FaZe. Today they take on G2, who's been looking to cause spoiler to some of our top dogs. We got Rosalie and Nameless here on the desk. I'm your host, Puckett, and it's the final 2 days of the regular season with just 4 matches to go. Dang. This one could decide who's playing in a winner's bracket and who's in a loser's bracket. 2-1 right now for G2. They play Koi tomorrow, who is 1-3. So both of those teams fighting for wins desperately, trying to stay in that winner's bracket. What do you see when you look at the current Minnesota squad?
Yeah, I see a team that has been steadily improving and definitely made the right decision with their roster moves and with more gas in the tank. Like, they've started out with an awesome foundation of, like, we are going to play a disciplined brand of Call of Duty. They clearly decided that before they made the roster change, right? So you bring an Envoy to kind of be the leader of that mentality. Yep. And now you see, like, the results of that. Search and destroy, a lock-up game mode for them. Like, they look very good there. The retake's excellent. Offense showing different looks, like completely outclassing OpTic when we saw them in that match. And then in Respawn, just building a bigger bag, playing some new maps, expanding the map pool. And I think the gas left in the tank is when Nasty starts to shine, they will ascend to that next level. We've seen him early in the season, Fry Alley. We just haven't seen it just yet on G2, but we know he will.
I love to see Skies back to his animated self. That is the way he was behaving when he won a world championship with the Subliners. But Kremp has the surprise numbers on the squad. Is he the star to watch today?
Oh, yeah. He's going to be that guy putting up the damage. He's going to be your front line. You're going to need Kremp, especially versus a team that likes to push pace in the side of Riyadh.
All right, speaking of Riyadh, Pred has been that guy since the start of Stage 4. He has led the team in game. You see some great sniping from the squad, but Kismet kind of got shut down in games yesterday against FaZe.
And Celium. And everybody.
Is it a Bulldog issue? Is it a Celium issue? Is it a playstyle or speed issue? Why does FaZe kind of have their number kind of like Miami has phases?
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, they've had good performances against FaZe prior to that, but like in yesterday's specific matchup, they just got blitzed. Like, everybody was playing awful. When you look at it, like, they played a couple of gridlocks, but they had been playing those like a fair amount prior to it. So yeah, for them, I think they're extremely good on the fast break, but when they're not finding kills, you're not going to be able to convert those opportunities into success, right? So heavily reliant on kills if you're the Riyadh Falcons. Have to find a way to like slow the game down and control it more. I feel like I've been saying this for a couple of months and we just haven't seen it.
Allie, we look back at these highlights and you kind of forget that they were down a map against Carolina because they closed out that series so strongly. Where are the Falcons right now in your power rankings? Are they in the A tier? Are they in the C tier? Are they floating in between?
I think they're floating down towards B for me, only because I'm worried about their overload. So I'm not that worried about it versus G2 right now, because actually they kind of have a map advantage, and the fact that Gridlock's not really working for them. Gridlock's really good for G2. It's their best overload map, so Riyadh Falcons are able to get that out of this series and instead put in exposure. We're talking about a top 2 overload team on the season that is now in 3 overload losses in a row. They've dropped down to the middle of the league, and so that can affect the mentality a little bit in some of these series, but I'm not that worried about that.
Yesterday I said I was worried about the Falcons being gridlocked by Vegas. You said that the Falcons are actually pretty good at the map.
Yeah.
They might be able to tell us the true answer.
Yeah, I mean, they've played it before. They had success on it before the FaZe match. I mean, I think it's clear that they desperately want to add it to their map pool. They have 3 wins. They're locked in for the winner's bracket. So this is the right approach if you are the Falcons. But for these guys, they've also have seemed to be momentum-based and confidence-based. So is this the proper decision headed into the major if you lose this match? Like, these guys might be demoralized. That matters a lot.
What is the safest place to finish? Do you want to be part of that 3-2 4-way tie potentially? Do you want to be a top 3 seed? Like, what's the goal right now if I'm the Falcons coach? Am I saying blitz them, boys?
Yeah, I mean, the goal right here is to work on maps, like, for them. Like, from what I'm seeing from them, like, that seems to be their goal. My goal, personally, would be to just win every match that I can, point blank, period. But everybody has a different approach to it.
So who wins today?
G2 wins.
G2 wins.
In a game 5.
Rally?
This actually is a tough one. My heart's saying Riyadh. I like these maps for them when we went through the maps and mobs. I'm going to go with the Falcons.
I, too, am riding with Pred today. Ant has been gassing up Kremp's numbers since the start of the rehearsal. Fans are riding with the Falcons. Did Nameless nail it again, Miles? I think he might have.
I can't believe I'm the only
G2. I think
G2.
Wheeler might be onto something. I think he's onto something. I think we might be seeing a bit of a just sucking up them wins, baby. I had a prop and I had to use it. That's just the way it goes. How you doing, Charles?
You just have this nearby?
Yep, I do. It's a tiny little, it cleans my desk. Look at that. Look at that. Talking about Kremp. I know what I am. Talking about Kremp, he has been that guy, pal, quite frankly, in stage 4. Very, very impressive stuff. Red, not bad at all whatsoever. Our submachine gun players are about to go crazy this season, and this series, rather. Again, Chance, very excited to see these 2 squads going at it. We might have saved the best for last today with what could be a very, very closely contested matchup.
Quite possibly. Both of these guys have this sort of superstar potential, pop-off play, Pred world champion, and Kremp, he's been lights out since he's been in the league. I almost want to give more credit to Pred, though. I feel like we've seen him evolve a decent amount as a player. Still got to sort of prove this at LAN, but like in comms, it seems like he's developed himself quite a bit. As a teammate, maybe developed himself quite a bit, but obviously a bunch of forces of nature in this lobby. So you ready for the battle?
Forces of nature, freaks of nature, or actually a very nice 2-piece out of Exnid. Looking for 3. That's going to be a cleanup downstairs. Clean up on Isle Nasty. He's gone as well. Exnid, what a play. 4 in a row right off rip. Looking for number 5. He's still continuing the dance here. G2 get themselves on time, but yeah, as we like to call it here on Colossus, it is a mosh pit.
And classic Colossus. Excellent getting the 4 kills off rip. Think that converts into a decent amount of time. No, just like 2 seconds. If that is very difficult to survive inside of P1, especially without the trophies early on. Great shots coming through from Selim. Question is, how much time does this actually convert to? It'll be, we're getting the guns warmed up. A 3-second lead going towards P2, where for the moment, no one on the minimap is the bottom right corner. Falcons actually leave that wide open for Envoy. And if there's a route open for Envoy, by God, is he going to take it?
By God, I mean, he's going to take it one way or another. Nasty front line battered through alongside Krem. Here come the Falcons. And it is 1 by 1, baby, as they cut their way now finally towards time. That is going to be the break. Nasty from the first man down to the last man left alive here on time. They are swinging. Still going to be the Falcons there, selling with a big 2. It's a 3 now in a row for him as he finds the initial time there on P2 for the Falcons. The break's there, better late than never.
Consistent NPC from Selim, at least early on, it seems to be the case. Not too shabby. Now for G2, we're going to have a slow and steady approach towards the new time. Nasty gives you the first 2 entries. Now has the backup trying to break through the front. A pinch there to slow it down. And now Selim has the AR in hand. You think it makes it difficult to get inside, but no, Skies rips his head off. At least you've done just enough to fight and keep it active. And all said and done, though, Falcons have built themselves a sizable lead from that P2 in spite of the mixiness at the start.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff. I mean, right now the Falcons have got their mind on the gunny and they're Gunny's on their mind right now. It's all about those individual chows, about those big sprees, and not a lot of them have turned into anything other than a smidge of hill time. Back and forth we go. Oh, Xnid, though, absolutely running it. Another spree hit from Pred 4. Turns to 5, looking for time, keeping it going. Kremp gets him. And with that, though, G2, they've just been unable to get anything going here on P3 so far. Falcons keeping it hot.
Just pushed away. Just ever so close to getting towards the hill. Can't quite make it through. Another firing squad moment where 3 players for the Falcons are there to stop the front pressure. Maybe Falcons a little bit disconnected, trying to figure out who wants to go for the pinch. Well, Kismet gets the green light, finds the timing that actually pays off perfectly. Nasty gets incredibly awkward timing through yellow, and the Falcons, well, flip the map perfectly off the back of it. They're gonna have a 60-point lead going into new, and they have all the space in the world.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff here. Going into new, it's going to be G2 in position first, and Kremp lost us right now at 4-11, not having the best time. The Falcons are having their way with him. Exit finds the wrong part of town on where the last man left alive back there. It's going to be a little bit of love towards what the game is calling fueling. See if it stays that way. Are we gassed? Is it that high octane premium unleaded gear that costs a fortune right now? We'll see. G2 still holding well.
What they can. Nasty big responsibility in towards yellow, simply overwhelmed, and a team kill with the trophy. I think trophies have had a really big weekend. A ton of kills they're able to collect, but in spite of the awkwardness, Sky's from time able to give you 2, and then those spawns looked evil from my perspective. Falcons, they'll take it. 20 seconds left on this time, a 30-point lead. They could really extend it for the first set of rotations.
Talking about extended it. Summons getting extended hit. Damn, Pred still kicking ass. He and Kiz going big in the kills department. Sellium joining them as well right now. Skill diff. Falcons are absolutely in the gills of G2. They are suffering here on Colossus.
And Kremp, the one suffering the most. 5 and 15 after the first set. Triple negative. You do not expect to see this long term at all. So if he gets going, G2, a team very capable of bringing the fight. For the moment, just a struggle to get near this time. Envoy, nice pickup, but still no open lanes. I think Falcons may be disinterested in being the super soakers on this P1, but at the very least, they are playing keep away.
50-odd point game as we march our way now to our second set of hard points. 30 seconds have gone by on this P1, and all that we've seen is a team kill. That's right, G2 is still all aboard the struggle bus right now. Go over the top. Cell gets himself another. That's a 5 spree. He's looking for number 6. Not a chance. Envoy reads that one slow and steady, but Kiz picks up the pieces immediately. Falcons right now, I mean, this is a very, very fast game. Skill diff moment for them. Falcons have been running this one. And this set so far, very much theirs. They've got control of P2 as well. They've got that right-hand side of the minimap locked down. Good luck, have fun, G2 Minnesota.
I'm also wondering how in tune to the community is Sellium. There are a couple nice memes coming through. Very funny, very poignant, sort of attacking him. Well, he's responded today and so far coming out the gates high. Currently leading the lobby in slaying, and he's getting active. Unfortunately, a team kill there, but for Falcons, doesn't matter. You still get the right side spawns, you still get the time, and you just continue to slay. These guys are distant on the map.
We're just having a real tough time. Kremp is 7 and 21. Not having a lot of fun here on Colossus. A man who has had the namesake for so long this season is absolutely being taken to the cleaners right now. Yeah, we got off this POV with good reason, but he did actually get the kill. Either way, P3's on its way, folks. Riyadh Falcons still eyes on the prize here. We are kicking ass. Nice 3 dead there for G2 Minnesota. It's going to be the turnaround point. Sellium not going down without a fight. Cell! Come on, son. Finding himself another 3 in the feed there. The time will not go the way of G2. Wow. That is disgusting. And they're on two as well.
Dude, the trophy kill, by the way, Sellium got all 4 because the trophies continue to just collect like dog tags. It's absurd work. He's the last one alive, takes down the entire team. Maybe the COD gods have been on his side.
Oh, well, yeah. Who sacrificed what to the COD gods as of recent? Every now and then I buy a skin pack, and it does increase my win rate considerably. I'm going to look into that one. More data needed. Right now, Xnid, just more hardpoint time needed right now for the boys. Pred's going to be soaking away. Right-hand side of the map covered. Look at this, boys. We have got ourselves a firing squad right now. Riyadh Falcons still holding it together. Kiz gets to the right side, gets himself a trophy in position now. And as we right now know, that is basically an additional player on the team for the Falcons. 3 dead. As they've got this hardpoint under lock and key on a cell. Versus Nasty down low for the final 15. Sellium wins it. There we go. Well, we're going to battle for time. We're going to battle for old. And a sneaky Xnid. We're going to get another one on the back line here.
I Meanwhile, Exnid is on a 4 spree for this rotation. Celium also on this hill went on a 5 spree. So Celium, Mr. Consistent, everyone of his team in the right spots. Nades not on the side of Falcons there for that brief moment. They needed that trophy.
Trophies, man. Exnid, that midfield play went wild when he was still from the back line to the front line, and Pred gives you some nice time there to soak. Can you get a man on time there for the Falcons? Pred, he's just living up to the name right now. Nasty, you can run, you cannot hide. The Predator strikes. Sail to the front. G2 with a little bit of a resurgence here, but is it enough? Here comes Kiz. Maybe not 99, but damn close. He is gunning. Everyone got a love tap there. Exnid on the cleanups. Gets them all. Last man Envoy, and he's dead too. Wow, Falcons yet again. Another strong hard point.
No hesitation hitting the lane. Trying to be as quick as you possibly can. Overwhelming. Don't allow G2 to breathe. They've been playing the break through the front game on these P2s and P4s. And well, if you've ever tried that in ranked, the scoreline will look like this. You'll get beaten down if you're not effectively taking these routes. As our G2 suffering. If we're going back towards P1, this might just be the Falcons where they might not get a lot of time, but they're going to find a lot of kills, Miles.
Well, there's a lot of kills to be getting. Kiz with the fancy footwork. Back over towards P1 we go for the final few moments of what could be the Intermat one. And Kiz is sending it. I mean, this is reckless abandon. Celium down as well now. He was looking for kill number 36. That's right, Reddit. He saw that Easter Island Stonehead meme and he took it personal. It was a good one, can't lie. I chuckled. 30 seconds to go on P1. We can't win it here. We can get pretty close. Pred playing for the dub by P2.
Copy as well. It was pretty good. Great shadows. A lot of things going on. Nice shots, 20 and 30, so no longer triple negative.
He's back.
Made it past double negative as well, so creeping up. And G2 have just now made it past the 100-point margin. You take care, Gizmy, you get the right side spawns. Easier said than done. He drags one to the grave, but nonetheless, G2 should win the rotation, or maybe not. They just can't get anything going. Falcons are playing a suffocating Colossus.
Yeah, this is tough. Envoy through the back. Can you get anything going here? Falcons identifying the pressure. Can we win a gunfight or two? Envoy looks right when he should have looked left. Thank God for his teammates. And who? But of all players, it's Krem on a nice 2 spree. And he get number 3 now. He's going to run right into death. Kismet sets the trap. And it is sprung. But this is a nice P2 out of G2. Can we keep it going? The answer is no. Celium rings the bell. We are locked in for this one. It's not going to be the end of the map, but it's going to get damn close, boys. Here we go, G2. Late break needed.
Unreal. The memes coming through for Celium make sense in the capacity. We haven't seen a ton of pop-off games from him. One of the first 40 FOMs we get from this guy, and it is destructive. I mean, a score line of removing the hope for G2 to actually make this comeback. 245 to 120 going into the new time, and Celium, well, wins the rotational fights in a call game on P3.
Yeah, this is it. Cell dominance in every aspect. Falcons come to play. You never quite know what you're gonna get. I don't know which version of Cell that was. I'm not sure which one of the androids he's eaten before this matchup started, but that man, furious, top left. G2 are left stunned. There's got a little bit of soul searching to do before we get into the search and destroy, but man, that was a beatdown and a half in map 1.
He's got the taste for metal. Typically, you consult a doctor, but for him, that just means it's fry time and search and destroy. Be on the lookout for him. 43 and 22, 4,200 damage. Almost shocking that Pred is right there in the mix in the damage front. I suppose Nasty, you could say the exact same thing about him. If you're looking on the G2 side of things, Crep was the easily identifiable issue at the start of the game. 5 and 15, 7 and 21. That double negative, triple negative range ends up getting 9 more kills than Skies. So a lot going wrong there for Minnesota. Tough game.
Yeah, tough game. Tough game. They really got hurt. I mean, the game flow is going to give us an interesting look at it, but the comeback from G2 in the third set was ideal. Really, though. You're going to watch the highlight package here, folks. That scoreline, devastating. Look, Falcons started strong, kept it rolling. Second set really created that space. Kudos to G2, though. They had the fight to pull it back, but end of the day, a dub's a dub. Falcons up, and very, very strong opportunities for them. Throughout this map, they did not make a lot of mistakes. And yes, Cell, absolutely wild. Kismet also on his BS as well. Very, very impressed by what I saw. And Exton, all players, man. He was the guy hitting the rotations. He was the guy winning massive gunfights. Very calm, very sensible gameplay. And yeah, those trophies. I have to look into that, man, because they have been killing a lot more than recent. It's been something.
Dangerous times. Very scary out here.
Very scary. Very, very scary.
If we have learned anything about Colossus this year, it is quite literally just you cannot afford to have slow starts. If you get a Colossus for map 4 in the series or a little bit more distant for the grand finals, it's all good. Guns are going to be hot, comms are going to be hot, everyone's ready to go. But for map 1, if you start slow at all, you will get punished in a brutal fashion. So maybe Exton, honestly, off the opening break, comes out, sets the tone, has the energy. Just a quick right punch to the face. Never had to look back. Skies been stunned and shocked again.
Well, let's have a look at the game flow. This was a nasty one at times. This was a real tough one for G2. You know, I say comeback. I'm saying
they had a great P4.
They had a great P4. Wow, that is tough. Falcons, though, smooth ascent to 250. Well done, boys. That was very, very nice. Again, yeah, a couple of solid hills, but really, a couple of solid hills is all you're going to get a chance. In the gridlock we go.
If Selim is going to be the man of the hour, excited to see him on this map. Interesting, might just end up in the island role. Probably not going to snipe, you know, no shades of the old Black Ops 4 Selim we got to see from time to time, but he's dropping 42. At least keep him in the back of your mind. On the flip side, very interesting map. I think G2 may be showing off a couple key ideas as well. Kremp, you know, watching this guy play Search and Destroy, it's almost like he picks a lane and just figures out ways to dominate it. If you're thinking the plain side of the map for the Scar, he just goes and masters it. On Gridlock, he has been maybe elite towards the center of the map, great at finding some of these timings. And for Search and Destroy as a team, G2 Minnesota right now amongst the best in the game.
Really, I mean, second place overall, but there's some key stats there. That post-plant position, if they get the bomb down, they're probably taking the round. And defensive rounds, very, very strong as well. So two separate categories, polar ends of the actual game itself. They're good on the attack, good on the defense. This is going to be a tough one here. Our lobby leaders in Search and Destroy in the stage so far. But yeah, these lads, they certainly mean it.
Next teams. Exton with 1.16, Kismet the leader, Kremp right next to him, and Envoy the man you're paying attention to for Minnesota to get that bomb down. Great KD as well. Tough words, but a good start. It'll be G2 Minnesota, first attacking round.
Here we go. A couple of rattles there through the paper walls of the Onsen. Kremp with the mid-map. It's got Kismet's name written all over it, but he does manage to evade. He will not be signing for that delivery, but Skies. It's an express overnight bullet for Exnid. First blood.
Taking the bait are the other Falcons players. Number 1 and number 3 start to wrap back. It is the exact moment Minnesota make their approach. So we've seen this strat occasionally from Minnesota. Leave Skies on the island, try to find that snipe pick. If he's not successful, the rounds play out terribly. He finds that pick, and this is looking like a perfect execution.
But this is the G2. This is what they've got statistically on their side. Falcons together. Grouping up. Watching for the snipe, no connection. The nade is going to only slow, no kill. Less than 30 on the clock. It is now time to get involved. Kremp up close. Envoy finds another one. A nice snipe from Kiz. Pulls something out of nowhere. And out of Skies are nasty. Trying to find Pred. 15 seconds. Can young Predwood cut his way through? Clutch this one up. The answer will be a no. But a worthy attempt from the Falcons nonetheless. G2, the post-plant positions yet again remain strong.
For the final kill. Fred wants it. Don't believe he was able to get it. Think Sky's able to escape with his life, and Sky's the man that helped this team get the win. After that, it is just heads up play calls. Really just a matter of teamwork. Once you get that site control, you really only need maybe 3 guys in and around that bomb site to effectively hold it down, to watch the pinches, to be able to set up the crossfires. If you get all 4, it is an absolute dream. Nades on point, crossfires there, great comms as soon as the guys called out one shot. Everybody's flying in, and for the 2v1, back down, give Pred nothing to work with. As good as it gets for S&D.
You know Steven is biology. 2 from Skies in that first round. 2 from Pred, but we'll let those sort of consolation kills stay on the stat screen, but not massively important being around down. Pray with a smoke through the middle of the map. Is it going to bait a little bit of life here from G2? We're going to dip a toe, boys. We fill in the water? Nah, not this day. It's back over towards B. Exnid has been the man with the bomb, an incredibly patient play, but he's going to get caught. A little bit of unfortunate timing. Nasty on the hit and run. You dirty dog. That's the bomb recovered. Good luck, fellas. The battle of the streets continue. Nasty on a tear.
Unbelievable Call of Duty timing in this round. Nasty takes full advantage. Fred for 1v3. Trap surrounded. Shot in the back. Shot in the side. He's going to run away and just get trapped in this back corner. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to hide.
You've got him one way or another, lads. Will it be the time or will it be by your own hands the round ends? And they've let him slide through. He's out for a second. There we go. Nasty's eyes on. And this is a nearly hopeless attempt by Pred. The knife would have been fun, but the time not on his side. Another good round from G2.
Truly unlucky for Exnid. Playing that side of the map, waiting for a decent amount of time. The moment Nasty peeks his head out is exactly when Exnid turns to clear ice cream. Not quite coordinated with the teammates. Maybe needed to wait just a second more to have your teammate watch over you, but for the way the map developed, honestly, that's just G2, another calm, calibrated round. And of course, once they get the first blood, clean execution after the fact. These guys very much ready to play Gridlock S&D.
Better be with 2 rounds deep. Sky's yet to drop. Prem yet to get on the board. He was a little slow in the Colossus as well. Bong, that nade's gonna connect. No, it doesn't! Oh, he's so sneaky! Oh, he's dead again. Damn, that's a shame. Good nade over at the top from Envoy. Enough to clean up Pred. Trade's complete, 3v3.
Get the kill, get out. No pinch battles just yet. Exnid toying with the idea. In the meantime, Exnid might just be out of the play. Going for the pinch, and, well, there's the timing fight. It's Skies' responsibility. It's all about how the timing goes. Exnid getting peeks towards the middle of the map. Well, his position absolutely is going to be known.
Yeah, now he's still at large, though, on the flank. We're going to overwhelm the players in the front line. Going to try to sell him is an issue. Kismet looking for the kill. Doesn't get it. Envoy with a Jaeger. Trades on. Here comes the late flank. Exnid wins the round.
Great job. Very annoying. And for the pinch, a lot of players love to just try to be sneaky, hope the timing works out for him. He's the one making things happen for his teammate. Doing the wall hops towards the middle of the map. He is getting intel, but also if he's able to get any bullets in and win, that just means the players inside that site have to scatter. They're going to be very concerned, head on a swivel. His team gets to make moves, and he's right back to the action 3 seconds later once the gunfights take place. Exit making big plays, and for G2, if they're attacking that site again, probably need to leave someone roaming towards mid.
You'd want to like get into the onsen. If he's already in the A-bomb site, it's a lot harder to deal with him. And a player like Exnid, able to get lost very, very well. This time, Nasty will have the information that these players are coming, but he's not going to get any kills. So there we go. Exnid stands at the bottom side of the wine bar. Bomb plant on. The retake potential is definitely there. Oh, wow. And Krem, he and Nasty thread the needle and stop the bomb from going down at all.
The psychology of these plant spots is hilarious, as well as the pinch from Envoy. Getting ready to call the round, players jumping up top, but Kismet's trapped. How many players can he shoot in the back? There's one, there's two. Number 3, outer lane, called out and gunned down. Nasty gives it the intel. Everybody snaps into position. Hey, these are like default strats. Exactly how you want them to go down if you're a coach at G2 is exactly how they're falling into pieces. Into place.
Is the Envoy pinch. And yeah, how many players can he shoot in the back? Well, the answer is all 3. Catches the second kill as well. At 6-2 in the KD department. Exactly what you want out of a world champion.
6'2" in real life.
No, he's not.
He's tall. Yeah, no, actually.
Is he 6'2"? Big
Kremp is like 6'4". Envoy, he's at least like 6 foot.
Now, Kremp, for the fans who know, Kremp is a freak. He's a big boy. He's a big man. He's a big man. 2 and 3 now. Gets away for a second longer. Envoy, also another big man. Getting big man kills. You like that big man? Sell him. Always trying to be a big man. You big man, sell him? No, down and out. G2.
Ofo would be happy with the commentary from this round.
I am.
As Skies is for the matchup against Exit. He's 2 for 2 on the snipes down low. Skies has had a comfortable game. Envoy's had a fantastic one, 8 and 2. There for the cleanup kills. Pinches have been on point. Plays inside around that A site, also on point. Making the heads up plays, and hey, he's getting the bombs down too. Anything you want on the map to happen, They'll get it done.
I'll have to apologize to chat. That little moment got away from us there, but it did not get away from G2. A happy 4-1 they find themselves in now. A 4 spree for Envoy. Big man Tings. A sniper here from Exnid, who has been very successful throughout the season ever since picking up the rifle and making that adjustment for the Falcons, but if he can turn the tides here on Gridlock.
New dynamic defensively for G2 Minnesota. Typically just Nasty, the island player on this site. This time Kremp is working with Skies. And sussing out the pressure, Falcons making the call to wrap this all the way back towards A, but they don't have positioning anywhere on the minimap. You're gonna have to force this one through.
This is a tough one, yet Envoy's alone now. That stun connection to the middle of the map was only information. It wasn't nearly enough to stop those players. So now Nasty backing it up, slowing the pressure down, allowing Kremp now to try to find the flank. Exnid watching that. Who's gonna win the fight? Oh, the trade through the middle of the map is not gonna happen. The onsen, we see 2 more players drop. Skies, the wall bang complete. And that is a problem for G2.
There you go. Falcons needed the rounds. They deliver. Good gunfight win, isolating and identifying Envoy. He got Pred down to 25 HP, but Pred, with the intel, able to win the gunfight. Couple good gunnies rolling through. Kismet delivering us the final kill.
Is having one of those wonderful late season resurgence in his gameplay. You never quite know what you're going to get with the Riyadh Falcons. A high ceiling and a floor that seems to match. You never know. Opening nade salvo here from Skies. Goes wide with the snipe. Will he meet his mark? 3 potential targets. And it is a miss. And he's never going to account for them being that close. Fast wrap here from the Falcons. And look at that pressure. All the G2 to 8.
That's the switch up. They're making plays. They want to take the fight to sell him in the back. Envoy doesn't see him, though. He's going to get dropped. The trade is good, but still a man down. And look at how fast the Falcons have just trapped these players in. Nowhere to hide, no room to breathe. Just like Colossus, Falcons have figured out the strat. That is aggression on the defensive end. Skies is 2 for 2. Sniping Exnid in that bottom lane. Falcons this time send everybody. Exnid still peeks. Maybe gets away with a cheeky one, risking his life for the moment, but he waits for his teammates to be that aggressive. Take care of Skies. Great calls afterwards. Falcons making the adjustments.
That aggression as well. The second they caught a whiff of, Cell picks up one, gets traded out. They don't make it out of that courtyard alive. G2 reeling after a few tough rounds going against them now. Sprees from Kiz and Pred. Looks like a heavier stack defensively towards A now for G2, but again, this is the slow Exnid B-bomb crawl. Patiently waiting now. Nasty has caught him once before in this same position.
Exact same strat from their first offensive round. Exnid this time, looking for his teammate. He's got Selim to look over, but instead it's Pred that gets caught, and Kismet overwhelms. The pacing on offense for Falcons, not quite there.
Yeah, just a little off. Kids with perfect con, but you're unable to catch these players. Nasty yet again, the man from Top Shot. Gets another good one, and the trade complete. G2 stop the run of the Falcons dead in its tracks.
Also a good adjustment from this squad as well. Nasty, the sort of lone defender of this site down low, swings it over towards mid. If you have extra pressure filling those spaces, you want to jump on the guy towards the middle of the map, send everybody else on the pinch. Gridlock is very, chess matchy a little bit. Got to feel out the pressure, get used to sort of the default strats teams like to run. Where's the soft shots going to be? And got to make the reads of when you can find these openings. I think both teams capitalizing, but because of G2's early lead, now they're just a round away from getting the win.
A difficult round, losing Nasty early on. The Exnid was fed up of, you've tagged me enough times, bro. I'm going to get you back one of these rounds. And he sure does. Stun grenade heard around the world. Krem, Ian Envoy applying pressure. It's only a 3v3. Here come the Falcons. Or middle of the map. Skies! Gifted good timing on the Kismet. That is unfortunate. Mr. Bueno now. A lovely smoke to obfuscate the play and allow the push now towards the B-bomb site to go undetected. Here we go, Exnid. Check your corner. No chance. Selim can't get it done either. G2 tie up the series.
So quick for the post-plant setup. Envoy found the cheeky corner. Kremp there to watch over. I think Skies was the one going for the bomb, playing a good catch towards the middle of the map. If nothing else, G2 Minnesota extremely confident in search and destroy, especially so on gridlock. Maybe the team on this map specifically that is showing off maybe the most diverse strats we have. A bunch of different looks, pre-plant, post-plant, great recognition in the middle of the rounds of when they need to hit the go button. And hey, if you can isolate a player inside of showers, go for it. All said and done, I mean, they're only a small leg up there for the first bloods, but a very confident S&D win.
They managed to catch, exited 4 rounds for those first deaths. A really, really good homework done by G2 there. Reading the plays. Well, good luck reading this one, folks. It's exposure overload time. Excited to see this one go through the dirty, dirty orange sands of somewhere in Australia in this game. Who knows? Most of it's Japan. This one, Australia. Hello, other side of the world. All right, folks, time to go to a break. I need to recharge. I need to make sure that this little thing works. Then we are going to find out who takes the lead after this.
Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Go pick up the 2026 Call of Duty League Championship Tracer Pack. You can support all 12 Call of Duty League teams.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
At COD Champs, the fun goes beyond your seat.
Welcome to Vegas!
If you're in the starter ranks, you gotta slide over to the iconic Vegas sign for a quick photo. Then drop into the playground made for adults. And then go swimming with sharks at the Shark Reef Aquarium. Now at the next level, full send the obstacles at Spy Ninja's Adventure Park. Then get active at Lake Las Vegas Water Sports. For the ultimate experience, take a helicopter tour of the Grand Canyon. Then jump off an 800-foot building at Sky Jump. And that's how you make your Champs weekend unforgettable.
They gotta get you reacting to you reacting to you reacting to the montage.
Yeah, they are doing
every
that.
stage, they just add another.
Wait, they're
zero
adding
on
me
top.
reacting to me reacting to me reacting to me reacting to this.
Every stage, they add a you reacting. That's gonna.
I'm reacting to me reacting to a clip of me reacting.
Correct.
To the clip of me. Unbelievable. I'm reacting to a clip of me talking about reacting to a clip of me reacting harder. You know what I mean? That's insane. That is fucking insane, Chad.
Oh, wait, so they were here phase and we were here in G2?
Good grenade. Oh, you just ice skated on him.
Yo, that was a skateboard move right there.
Do you agree with Smokes not being in respawn?
I do personally, yeah.
You do personally?
I do too. I think it would make the viewing experience worse.
What did I just see on my screen? Who was that guy? Did you see that?
No.
What was that guy?
I don't know.
Welcome
Wait, what
to
happened on the
citizens over
screen?
there
I
on
missed it.
YouTube. There was some random guy, like, see how they have the quad box? Like, there was some random guy just like in the all 4 boxes, and he looked like he was going crazy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Map 3 of the last Saturday of the online portion of the Black Ops 7 season is about to begin. Chance, we've come so far, gone a long way, and I'm actually quite surprised that we're already here. It feels insane to say that, but looking back though, it's been quite a good time online. We've had some moments in this Black Ops 7 season. Good drama, good memes, great times, and a little look back at these standings so far for Major 4. Both of our squads on the left-hand side panel, which is exactly where you want to see them. G2 looking to make it a 3-1. Falcons a 3-2. Dare I say it? Well, with a chance now to level things up in a nice way. I think that G2 call is definitely a possibility. What do you think, mate?
The sketchiest possibility being that G2 maybe not making the winner's bracket if they're unable to win this series or their next one. A couple teams nipping at their heels. Koi dangerous, but unable to convert that round 11, so the 1 and 3 a little bit painful. So my personal expectation, winner's bracket for both of them. If you're paying attention to the players cam, you can see Nasty sits next to Krem.
A wise and astute observation. You're not wrong.
Are they in? They might just be in order, those 4.
I think they are. I do believe the same thing with the Falcons. When you watch Clay walk by, he goes from right to left across the board.
I love when that works out.
Love when that works out. Well done, everyone. Well done, everyone. Here we go. Ready. Kiz, the Pred. Yeah, go on. Keep going, Clay. Don't stop there. Keep going. Go on, Jim. Come on. That's what we're talking about. Get out of here, Clay. It's time to start the match. Overload on exposure. Map number 3. Both of our squads absolutely chomping. Raring. Get into this one. I say that. It's me. I'm projecting. What?
No, I hear you. This is a lobby that highlights how extraordinarily insane competitive Call of Duty professional players are. You have Exnin with the most unique setup in the league where he's like tilted very sideways. You got Envoy in this lobby who still to this day wears his headset backwards.
Weird.
Like his left side audio plays out of his right ear and vice versa. It doesn't make sense. Ears don't work like that in real life, but he's been doing it for long enough that he's just stuck with that capability. So, I mean, just wild stuff. Both these teams, insane people.
Yeah, really insane.
And then there's Kismet, just a straightforward, nice guy. Really good competitor, very friendly. The most normal one of the bunch.
Hard-working dude. Head to the ground, gets the job done. This is how G2's road to the major has looked. We have a slight PC issue, folks. We're going to get ourselves ready to rock and roll, but Koi still an opportunity for them to play there. So the winner's bracket dream is not quite out of the woods yet. We're not quite living that one. Falcons as well. It's just, what are you going to get? You're going to roll the dice. The mystery box is going to hit. Sometimes you're getting the most fierce, devastating squad in the world. And before you know it, they somehow managed to blow a search and destroy lead. How did they lose that game of Overload? No way they didn't get in time. Who didn't block spawns? You never know. Moments like that. Too many of them for this roster. For the fan base, a stressful viewing experience at times. Here we go. Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen. Allons-y to exposure, which hasn't looked great. Let's be real for a minute.
No, their overload doesn't look great. Struggling on Gridlock, 2 losses there. They got a win on Scar. A decent win as well against Paris, even though it's a recent change. Close fought against Carolina. Exposure's the one map. Granted, they lost to Texas, OpTic. They can be different. But this is the one map, if you're playing against Falcons, where I just expect teams to veto it, to not want to play them on Exposure specifically, because they're not the strongest overload team. This has been their shining light. So an interesting square-up battle. G2 Minnesota playing with fire.
Fire burn. Careful, G2. Let's put it back and forth through the middle of the map. Most of that back is being thrown by the Falcons. Unfortunate team kill there. Scrap literally dodges bullets and gets turned. There you go. That's going to be that. Selim now with another cleanup in the middle of the map. Quick pick up, run towards the bottom side. Pred on the coverage, and that is basically good to go. Wow. Peach over the top, and Crimp catches another. Perfect cleanup crew. The kills are good. And there from the hit, Bueno. Now on the charge. Crossing the map as fast as they possibly can. Kismet is put himself in an amazing position to cause some issues here. It's not quite done yet. Carrier dropped. Slows the play somewhat. Now to the front line. Nasty trying to block his way forward. Gonna get another. No good. Cell so tough. So dangerous. So much aura.
With the NPC. Very quick. Hey, the wall hop. Okay, that's his spot. That is his movement. Little slide shimmy into the wall hop just to go backwards. Throwing an alley-oop to himself. Selim a 4-1 start. Missed opportunity for the score for the Falcons, but they have restabilized and getting after it again. Pred already the cutoff man. Back in prime position. One got a beat, and it is a capture. They beat him. It's a score. Falcons are really good at this map.
Yep, that's done. First one in. A few more to go. We play to 8 here in the Call of Duty League. At 4, we force the half. We'll see if that has to happen at all. Kiz, man, he is annoying. He's so annoying to deal with. Actually, nice guy. Pain in this ass. Shots from Pred there on the players in spawn. A fresh magazine to play with, and a perfect corner to find his 5th. Nearly his 6th kill in a row.
Love the rotation, though. You got 2 players pushed out. Kismet in the back line. You got Celium watching the cross over the top. This is a free run, unless you can break it down, but the kill's not coming quick enough. Celium finds his. In the back line, you die, but it is way too late. Both directions, both bomb sites, in a great rotation. Falcons, on this map, can do it all.
Excellent finds his second. Celium trying to push forward. And take care of those 2 members of G2 who are somewhat out of the play. On the inside of their spawn, they're now been stretched somewhat. Envoy, yeah, caught, red and dealt with. Brilliant stuff. Extended on a route, looking for a couple more kills here. The trophy systems yet again prove to be the MVPs of these matches. Oh, yeah, could have dealt with the trophy there. Unfortunately, a big kill might have just ruined the opportunity for a cap. Here we go. G2 up. Or not. Oh my God.
Kismet makes up for it immediately. His nades on this map, specifically Kismet's, always connect when he's chucking them across map. Unfortunate that the magnets isn't working on his teammates, but picks up the 2-piece, slows it down. You still have a 2-capture lead, and he is keeping that device nice and secure. On the reset, G2, first one's on the jump. Envoy from the top rope, only good for 1.
You did a little bit of damage there, just a slow cell. This guy's a nasty pick up there. It's 1 more man to deal with. Gone, now to the spawners. Lucky for Celium, spawns very, very close. A few big kills needed. And Cell, man, is such a tough customer to deal with. That is that 60% of possession for the Falcons so far. Possession certainly helps. It will not win you the game, but it'll get you damn close. Kiz finds another. EMP sat for a few moments longer. It will reset. Kiz trying to play for it. Not going to happen. Sky's there, closing up shop. And Exnid denying yet again. What a back and forth. A minute to play.
Minnesota just struggling to find that opening. Need that sort of 3-kill, 4-man down, room to breathe. Instead, it's so many corners you need to check. It's all quiet near the Pred front. You know he's going to be hiding somewhere, but you guess wrong, you die. Now you're playing his game, and it is never fun to do. Takes 2 to the grave, rips Nasty from range with the MPC. Any momentum G2 Minnesota were trying to build gets stripped away.
Yeah, he definitely said sit on at some point there in the player cams. Damn, Kiz, Mets. Damn. Yeah, Ashworth down, one of the all-time greats. He's over. Kiz, he had exited there. It's so much fun in the middle of the map. You just keep your G2 at bay. That's exactly what you want. You do not want to let too many of these kills go by. Keep those players at bay. A pickup might make something big happen here. Envoy trying to set up for the goal. Can he find any support here? 15 seconds. Someone's got to touch it.
Great comms from Envoy to pick up Exton and taking the outer route. Nasty gets the kill. Nasty will also get the device. Able to make it to safety. Through the middle of the map, but not safe at all. Yeah, straight in between 2. If anybody's going to score now, it will only be the Falcons.
There you go. Halftime whistle blown. G2 struggling somewhat here on exposure. They have been caught out. This could be 3-0, if not for the stop at the start. Unbelievable goal line save there on the A goal. G2 pulling out all the stops to get that one safe. Big plays out of Krem. But still, G2 are seriously, they feel like a step or 2 behind here. Falcons very strong on the mode.
I'm thinking Kismet with his cross-map team nade might be some of the best defense that G2 Minnesota was able to play.
That's tough.
Problem is, he's on the other team. All the love was going towards Falcons. This is their playground. They love exposure. Bread and butter. They can do it all. You get Pred. It's just how many times have we just seen a sequence where Pred is just pushed up across the map, and it's a situation, if his teammates get the kills, now he gets to be the lead blocker, and he's already there in mystery La La land. That's his absolute wheelhouse, and if he doesn't, he just turns around and kills the device guy.
It sounds so easy. It sounds so simple. G2 are doing what they can here on the push. Mid-map pressure. Kremp finding himself another. This is a nice 3 spree. He's got a few more kills. He's waiting for his boys to get from spawn. G2 still applying pressure. Let's go for a listen in.
Wait, our side. I have the left right now. Hold their mid. Come, I have left. Pinch your rope. I'm trying to. There's nothing.
MC is holding it. He's going rails, or he's holding his banana pin.
Yeah, banana pinch. One shot. Holding pinch. One shot. One's L. One's L. Con dead. One weak.
Ready.
Hey, Charlie. Con out weak. Enemy still. Con dead. Nice, two. Top ring inside. Go after third top ring. Fred's gonna go bail. No, we need to set after. I'm gonna set in the cell. I want the top ring. I need your L. I'll grab. Get inside. Top ring. One shot. I'm going top. Bring this in. I'm going left. Missing one here. I think it's Kismet.
Weak, I have it. Come on.
Reset story. We gotta go fast.
Push. Yeah, I blocked the close spawns on B.
Hey, they're gonna spawn deep.
One's already in there, P4.
Yo, deep as well, man. I'm gonna try.
Deep cell, there's 3 right already.
Yeah, inner solar. There's 3 right. 3 outer solar. Kids in our spawn. Back to back, Byron. Yeah, kids are spawn. I spawn close. I don't know who it is.
He's going mid. He's playing kills. He's going sub.
I'll take. Alright, here. One's on the tank.
That's first guy.
I'm gonna take still. I didn't even tank.
I have 7 now. One shot tank.
I don't see any air pinch. One's gonna be calling me.
He's probably calling me.
I'm near the tank. One's calling me. Get John Con. Weak Con. AG. That's it.
I'm wrapping deep.
Pick up Con.
Might be inner on me.
Are they inner? Over here. I'm gonna commit left. I think they're real rap.
In server, right?
Yeah, in server. We're gonna straight real rap. Still in our server. Zig me. Where's the ball? There's digging left. Pitching. Power dead. Nice. One zig under you.
You got ball. Yo, reset right.
One's on spawn. One shot. Last guy. I am. Press in our spawn, right?
Yeah.
All 20
One shot, John. No,
I'll pinch off server.
Free kill.
I'll kill him.
3 in their base. I'm
server jumped out trips.
wrap it right. You should wrap it right.
He's still on under.
I'm trying to get out.
I'll see him long on me.
I spawned.
I've chase.
Nice. Come right.
They're be all in. I'm looking real.
I Connor now. Nothing here.
Sun there, inner. He's already on point.
I'm waiting for you, right? One could be chasing you, bro.
Nothing else.
There's 2 right. Wait, right. Go left again.
Close inner. 2 of them.
Inner on me? And then one's out.
At least on the right.
3 right.
I get one close. They naded. Inner.
Almost here.
Outer again. So server still, right?
Yo, server pin.
Back to me.
He's top 5.
Tell me. I'm one shot. He's I'm trying to get. I'm pushing close.
We shoot bully. They got close.
Tank.
Let's go. Bully.
What should I do?
I'm gonna need the back away.
Close inner.
I got need right. Yo, outer solar.
I'll kill outer.
Deep.
Inner.
Pinch is con.
Play goes.
That's all you do.
Got PT tank.
Running forward.
Yeah, already
They spawn on point as well.
Ready? One shot did.
Nice.
They might be taking space.
The dulcet tones of the G2 Minnesota boys, not enough to pull the game back 3-1 as we sit with 1:25 in the second half.
Struggling. All their decisions, they make sense. It's good tries, but just not the better team on this one. Another capture going through. Selim, the one able to collect that. Him and Exnid with 2 apiece. Feels like every single decision, like positionally on the map, Falcons are always in a good spot, always responding to pressure in a heads-up way. And of course, Pred gets to be a rat, gets to be annoying, and he's always good for 2.
He is so annoying. Him and Kiz, difficult players to deal with. Selim, maybe the most difficult player of all time to deal with. Really, really impressive work. Again, when Falcons are good, they are stellar. Now, though, it is all on Kismet to somehow, some way, stay alive. Not going to happen. The G2 do not have the manpower to really make this play work out. They have to hold their form as best they can with 35 seconds. It might as well be over, ladies and gentlemen. This capture is on. Potential here to see it go through. Denied for a second longer. That's going to be 4-2. Is it enough time to get another goal? Is it enough time to make something special happen here? Kismet will go too far. Selim's up next. Down as well. There's the pickup. And it is going to be enough, possibly, to get the third on Exnid. But is it enough to get a man down low in 5 seconds? We will find out.
Device doesn't reset in time. Unable to get it. Exnid was posted up with an AR anyway, but does not matter. Late game resurgence for G2 Minnesota. That is their tradition on exposure overload. Falcons are just not a team you can afford to go down that much against. Absolute playground there from Pred, able to do whatever he wanted from start to finish. Very comfortable effort. Now Falcons have the 2-1 advantage in the series.
Jeej go next. A tough one there for G2. As you said, late game resurgence, ideal. Very, very impressive form. They were really getting things going, but as you heard in the listening, unable to get anything on the board. If anything, they actually lost a dirty capture to Selim, which was a real sneaky one. So 2 there for Selim, 2 for Exnid, and 3 across the board there for G2. Nasty, the only man on that squad not to score, but it doesn't matter. A single goal is all they needed. If they could have got it during the listening, we might be in a sudden death right now. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, didn't happen. Skies continues to struggle here in the respawns against the Falcons. 14 and 21 A difficult series for him so far. Super strong in Search and Destroy. Bad news. We go now to another hard point. Quick look at the highlights chance again. Excellent, superb objective work here for the Falcons. Both of those early captures, very, very clean out of him.
Great stuff. Salim, good 2 captures. On top of that, I think the key stat that stood out to me was Pred's 23 non-traded. Feels like he spent nearly the entire game just behind enemy line shooting back. We heard it in the listening of, is Pred behind a spawn kill? Yep, okay, he's still doing that. Is he back? Yep, okay, he's still there in the window. Absolute nuisance. Accident with this Hellstorm, they converted this into a capture because they got Pred to go and stand in the spawn and just block it and flip everybody out. I don't want it. I'm scared to make this comparison. It doesn't really make any sense, but I'm going to do it anyway because it's live and I have to talk. It's just my turn. This is how this job works. It almost plays like how Al-Bagger Fortress did for Pred. Of if he can just make it behind enemy lines, if he can cross that 50-yard line and start wreaking havoc in your spawn, it's a wrap. It's GG. It's an absolute nightmare. It's all but over. So any situation on this one where Pred is able to shoot you in the back, just an extraordinary amount of success. It's 23 non-tradeds. 15 of them probably on players not able to shoot back.
I think as a map comparison,
it makes no sense. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I hear
but in terms of the sort of role he's playing and the style of play he's bringing to the table, right on, man, right on. Gridlock, hard point coming up after this one. Den, Search and Destroy. If we do need to go to 5 here in the last match of this Saturday, we'll see that, mate. Gridlock is going to be a lot of fun. We'll see how both of our teams square up on this one. Colossus was a particularly strong showing there for the Falcons. That 124 was honestly more than I thought we were going to get based on it was, what, 211, 220 to like 75. So congrats, G2. I need a little bit more out of that. This is a team that has started a little slow and suffered massively as a result of that against the red-hot Falcons. Those boys have been strong. Red Falcons looking at a 3-1 if they can get the dub here. How do you feel about this one, brother? Gridlock, how does it tickle your pickle?
This is a bad news, good news situation for G2 Minnesota. Bad news, slaying power of the respawns, not there. You pointed out Miles Skies has very much been struggling. You have different players for Falcons taking turns. Good news for G2 Minnesota. Very rotation-heavy map. You need to get there early. Have to be very delicate with the spawns, especially on P2. So that means for G2 Minnesota, a very smart, very heads-up team. It is, in fact, the map they thrive on.
Well, it's a good place to be right now for Gridlock. 2-2 overall, but G2 technically with a 3-1. This is still anyone's game. Will the nameless pick of G2 here in the series come to fruition? If we can get to a game 5, I genuinely believe it's very, very possible, but not going to be an easy thing. You got to get through some Gridlock traffic first, folks. That's right. See what I did there? That's why they call it Gridlock. Because of the traffic. Krem, he knows what's up. Get you home real quick, that 1.2, just on Gridlock alone.
And it struggled for map number 1, 250 to 124, haunting for the map, formerly known as Kremplossus. Expect the explosive qualities for his gameplay here on map number 4. Of course, Pred and Accident. And, I mean, pick your poison. Yeah, it's Cellian dropped 42 in map number 1. Falcons be ready to meet that pressure. Opening break is all about those grenades. Have to dodge them all. Looks like both teams mostly successful, but ultimately, Krem strikes out on top. 3-0 start.
I've seen folks try to squeak a Kremp lock. I'm not sure. But right now, he is objectively cooking. Absolutely cooking. Excellent. Made of tough stuff. We get a 4th in a row. Kremp. Can you do that? Or can you Kremp? Not going to get that hard point time though, are you? Oh yeah, there's number 4. Surely the end of that spree, but still an impressive opener here for G2 with the kills, but not at all with the time. We're going to see that now change hands for the Falcons. And Krem trying to do it all. Nice.
Look at that car. Look at those kills. But weird to have a 4-0 start and only be up by, well, if they're going to get the scrap time, a decent margin. Ends up being a 15-point gap going into the new time. Kismet trying to hold the line. He's got Pred with him, but the other 2 Falcons players spawning out across the entire map. And Nasty might have just taken a weird enough route to shoot both these players in the side. He's at least going to be annoying. I mean, X-Nit shreds him, but he's annoying enough that these players have to turn, get the G2 Minnesota time to actually work and get the 18 spawns. They haven't broken through just yet. Kismet is, in fact, holding the line. And Falcons, this is honestly a masterclass. Unbelievable they're able to hold on to this hill.
As uncomfortable as that looked, they really did nail it. Krem, though, boy howdy, somehow lives. Gets a dirty little nade out as well. How's he doing this? Exnid, in the meanwhile, just kills all over the place. What the? No one's going to make it through. As another 3 in the feed as Exnid gets himself rocking. Oh, this has not been a good hard point for G2, but still, they've got the lead. They have made this so tough for both sides.
Sure, clinically absurd. If I'm Falcons, I'm very happy with how that played out, given the circumstances. Now, of course, though, rotation-heavy map. You get it as G2 Minnesota's hold. It's a 2-2 split from either side. Falcons have orchestrated the mini-map. Gotta go fast, though.
Yeah, this is, well, left-hand side of the map done. Here come the reinforcements. Nasty could save the day here. He's got to go toe-to-toe with Cell and bring him down. That's that. Now to the eyes on the right, and that's going to be Exnid pumping his way through. Skies pushes the door. Doesn't let anything happen. Kiz through small. We'll slow this one a little bit. This is G2 in firm control so far. They have read and dealt with every single play so far.
Everybody kipping up kills. Kremp had a really important 1v1 to watch the pitch. He was doing it from time.
No.
A delicate moment. Oh, no. Sets his team up. Nasty knocks everybody down. A 5 spree for him. On the rotation, another moment where it feels like Kismet's the guy that just needs to hold the line, but as he falls, the back spawns for G2 Minnesota in the long term will be secured.
And they can throw nades through that. Nice one, Skies. A little bit of teaching. Here comes Bueno. Slammed. Wow. Exit. He is something, man. Pressure on. Kremp with a couple. Man, he's really leading the lobby right now in the kills department at 13 and 5. Looking good. Hardpoint all yours. The backline sweep for Skies. Gets another. A 3. Incredibly smooth. Damn. Pred right back at it. Nasty on the pickup. No one on time just yet for G2. Now we find a man still in the back. Riyadh Falcons still pecking.
Looking at the efficiency of this map at this point, Falcons had to do some wild stuff just to sort of stay afloat up P2. After that, they have just been getting slaughtered. Back in control for the moment. No envoys behind him, so very heads up, very aware. Celium needs to never let that one go and understands the circumstances. Now, he's getting pinched. He's going to die. G2 able to just walk straight through the front of that time. A bit sloppy here for Falcons.
We deal with sloppy for now, but that's the end of the first set. Second on its way. And Kiz, 7 and 11 so far. Nothing convenient about that KD, especially getting ripped. It did look like a trophy might have helped out in that death as well. My goodness. 127 and climbing right now for G2 Minnesota. They are running gridlock.
Nasty gets hellish COD timing. Doesn't matter. Kismet takes the long route. Might pay off long term. Kismet gets the kill, shooting the players in the side, and Exnid through the front, able to pick up 2. Credit to Exnid on that break. That is a 3 spree now for him, and time collected.
Oh, we've got some nice P1 action here. 30 seconds to go. Falcons, all bases are covered. And that's a sneaky Skies. That's a very sneaky Skies playing for the long-term P2. He's going to get out there indeed. Somehow managing to cause a little bit of chaos now on the back line. Mr. Bueno still on a run, finding kills, and we should have P2 safe and sound after a few more Falcons dealt with.
This has always been the case. But Skies is absolutely a player. Hey, the AR SMG doesn't entirely matter. You watch him play, you will absolutely learn. I think this probably is true for pro players as well. Very creative, knows all the wall bangs, great nades. Just a very heads-up, well-prepared player. And back towards P2, the most stable it's going to be. You get mail control, you get the conga line system going, you get Kremp leading the charge on the effective front line now as he's blocking these spawns. And this is sort of the blender moment for Falcons. You're spawning up across the map. It is hell to cross.
Here's the danger. He extinguishes Celium. A couple more now to play for. 27 seconds remaining. G2 have got P2 under lock and key. No one's getting that. Well played. Now looking towards new. It's going to be Falcons on the very, very early rotation. They've given up a substantial amount of that time.
Easy. So comfortable, so clean. One good break, and that'll be the ball game. Falcons desperate to hold on to it. Exnid will put in a little bit of work, but as he gets traded out, you can see Pred just gets caught isolated. And now these players on time, I mean, it's just everybody. Individual gunfights, everybody isolated. All the Falcons players having to fight what feels like the entire team. Minnesota just have more bodies.
Just sneak on through a slippery Kremp. He's in. Oh boy. Another one here to deal with for Nasty from the hip. Gets the job done right on All's time. 40 seconds remaining here. G2. You get all of it, boys. We'll see how it goes. A nice spree for Nasty, looking to get the Hellstorm any second now, looking for an assist. There it is, in the back pocket. Contest is on 3, nearly 4 dead now. Falcons, an opportunity to stay alive and get over the 100-point mark.
My God, is that Falcons teamwork on Gridlock? You'd love to see it. Finally grouped up together and doing the same thing. And of course, when you're thinking about the teamwork, here's an isolated gunfight. Sellium, by himself, does the job, gets the kill. Expectation, I'm trying to set this up in the commentary as if he's going to get traded, but instead of killing Sellium, Krem, well, him and Nasty are thinking long-term. And Nasty behind enemy lines. His teammates just can't make it to him.
Red finds a couple. The judges give the backflip a 10. We give him a 3 streak right now. Here we go. You still got G2 players on the outside. Oh, and Pred's now got to guess which door, front or back. Good guess. Great gunny. And lives for a second longer. G2 with a break. G2 on time.
Just a great decision by Nasty. Setting his team up for the kill. That's a 1 spree now for him. Has the Hellstorm in the back pocket, but him just staying alive for 15 seconds, and Falcons never solving that puzzle. One of the small but impactful difference makers towards the end. Gridlock has been a runaway game. And from what we've seen this stage, I don't know how many times we'll necessarily see G2 play Gridlock on land for the rest of this year.
Yeah, if the Falcons were good at Gridlock, G2 are great. Final 10. We go back to P1 one more time. Falcons have had some success here, but we now need to see them get a full 60. Or at least deny G2 as much as possible. Good luck, boys. Skies above Tokyo now a very unfriendly place.
Missile there just to slow him down. Yeah, calling game is nasty.
Yeah, that is it. On time, in the right place. All corners of the map covered. And Krem going for the highlight play to game 5. We go. But gridlock traffic meant that we got there later than we expected, but nonetheless, we have arrived. Game 5. To a dirty den between G2 and the Falcons. Here we go.
Hard-pressed to call it a masterclass performance from G2 Minnesota. I think Falcons outside of that first P2 didn't necessarily put up the best fight. A little bit disconnected there on the teamwork front. Unstable. Multiple times where someone's just getting behind P4 and living, and Falcons never able to handle that problem. But ultimately, a lot of ideas, such as surviving behind that P4 time behind the statue. G2 Minnesota showing off the goods. Absolutely putting in some good work on full display. Nearly every player on the team with a minute plus of hill time. This guy's only off by a single second, but hey, 20 and 17 and 3 out of 4 players positive. That is a beatdown of the map number 4.
Criminal Boy really leading the hill time department there for G2. Hey, we're going to the game flow right now and just seeing, again, it was just like Colossus. You start things off okay, you lose one hill pretty bad, and then the snowball effect. There was no chance, according to that scoreline, for the Falcons to get back in this one. A full flat line from P1 to P2. Tough. Back and forth we go. Now to Den, S&D. Final map of the series. Final map of the day to close this one out. Fan favorites, the Falcons. Touted to walk away with a dub here, but Alone Nameless believes in the G2 win. We're going to find out, folks, what happens after this break. Game 5, last of the day, last of the series, here on this Saturday, the final weekend of online play in the Black Ops 7 season. Don't go too far. This one's about to be a banger.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup this summer. Scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
might be it, folks. That is all she wrote. Heretics, 3-0 on Control.
Unbelievable stuff. Again, these guys on this map were lost for so long. The improvements they made, never mind, the map is going on 0.0. Vehicle didn't know either. Heretics started celebrating, and there's still game to be played.
There's 2 segments gone. Wow, what's happening? It's not over yet.
And this weekend, we will find out which team will take the largest portion of that $1 million prize pool and etch their names into Call of Duty history forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, live from Las Vegas, the World Series of Warzone Global Final.
I mean, maybe you can ego chow at times, some teams, if you're FaZe, but you're not doing it to Sib. There's 2 that line up in front and Cell, maybe making the play, trying to stay alive, pushes in, and Cell goes nuclear.
Where's this? I'm at top. He's got to be backside. Dead. Nice. Maybe backside side. Try side. What the? Nice. Come on. Get up. Hey, we got orange on him, bro. You go. Let's go. Holy shit.
Boys, go clutch up there.
Boys.
Game 5, boys and girls. Unplug your telephones, put them silent, lock the pets outside, tell the kids we need the time because G2 versus Falcons, we're going to den. It's the last map of the day, it's the last match of the day. We are very, very, very excited to see who walks away with the dub. I have got no idea where we go from here, man. I've got no idea. Who's better in map 5's chance? Who's better?
According to the data, the Falcons, new roster here for G2, where their S&D has been extraordinarily good, at least in this stage. The data doesn't back them up, but I think I have very high expectations for these squads. In this type of circumstance, of course, for the Falcons, it's a little bit more Old Faithful. They've certainly swapped up their roles on the team for S&D. I think they're going to bring a good fight as well, especially so that 3-win spree. Mixing with the snipe has been an absolute delight. Skies, though, had his number on the map, too. That might be a battle to pay attention to here on Den. I think what I've seen from the S&D so far, Falcons will have to sort of kick it up a notch. They need a little bit more of that sort of takeover power. If you get that, they'll have the goods.
I think it's the fact that G2 have just done their homework so well on the Falcons. And I mean, they had them down easy peasy on that gridlock search and destroy. I don't know, man. I don't know. Whether they need to kick it up a notch or just don't play like they have in the past. Forget your training. Listen to your heart. G2, they've made the reads. It's like an anime. You just be different. Be better than you were yesterday. Be an entirely different person. Chase those tendencies right out the window. Could be talking absolute ish. Probably am. But at the end of the day, it's game 5. Fist bumps have made contact. It is time to go to Den one last time. Throw it down here in our series. 3-6. The previous gridlock. That's how the search and destroy went. Late resurgence from the G2 boys put that Falcon scoreline at 4-3 in the overload. Respawns have thrown one either side. Who knows how Den goes? Who's made of tough stuff? Who's ready to rock late into this Saturday? Let's find out.
All I know, Miles, you invoke the just forget your training anime style. I don't have a dog in the anime fight. And I know every coach is going to go, don't forget your training. Do what we say on G2 for the round number 2. Everything was dialed in exactly as you would in practice. They looked fantastic, and all for Falcons, what they've cooked up, smoke off that front cross and start making moves, spread through the middle of the map, toying with the idea of going for the play. Couldn't find the opening, so a slow approach towards B instead.
You switched off your targeting computer. What's wrong? It's like when Luke did when he was destroying the Death Star. He turned off his targeting computer. He just trusted in the Force. He didn't go with the tech. He listened to his heart and the ghost of a dead wizard telling him what to do.
Envoy has the Force. Pred just spots Envoy, and that forced him away. They were trying to wrap back over towards the A site and said, we don't want anything to do with that Jedi, or maybe we're due.
No, they do.
The voices are whispering to Pred.
Get a 2-piece. Damn, it would have been nice. Well, Envoy gets his on the other side. The bomb has been discarded just on the outside of the bomb site. Quick recovery there by Exnid. And Cell. Oh, yeah, they're close, mate. Bomb plant. from the rooftop, though. Oh, and Envoy, he's done the worldwide tour. He's gone all the way around. Celium, unreadable in this position, surely. We'll set up for the coverage. You spotted him out, and he's trying to make himself a hard kill. It's done. Envoy, what a round. Sorry, we're back. We're locked.
I miss the days of having faith in Celium in the clutch. It's been a while. But when he's on point, absolute monster. This year, 1v3, it's looking hopeless. And an interesting conversation had to have just taken place in the comms for S&D. Again, Pred spots out Envoy in this moment, backs away. And then they end up just falling into the trap. And in the meantime, Envoy happy to do the world tour from a cruddy spot to a full pinch. A lot of different tools in this man's belt.
And get a guy that can do it all. That is something, man. Okay, boys, you've definitely not taken the bomb. Good man, Skies backs up for that. It's the opening salvo of nades and a lot of Falcons now through the middle of the map. Good connection there from Nasty. Whether we got two or not, more than enough to deter the play here. And Exnid, though, unfortunately for UG, 2 snipes that breaks off of Envoy. He's down.
Atypical angle. Exnid a little bit more aggressive than most snipers are. Strange to deal with and difficult to deal with. Exnid just gonna call the round.
Oh! Exnid, he's gonna get dropped, but at the end of the day, 3 bangers. And Sel just happy to be here.
Enjoying his teammates. Actually impactful players with a sniper. Exnid built different. First one, just an aggressive angle he chose. Sort of scooching out a little bit near the bomb to check that outer lane. And then the next two, a little more standard. Ripping heads.
Yeah, the window chow is something. I'm surprised this even happened. But yeah, Exnid, a difference maker for his squad. Ooh, not the re-chow, guys. You out of your mind? Yeah, sure was. And there's Nasty as well. Wicked work from Exnid. He has been an extraordinary, valuable asset for the Falcons roster and continues to be. He won't account for the man of the build. Krem's going to be there for smoke, and the stun will not connect. But this probably will. Oh, boy.
Oh! You can't chow them. This is the pop-off factor for the Falcons that we were talking about. Exnid hits wide. He has insane accuracy with his sniper. You have to tip it.
It's beautiful stuff. Really beautiful stuff. And now the rotation with bomb as well. 5-2. In the KD department, Pred's made the bomb site as secure as possible. The Envoy, man, he's a pain in the ass. Where's Pred up front? No, not watching the right spot for this time. 2v1, can Pred clutch? Great damage on the fadeaway. Not enough, though. 30 seconds to play. Oh, those magnificent snipes maybe for nothing here. Big wrap. Time's marching. Pred needs to recover the bomb. Has to get the plant. Not even getting a kill. G2. What a way to survive.
Just like Skies, Exnid's fault was not being able to go through that window cleanly. Just getting caught, a little bit awkward, trying to, spam crouch, don't want to go prone, let me go fluidly. No, just a little bump, little hiccup, so he falls. And in the meantime, Envoy, a lot of tools in the belt, no stranger to a pinch, quite literally did it just a few rounds before, and Celium just not able to make the read at all. Celium had one job to watch the flank, just get shot in the back for free. Does not have the sauce so far in Black Ops 7.
Doesn't have a lot of time to fix that either.
You can't just pick one of 7. Just pick a credit spot like Insight, or like how Shotzi has a ton of credit spots to watch the pitch. There's a lot of very easy things you could do. We'll see in the next round.
See you in the next round. Bomb's going through mid, right up Main Street. Nasty. He's going to walk away with a touch of information here. Celium has an incredibly important job to watch that play. Timing! Absolutely magnificent work. Krem gets away with his life. Yes. Even swats away any danger with his knife there. Man advantage Falcons.
Such a tough place to have to go get that bomb.
Oh, man. Yeah, what a rattler gunfire. Skies, you know what, dude? Let's just kill him. Forget the bomb. Play for the kills. I don't like picking up the bomb and spawn anyway. Prem. Nice reactions from Kismet with the M15 at that range. It gives Skies an opportunity to recover the bomb, but can he make it to the B-bomb site in time without getting tagged up? The answer is maybe. And no. Falcons yet again.
M15 is OP. Miles, it's OP. Winning a close-range gunfight against the MPC.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
We got to buff the MPC.
Okay. Careful. Treyarch are watching.
Okay, no.
Careful.
It's jokes and fun. I'm having fun. Don't mind me.
Careful.
Necessary bounce back round, though. The Pred special. Little creddy spot over on the bomb site. Gets one. Nearly gets a second on Kremp as well as the Overseer playing Dojo. And just a cheeky little strat. Exactly. This is why you don't forget your training. It's exactly how you want that strat to go.
Use the force. Excellent. Here we go. No! He should have kept it out. He's been so devastating with it so far. Either way, no snipes this round. Just a couple of NPCs. A lot less random than an M15. Godson, Fred. The tippity toes of Sky, as Nasty there, does manage to escape. Here we go. Fred. Hello there. Catches his first. And a massive advantage from Cell now 4-2. The bomb's still yet to be planted, but that's not really an issue. Remaining members of G2 in the middle of the map.
Crazy timing. That might be the opening for G2. Maybe not. Sky's just going to get shot in the back. Not going to play out well for Envoy now in a 1v4.
Hi, boys. The group chow. We've seen quite a few of those today by all of our teams. Playing the numbers as effectively as they possibly can. And making sure that Envoy clutches nothing. Lovely stuff out of the Falcons yet again.
Good round. Trusting the instinct. Don't forget your trading. If you're not finding thick with the snipe towards the middle of the map, you want to force it over on B. Excellent, just having the right gun for the job. Nice repinch through the middle of the map where Sky is just unable to cook up anything too diabolical. And just good on the first blood front. Have the Falcons been.
Little accidental Yoda there from Chance. Accident. 4 for Nasty. Accident. My mistake. Deep spread here from the Falcons. Catch that Cell. Trying to keep Cellium pinned. He's still got a watchful eye over the middle of the map. Envoy makes his way forward. Slips through. Oh, and he's got the top spot as well. Envoy get in a corner. A dirty corner. This could be huge. A-bomb now full of G2 players.
A free bomb plant. We have read the exact opposite of what has taken place on this map. No trust to get the bomb down just yet, so Falcons have enough time to get back in a good spot, and Cellium gets that first blood. Envoy gets caught, now you're in a 3v4, and you are entirely trapped around this site.
And Pred will be in the fight in about 6 minutes, but he's taken an insane route. Oh, and he's down. Now all to the front. The flank is red. Cellium. Oh dear, tries to fight his way forward. Exnid with the boomstick alongside Kiz. Can Nasty do this? No, he cannot. Remains on the donut. Exnid finds 3. We give him the defuse as well. Ah, dear goodness, lead to the Falcons. Disgusting work, by the way. Like, really disgusting work. Exnid, that was huge.
Ferocious. Absolute competitor, this guy. That'll be 10 brand new gray hairs for Clayster. Stressed out about how that round ended up playing out, but Exnid bails you out. Motor mouth in the comms. This man is in the game.
We test a resolve now, G2. Once Nasty gets going, hopefully it's Pringles. Exnid might put that sniper away.
Can't, not when you take damage.
No,
Stuck
take
with
damage, idiots. Couple of close calls here with the frags. Pred, as close as it could have possibly been. Kremp with the first.
Great timing from Pred. Excuse me. this is...
Kremp
and Pred, that's evil.
Also, to call Pred Cred is sick. That's such a good nickname as well. Damn, that's lit. All right, sorry, Pred. We'll see him in the next round. 50 seconds. A-bomb site. Let's get it.
Wide open.
Free for the plant. Skies would be the only defender, but he's more worried about the pinch. And this has been the most non-committal bomb plant S&D game we have seen. We're trying to play mind games for this map number 5. Exon will be the guy working the late pinch. He's got the intel on the man in the back spawn, but Nasty makes the play, gets on the board, can't get out. Be a 2v2.
Guys, gets it. Here we go, Exnid. You don't have a lot of time, my friend, to clutch this one up. Hoping for the world star. Skies is never going to give it. But what Exnid is going to do is try to keep that life and play it. He's got himself a hefty chunk of that Hellstorm. Wants to roll the dice in another round. Well done, G2. It is 4-3.
Strange criticism for the team that is currently winning this game, but I'm under the impression Falcons need to think just a little bit less. Keep things a little bit simple, and I think that'd pay off for them. Maybe this is just hindsight from my point of view of being able to look at the minimap the entire time, but they're just having wide openings on the minimap they're not taking advantage of. In spite of that, a round lead is a round lead. 4 players here for G2 inside of P2. We're going to be dealing with a single Kismet.
A single Kismet. Any more than one Kismet would be very, very unusual in this situation, but the scoreboard hasn't glitched out this time around. Here we go with the nades. That's going to be nothing but clear skies for all of those nades and tacticals to make their way through. Opening kill from Exnid yet again. Oh, and Kremp provides the anti-air against Kismet. Attack now through smoke. Kremp, good for another. Last man left alive, Exnid, and yet again on the clutch. It's a 2v1.
And Pred full sent that pinch to try to clean up that one-shot Kremp.
Oh,
Pred Kremp
spotted.
battle.
He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. An execution by Kremp. Point blank with the MPC. I think I might have made Exnid jump IRL. That was quite a scary one. Tied up 4-4.
He is doing enough in these rounds to put his teams at least in a good position. Kremp able to catch 1 kill, then we're chasing the red dot rolling through. Exnid is probably left feeling like, hey, I've done my job. What's happening in the meantime? A couple breakdowns in these rounds. Nonetheless, tied up 4-4, anybody's ball game for the map 5. Kremp able to catch 1 kill, then we're chasing the red dot rolling through. Exnid is probably left feeling like, hey, I've done my job. What's happening in the meantime? Couple breakdowns in these rounds. Nonetheless, tied up 4-4, anybody's ball game for the map 5.
Big man tings out of Kremp. Exnid, here we go. Nasty lets one rip. Ooh, what a reaction, but wait, Envoy finds 2. The trades are outstanding. Now Celium's going to rock up to the party just a little bit late. It's going to be enough. The corner play now from Kremp as he's challenging. He wants it. Celium with an unbelievable kill. Reinforcements from G2 now trying to close ranks or not. Bomb recovered. Celium now truly in the clutch.
This is to get the sauce back.
Sauce. Slowly but surely. Celium. Consider the source signed, sealed, and delivered directly into the hands of that man.
It might be back. Well played. Hunting down Nasty with the MPC. Fantastic reaction time on the next player. Celium, when he is at his best, those are the plays we are just used to seeing. That is a hell of a 1v3.
As you scuff play the game, it's not even over yet. We could have another, why not? My goodness! Oh, well played. Falcons now. What a moment. 5-4, Cell's back. He's 11-5 on a 3 spree. Nades are out. Cell back to the middle of the map, and we're squaring up. Pred has caught himself nothing but nades, and he's gone.
G2, when they throw 1 nade, they throw 4 nades. No trophy by the bomb, no quite connection for Celium, nor Exnid, but also no bomb plants. And if you know the sniper's middle of the map, you're a little bit skittish about getting this bomb down.
And Exnid is struggling to take that fight. Kiz, from the stairs, here he comes. Kremp, they have no idea. They have no idea. Either player is there. Who will give it up first? Kismet waiting for some action from his teammates. Can we get a pick from Exnid in mid? Exceptional patience from both players. And there's the pick. And here's the spring. The trap is set. No kill, though. Kismet able to cause some problems, but not quite enough. Cellium from mid as well. Here go G2. In the cell. Last man, Skies. Can Bueno save it? It's a 1v1. And time to get the bomb down as well. What a nervy moment for G2. Skies has no idea. Plant the bomb. He's got to do it. He has to do it.
My God.
Oh my God, he's gambled wrong. Kiz is on the other side of the map. Falcons win. And Pred is still wondering how it happened.
Former teammates Miles, Skies, and Kismet won a world championship together in a 1v1. It's mind games. Skies just expecting that he got called out through the middle of the map, that there's no way Kismet lets him get the bomb down. Kismet, he played the man, not the game, and he got the dub. Great work there from the Falcons and great work for Cellium. Basically called game in the final 2 rounds. A 1v3 clutch, had to pick up towards the middle of the map. 13 and 6 for Cellium, 1,500 damage, a Titan in this lobby. Of course, map number 1 for Cellium, 42 kills, threw in a 40 bomb to tip the cap. So great work out of Cell. A lot of criticism on him throughout this year, and to a certain extent, absolutely deserved. But towards the end of the year, this is where it really starts to matter. He's been showing up a little bit more.
Forget your training, reach out with your feelings, because he did it. He did it. Damn, what a series. Nasty also, what, 425, 455 damage? Not a lot, less than 500, 1 and 9. Tough scenes. Man, you know what's going to really suck? The VOD session for that Game 5. That's really going to suck. That's going to suck. You know what else sucks? Nameless pick. Sorry, man.
Hey,
So
you want to see Nameless right before round 9? Hey, guys, G2! G2!
I was not doing that.
G2!
I was like this locked, and then I saw that round, and they don't deserve to win.
Selly Belly taking over. Thank you for joining us. Great commentary there, and another Game 5. We've been treated to some very close games, including some very close moments. This is the Cellium Clutch, your scuff play of the game, and you were so sad after this. Walk me through each of these kills.
I thought my G2 pick was going to come true, and then we just decided to take one-on-one after one-on-one after one-on-one. Listen, you guys have heard me talk about this ad nauseum at this point. Like, when you're in a situation like this, just group up together. Like, if you're going to do something, COD, do it as a unit at the very least, and we just get spin cycled. Like, where is Skies at? I don't know.
Just watch a mid in case you win mid, bro.
But, like, if we're discussing, discussing worst-case scenarios, it's to give Cellium a one-on-one fight.
100%. 100%. They just took too long to make that decision. Like, I think what Cell did well in that situation was he literally just immediately went for the gunfight. Like, he didn't give them time to process, like, 1v3, let's start groping together. Run away. Like, he just started running at him.
Can I ask you about the final play of the game? Skies with the bomb, 15 seconds, brings it down to a 1v1, is able to plant, decides not to.
Yeah.
Is that a read on Kismet, or is that a read just on Black Ops 7? Why do you think it's not safe to get it down?
Yeah, he's trying to read Kismet there. I mean, he's thinking like, okay, when there's like 14 seconds left, I just killed one. The other guy's got to be in close proximity, right? As soon as he gets the bomb and gets down low, he's probably thinking like, that guy's going to immediately come and chow the bomb based on the timing of the round. So he's just trying to wait and play the gamble. I used to go by the philosophy of like, always get it down there. I mean, some people have different mantras in that situation. Could have worked. It's a true 50-50, but yeah, I think in hindsight, he would probably like to get the plan.
Kremp leading the way for most of this game, went on a 5 streak early, didn't get the Hellstorm, and then Cellium, after the 1v3, shuts it down with 2 more kills. This was that final moment we talked about. No bomb down, no need to check it. Kismet gets the 4th win for the Falcons, and that is good enough for a number 2 seed going into Major 4. They've had top seeds in the past.
Yeah, they have.
Can they take advantage of it this time? Except for a Monster Winner Spotlight, we got the one and only Great White Shark from Down Under, the Predator. Pred joining us? Yeah, Pred, you here?
Yo, can you guys hear me?
I got him. He's here. Yes, okay. I just wanted to make sure my tech was working. Pred, congratulations on the win for the Falcons. You looked a little bit stunned at the end of the game. How stressful was that search?
Oh man, that was so stressful. I feel like I kept getting like naded, blooded. Like, oh my god, thank God MC clutched that. That was fucking insane.
That actually was insane. Pred, congratulations on the win. You guys are 4-1 with the top 2 seed. That is awesome. You know, headed into this next major, I just want to ask you, what are your thoughts on the USA absolutely dominating Australia in the World Cup?
This guy's funny. Yo, they dominated us for no reason. They're gonna get slammed anyway. They ain't gonna win shit.
A follow-up to that, let's talk about COD. You guys have had some great strides on LAN, especially at the last event that you guys played your best LAN Call of Duty yet. What did you learn from that you guys are trying to bring into this next major to actually make the run through that Sunday?
I think the most important thing for us is just widening our map pool. You know, that's why we've been trying to play Gridlock, and I mean, it hasn't been going that well. But something for us is just to like, you know, try expand our map pool so we're not so limited. So I think that's our biggest thing, is just getting a better map pool.
AJ, don't worry, I don't know anything about football or soccer.
Thank God.
Going on to that Gridlock point, I actually did want to ask you, you know, this is a couple of Gridlocks in the past couple of series. You guys haven't been able to get through the hoop. Why do you think you guys are struggling on that map, or have you pinpointed it yet?
Honestly, I have no idea. I actually have no idea. We've tried. I mean, we're looking at that map thinking it's simple, and then we load in. Everyone's everywhere. Like, it feels crazy. So, I don't know. We have to definitely work on the lab for that one.
For sure.
A lot of people aren't used to travel, but you, of course, came from Australia, been playing in the States, and now you'll be making your way to Paris. How do you prep for a LAN day, Pred?
How do I prep for a landing?
A LAN day,
nothing
sorry.
too special.
Same thing.
Oh, LAN day. Like on the LAN?
Yep.
No, just wake up, eat some food, and then go play.
Okay, other question. How do you handle travel day?
The travel day, I mean, you just have to get your sleep, get your electrolytes in, hydration, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. And yeah, just stay hydrated.
Are you the guy who stretches next to the bathroom at the back of the plane?
I'm the guy that's just trying to sleep and can't sleep for the whole flight, watching every Harry Potter movie.
I'm the stretchy guy. Come hang out. Thank you for joining us. That is Pred in the Monster Winter Spotlight. Hopefully we'll see you on LAN. Thank you very much, Pred, and of course, thank you to all of our people working in the production. Ant, final thought?
I think they have a real chance to, you know, make a run. They've been tested, and if their search and destroy stays like that, they'll be fine. And I think these last couple of matches that we've seen, they were testing maps, so they've looked a little more human. But when they go back and they're actually locked in the veto process, we might get that true Riyadh form.
Allie, is Miami going to be fine because they walked away with another 10 points today? Let's take a look at our rapid recap because